Boy, this is dynamic TV, man. Who could resist watching the four of us just smiling at each other?
Just swaying.
Thursday morning, yes. Dinesh, how's life in New York? COVID and so forth.
It's okay. I can't complain. Earlier in the year, it was a little bit scary, but it seems like everyone's figured out what to do and what not to do. So it's just been a different mode being at home all day, which kind of suits me, honestly.
There are advantages, that's for sure.
Yeah. I went back to the office last week, and that was nice too, to be honest. I was like, oh wow, human beings in the same space that I can just talk to.
Yeah.
Okay, so I'm host again now?
Yes, that's correct. So you're all set up to go. Once you have all of your students and reviewers, you can get started at any point.
So the fact that I have recording paused is irrelevant.
That's correct. So the recording that you have access to will go directly to either your computer or to the cloud storage for Zoom.
Yeah. So, and I can't turn it off completely, can I?
The live stream or the recording?
No, the recording.
You can turn on and off your Zoom recording at any point. The live stream will continue to go throughout the breaks that you have during the day. But the recording itself through Zoom, you have complete control over.
So I'm just going to leave it on pause then.
Sure.
Okay. Thanks for dropping in, Tommy.
Sure, of course. Have great reviews today. Bye.
Right,
Tommy, before you leave, I'm going to send you an email and see if I can get a recent add to my reviews. So Sarah O'Leary, I believe is her name.
Yes.
Yeah, I'll send you a reminder, but I didn't get to send her a package, so I'll do that today.
Okay.
I know you're busy, but
no, I'll have time. I'll have time later to take care of things.
Okay, I'll send you a reminder. Thanks.
Okay, thank you so much. All right, see you all.
Yeah.
Hi. Well, you know, Dinesh, you're the only visitor to do this sound check.
Well, I'm glad it worked out. Remember last time I couldn't get in?
Yeah. But it's a good sign that you could. It means that I now have the guest settings correct and so forth.
Yep, super easy.
The links that on the review list that Tommy gave us, I can't make that work. So I'm glad you sent what you sent. I believe her having the password numbers on there makes it not workable. So
I didn't have to use a password. I just clicked the link and it brought me in.
Yeah, I just copied and pasted mine. So there might be a typo in yours, Coleman.
No, it worked fine.
It worked fine. Oh, okay. Yeah. Okay.
Okay.
All right. Well, listen, guys. I'll let you go till 10 o'clock.
Okay. Can we
Thanks
just
for checking in. I'm just going to sit here and wait for others to check in if they are.
Can I just keep this open, Michael, or
you can just keep talking too, Coleman.
I'm going to Dinesh drinking his coffee. I'm going to go make some tea.
I've got tea too, Coleman.
Tea. Well, then, what are you drinking? I'm going to have.
Time. I've got green tea with ginger and some honey.
You're a wise man. I'm going to have chamomile and honey. No.
Ooh, that sounds great.
No
caffeine.
No caffeine.
Yeah, I downed my caffeine intake to tea.
Well, they are architects. You're young, but I used to drink 5 or 6 cups of coffee a day in the office, and it was too much.
It keeps you smart though.
I definitely feel dumber. I stopped drinking coffee 2 months ago, and everything is just like a little bit slower, but I'm sleeping better and generally feel better. So
yeah, I haven't managed to get through a single afternoon studio without a cup of coffee.
Oh God. Well, teaching is its own thing. I don't know how you all do it for so long.
Yeah.
It's exhausting to give one review, much less 12.
Yeah.
Especially when you show up and there's nothing on the desk. Or just a little bit, and they're like, I don't know what to do.
All right.
Oh, look, we've been joined by Rufeng, one of the students. Rufeng, hello.
Hi.
Hi.
So
How are
Rufang,
you doing?
I was just checking, I was just asking the reviewers to check in, especially the visitors, because sometimes their link doesn't work from outside. But you're okay. You can come back at 10 o'clock.
Okay. See you later.
Okay.
It's very nice to meet you.
Nice to see you again. Michael, thanks for sending me the ethics article again.
Yeah.
And I saved it last time, but I didn't read it. So this time I printed it out so that I can read it in bed.
So now it's physically lingering all over the place.
Yeah, it's going to exert its will on my life. So.
As a physical object, yeah.
Yeah, I look forward to it. I just leaf forward to the section through the Venn diagram and
well,
I think that's the first section cut ever through a Venn diagram.
Yeah, there's not much in elevation to be seen, but it's kind of like an open plan building.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you could ask, where's the structure that's holding up the discs of the Venn diagram?
Yeah, it's the moral structure, you know.
It's a moral structure.
Yeah, the framework.
Well, hey man, you made me a little sad with all the dead frogs you talked about.
Isn't that accurate though? It's like you got this little turtle, it's so hopeful it's going to the ocean, and then like Craig sees it and doesn't like it and it's dead. Or like, you know, there's so many people, there's so many seagulls out there. The mechanical engineer looks at it and is like, yeah, we can't do that. Dead. Budget dead. Client dead. Random donor. Oh, I don't like metal. Okay, dead.
Really? Is that what happened? Yeah.
Blanton went through some dangerous waters. Every project I've been on has been like this. I think it, like the symphony hall I'm working on too has been really demanding in terms of turtle killing. But with Blanton, it was like that too. You know, you got to show stuff to all these boards, all these people. But it's been resilient. The design has survived, and it's just evolved and it's moving. So
it's funny, when I was in my very modest practice, I was pretty resilient in the design stage. Like if people didn't like this or that, if we couldn't afford this, okay, I'll just design some more.
Yeah.
But I was not resilient when the design was signed off on.
Yeah.
And clients started during construction.
Oh no.
Changing things.
Yeah.
And you know, and that kind of changing. I mean, if a builder said, you know, I think we need some more flashing here, I'm going to go, thank you. Probably. Go ahead. But you know, when the client is like moving columns around and stuff.
Oh gosh, yeah.
No.
Yeah. That hurts.
So I walked off two jobs I did.
Wow.
I just walked away from because I just couldn't take the changes.
Yeah, it didn't feel like yours anymore. Yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. You know, because you work very hard to make something that's like musical.
And it's super personal.
Yeah. And then you get the reputation, of course, of the prima donna architect.
Yeah, it's stormed off the site.
So great. Yeah.
Well, it's tough.
No, it's not me. Huh?
No, go ahead. I'll remember.
Yeah, you want to say, no, it's not me. It's not my willfulness here. There's just a right way to do this and a wrong way to do it. And, you know.
In a big office, what happens is all the designs are nameless. So, you know, I might work through one phase and then another team picks it up and takes it through the next phase, and they have no emotional attachment or investment to what was there before. So you might see your stuff evolve into oblivion and no one asks you about it. And that hurts my feelings.
No one asks you, what were you thinking, or why is it like this and why is it like that?
I'll actually show up in teams that I'm not on just to like in Blanton, I would come to all their internal meetings just to pay attention and give them feedback about the intent, because no one on the team that took it through construction drawings was on the original design team, but me.
Except maybe Craig, right? Wouldn't Craig be
Hey,
the
yeah.
ultimate overseer?
Yeah, but he's not there when they're picking what the stone pattern should be or what, you know, really little things like that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Mm.
Today's your chance to complain to him.
Yeah.
What was that, Coleman?
Today is your chance to complain to him.
Oh yeah, good. Yeah, I'll do it in public.
That's right. Shame him in public.
I'm sure today he's going to be the best architect in the world.
Yeah. Yeah, I get, and it's funny in these sorts of reviews when you have people that the students really want to hear from and talk with. I'm always careful with my feedback to make sure that it's worth saying. Because everything that I say is something that they don't get to hear from one of the other people. So I have to be economical.
Yeah, Dinesh, I'm so happy to see you, but I'm probably going to defer more to the big chief.
I understand.
Reviewers.
That's okay.
And especially since you don't have a beard or anything.
I'll put glasses on. Don't worry. I might even change my shirt. I'll look more official.
Royal blue.
How about can you do a beard? You can't do that in like 20 minutes.
I can definitely do a beard. I'd take it off so that I look more serious. Otherwise, I'm just this scraggly grad student.
Michael, he's young enough that his would still be black, so you can use a magic marker.
Great.
Fill in the gaps for sure. No, I need the gray is what I need. I've got 2 up here. Once I get a nice stripe, I'll be set. I can ask for a promotion.
When I started teaching, I don't know about you, Coleman, but when I started teaching, I looked barely older than my students, kind of like you. And I did grow a beard and mustache and kept it for 10, 15 years. So that, but you know, now students will have beards too, so it would have been hopeless. But I did have a problem distinguishing myself from my students. Suddenly that problem went away. I don't know why. It just sort of went away.
It fixes itself.
It has its way.
Coleman, how old were you when you started teaching?
I was much older than you, probably 30, 36, 37. I'd have to go back and count them. I'm much older.
Yeah.
You know,
I was 29.
29, okay. I'll be back in just a minute.
All right, sure.
Gosh, I can't believe you're 29, Michael.
When I started teaching?
Yeah. It's when I graduated school.
When you were 29? Yeah. Well, do you plan to do some teaching, don't you?
I hope so. I feel like it's such a natural thing for me.
Have you made any connections at Pratt or Columbia or?
Just with John. He brought me on his. We were on the review together, right? Or was it just me?
Yeah.
We were there together.
That was you.
Right.
Yeah.
And then Corey from UT. I don't know if you knew him. Corey Olson. He just had me on his furniture review yesterday at Oregon, and that was really fun. And and then your studios and Mark Maychek.
Yeah,
I couldn't make it.
Yeah, that's just being on reviews. But I mean, wouldn't you like to run your own class?
Oh, official. Yes, but I haven't felt ready to take something like that on yet with work. I think work is just now feeling like easy, and it's become like a machine that just hums. So I could see it happening soon, but not yet.
Do you think Craig would be like supportive, or do you think he'd be resentful of the time?
I think he'd be really happy about it. We have people that teach in the office, and they just make their schedule work. But I think he likes for us to be doing things outside. The people that are illustrators or craftsmen or whatever that have their own projects, he's always really happy and talks about it. I think he
Well, that's a good sign. Good sign. I'll if I get a chance to, drop hints to faculty I know.
Awesome.
I'll point them your way.
Thank you,
Yeah.
Michael. Yeah, I've been a little out of the literature for a couple years, just kind of thinking about my own life more so than thinking about the truth of architecture. But
yeah,
I feel like I have big things to say.
It's funny. William O'Brien,
Mm-hmm.
who taught here for a few years, then went to MIT,
Mm-hmm.
became, I think, their department chair. I mean, he just rose very quickly.
Yeah, I got the
Has
wrong prize.
stepped out for a year or 2 years, I think, to join not who's the bed and breakfast
Airbnb.
Airbnb.
Mm.
Their Airbnb is getting into design,
Ah.
so they're actually going to design Airbnb mini hotels or something.
Yeah. Wow.
And so he's in charge of their design strategy.
Oh my gosh.
And he runs his own practice. So he stopped teaching for
Yeah.
2 years. He gave a talk this spring. The first thing he said was, I hope what I'm saying is still relevant. I haven't been teaching for 2 years. I thought, things do move quickly, but not that quickly.
I don't get people like that can do all that stuff. It's like that have 50 things in their life and they're all, happy. I can't do that.
Yeah,
I
but
remember
they have help.
Yeah.
They have help. He doesn't
I
do it
guess
by
that makes
himself.
sense. I remember you
surround
said,
yourself with a team.
yeah, you were saying that like to be a teacher, to have a practice, and to be a dad or have a family means that everyone is mad at you all the time because you're never giving anyone enough attention.
That's been my observation. Someone's taking a hit, and it's usually wife and kids.
Yeah, and like I don't want to do that.
Well, Moss, Hillary Sample, and Michael Meredith, they are partners and husband and wife, and they practice from their house, and they have kids.
Yeah, they just overlapped everything.
Yeah, they just overlap everything, and obviously like each other enough to keep doing that. But that's one way to go.
Yeah.
Don't try to keep things at a distance.
Totally.
I've been watching a TV series on Netflix, which I enjoyed a whole lot, called Borgen. It's a Danish TV series, 3 seasons, and it's about a woman prime minister.
Okay.
And how she manages or does not manage her family and husband, and it's a very tight ensemble thing about Danish politics.
Yeah.
It's very enjoyable, very smartly written, very adult.
Yeah.
Yeah, very good.
I wonder if it's a play on their current prime minister.
Is the current prime minister a female? I've never bothered to look.
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Oh, it's time. We're almost time.
Almost. Now I'm going to go and get myself something to drink, and I'll be right back, guys.
Okay. I'll go get my glasses on so I look more official.
Go get your magic marker while you can. Anish, where in New York are you? In the city, Brooklyn?
I'm in Brooklyn, Coleman. Yeah.
Good place to be. Which part?
Neighborhood called Fort Greene.
Yeah.
It's where Walt Whitman lived.
That alone makes it a great place to be.
Yeah. Yeah, I think about him. There's this nice little neighborhood park here that's like the best dog walking park. So everyone comes to bring their dogs here. But he helped found the park back in the 1800s. And it was designed by Olmsted. So Olmsted made this tiny little park over here, which is really beautiful.
Can't recall if I've ever been to it.
There's this gigantic Doric column in the center of it.
Yeah. Do you have a dog?
I don't have a dog, no.
Yeah, probably smart with working as much as you do. Where's your office?
In the financial district.
Okay.
So we're in a tower under like an insurance company and above some lawyers.
Yeah. Close to the World Trade Center at all?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, about less than 10-minute walk.
Yeah. Steve Nordenson was a structural engineer there, and he had an office just very close to where you all were, and he was there during the attack on the World Trade Center.
Whoa. Yeah.
The wind was out of his office. Fortunately, it was they were not a full office yet.
Yeah.
Pretty rough. So be careful.
Yeah.
See any planes flying over.
Yeah, just take cover. We have regular drills and stuff that they do after all that happened. Do you know that? It is. Do you know this designer named Forrest Fulton?
I do. Yeah, Forrest is a Mississippi guy.
He was one of my professors in undergrad.
Okay.
At Wash U, and I run into him from time to time. He lives in my neighborhood.
I think I ran into him one time when I was up there as well. Yeah, Forrest, I haven't seen him in years.
Yeah, he was a great guy.
Yeah.
He led a design build studio that I took my last year of undergrad.
Okay. I did not have him as a student. I can't remember how we made a connection, but really I was drawn to him very much. Very personable young man.
Yeah, he stayed involved with Roll Studio for a while, and then I think went to Auburn, which is where Roll Studio is, and then came to Washington.
That's right. Yeah, a lot of those guys out there.
Trying to manage 2 screens at once. Sometimes Zoom does not like it.
Michael, a quick heads up. The battery on my laptop's dead, and it has gone out. It takes me about 5 minutes to get back on. So if I go dark, I'll be right back. They want 3 days to keep my computer to replace.
Why don't you don't keep it plugged in?
I do keep it plugged in. I have to, or it would just go black. But now it started just on its own, going out occasionally. So if it does, it already has once a day. It's usually once a day. Don't think I was offended or
no. All right.
I'll be okay.
Made a run for it.
While you can.
All right, we've got 3 minutes to take off. All right, Patricio, Andre, I see you there too.
Hey, Michael.
Hey.
Just waiting for the renegade reviewers.
How's everyone doing?
Good.
So far, so good. Look at my good students showing up on time.
Yeah, early.
Lousy reviewers.
Wow.
Being late to Zoom stuff is hilarious because there's no excuse, but you know, you can't really say anything.
I find people are tremendously punctual about Zoom.
Yeah.
No one wants to click on join more than 30 seconds before they have to.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it's funny. People do join right on the minute as compared to the lead.
That's crazy.
Yeah. Then you're looking for the password, and then you wind up being 2 minutes late because you can.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's right.
Hey, Maddie.
Morning.
Morning.
How are y'all?
Doing great. It's nice to be back in the mix. These conversations are so much fun. Like I mean, work stuff is fine, but it's really different.
Yeah. And I protect my students from the real world as much as I can.
Yeah, that's good. I used to think it wasn't, but now I'm like, no, it's really good.
The little greenhouse, the little hothouse of architecture.
Yeah. Or 4-hour call about where the ducts are going to go and how big they need to be, and you just want to die by the end of it. You have to take a nap after the meeting because it was so much.
All right, students are coming in. Actually, we're waiting for Craig and Liam. Liam's probably gonna do part of this review from his car. I said, Liam, I hope you're not driving.
That'll be a first for me.
What?
Driving while reviewing architecture projects. That'll be a...
Yeah, I worry that the drawings on a phone are not going to come out very big. I hope he has another big phone.
Yeah.
Hey, Grayson. Hey, Jacob.
Morning.
Morning. I thought I was reading the intro that you sent, and it's cool that you all were able to meet at the site and have your discussions.
Yeah, I should have included a picture of all of us there. I think Andre took a group picture.
Mm.
Hey, Craig.
I got it.
Hi.
Boy,
Hello.
man, I love those huge headphones.
Yeah, it makes me sound like a rave DJ when I have them on. I'm like, yeah,
Yes.
wow.
Very good.
Hey,
All right, we're just
Dinesh,
gonna,
didn't know you were going to be here.
yeah, he
Surprise guest.
He wouldn't miss it for anything, he said. Where are you, Craig? Are you at the
I'm
office?
in my apartment, so we closed our studio for 2 weeks after Thanksgiving, and out of an abundance of caution. So we're all working out of our homes, although most of us have been. But I'm normally in the studio, but today I'm in my studio at home. So that's where I work, on the wall back there, and Elaine has a little desk over here, and so I'm in a, by the way, I'm in a very old building, an apartment building, and they're doing facade work on it because it's crumbling. So it may get loud. If it becomes a problem, let me know.
Okay. Liam, thanks for joining us. I know you're going to try some creative joining a little bit later.
Yes.
You're not going to be the driver, right, Liam?
We'll see. I'll leave it mysterious for now.
Hey, wow, is that Francisco down there? Or did I see? Gosh, all
Craig.
these familiar faces. I'm
That's Francisco.
surprised.
Hey, Craig, how's it going?
Wow,
Dinesh.
what a treat.
Hey.
And I think I saw Michael Rotundi was going to be later today.
Next
Yeah, he and I
session.
used to hang out in LA a lot, and I haven't seen him in, gosh, 3 decades or more.
Yeah.
4.
Yeah. Yeah. This is a family gathering, guys. But it not by accident. I love you all, including my students. All right. Hey, maybe I should start something then. I think what I'm going to do, just very quickly, is introduce you all to the site. You'd think I'd have this ready to go, wouldn't you? Yeah, talk amongst yourselves.
You sent us a lot.
Yeah, but the one thing I didn't send you was a good intro to the site. And that I'm not going to describe the school all over again, but especially for those of you who don't know Austin very well. Actually, who would that be? You all know Austin.
Yeah, I
Okay,
used
so
to
let me
live
just,
near, not too far away from the site. It was very
okay,
different when I lived there.
not escape. All right, let me do a screen share here. Okay, so are you seeing that? Are you seeing a site plan?
Not yet.
It's
Oh.
blank. Like
Ah, you know what this is? It's because I'm using a second screen. Okay, I'm gonna
Yeah,
unplug my second
it's
screen.
the word share has nuanced meaning in Zoom world.
there you
Yes.
go.
We can see it now.
All right. I
Yay.
just unplugged the screen. All right, so here we are down at the bottom, UT. Here's our site up on 34th Street. That's Shoal Creek. That's winding its way down. So we're at a junction here where there was a settlement long ago called Seiders Springs. That's where the hospital was, and there is a spring source, I think, somewhere down on the left. On the left, we see Briker Woods Elementary School, and on the right, St. Andrew's Episcopal School, which is a very fancy private high school. We're on the hike and bike trail. Our site is in the very middle of this picture, and I'm just going to tell you some of the words we've been using, because the students will refer to things, you know, let's say like, yeah, I kept a gazebo. Well, there it is. There's a sort of a very rickety, poorly designed and now rickety gazebo with next to a beautiful oak tree in the middle. There's a stone crossing from one which crosses Shoal Creek, which is prone to flooding. There's something we call the meadow, sort of a largish field, and the stone circle, which is where we would meet as students. I don't know does that enlarge for you or not? No, okay. But if you look just above the LE of circle, there's those little rectangles. You'll see a picture of
Yeah, I
those
can
in a
see
minute.
it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Got it.
So I'm going to just give you a series of views. The blue arrow is, so we're on the hike and bike path, and we're going to look up what we sometimes call the upper meadow, and it looks like that. So you can see the gazebo and the oak tree next to the gazebo. They're in a beautiful dialogue. The path, the hike and bike trail on the left, comes up over a rise next to the oak tree and then dips down again. It's just a wonderful piece of natural landscape planning there. We're now closer to the gazebo, and the tree and the gazebo together, I think, work just beautifully. And we met every 3 weeks on site. Twice we met at the stone circle, which you'll see in a minute, and twice we met here and had tea and refreshments and so forth. Luckily, we had really great weather always. Okay, we go down a slope from the gazebo, and there's that stone crossing, which looks like that. People carry their bicycles across. Kids jump from stone to stone. People wade into the water. And then you cross over to the other side, the top right of the picture. Now we'll look at the stone circle we've come across. There's another very handsome trees and the stone circle under one tree, which looks just like a perfect classroom for Louis Kahn to teach. I was very attracted to that. If you remember, Kahn talked about the first classroom being a tree. Unfortunately, the stones are not very well laid out. They're very crudely laid out. They don't quite work.
Say, is there there's some ancient history in this area too, right? From pre
Yes.
10, 15,000 years and burial mounds and so forth.
Well, I don't know that history. I do know that Seiders Springs was a pioneer settlement, and it was attacked by Indians and had to be saved and abandoned. Yeah, so there is a history here that Craig, you would probably get into, but I didn't for this. To the right of this, okay. To the right, we're seeing the meadow. So some students, there are at least 2 or 3 projects that are on the edge of the meadow. There are 2 or 3 around in different parts of the site. We did look very quickly at precedents. I was very interested in emphasizing rooms and spaces and relationships between things. So it was there was a big emphasis on relationality and on the light and shade studies. I was hoping we would get into sort of cyber, sort of online data structure visualization, but we really never did get to it. My hero for the semester, I've tried to make it theirs as well. We talked about what it is about rooms, and I'll just exit from there, stop sharing, and ask Francisco to open the day's proceedings. Francisco, you're on.
Thank you, Michael. Give me a second. Let me begin sharing. So Coleman, Craig, Liam, and our guests, thank you for joining us this morning. And listening to our review. This project is intended to be a summer camp for students around the ages of 11 through 14, typically around the age of middle school. And the camp is intended to function in the summertime and focus on the study of the arts and sciences. The approach I took was to create an architecture using 5 ideas. The first one was using light, shade, and shadows to create spaces both inside and outside of the area. The second one was to use passive systems to provide comfort in a summer school. Third one was to program. The third one was to have a design that would seamlessly blend with the landscape. So both architecture and landscape become one. And the approach was to have path improvements and site paths that lead to a potential improvement and awareness and appreciation of the site. The fourth one was to provide gathering spaces and functions during the summer seasons, but also after the operations of the summer program. And the fifth one was to provide learning spaces for the middle school youth from within the architecture of the school and also the surrounding landscape. So as Michael was explaining earlier, this is the creek, Shallow Creek runs north-south. And, I was thinking I actually kind of thought of a school and placed it in various places. And the one location that really intrigued me was right along the creek. The creek, in my opinion, is the heart of the site. There's a lot of beautiful aspects to the overall site, but in my opinion, the creek it was a great opportunity to embrace the landscape. So therefore, I explored this area a bit more and wandered around this area and around the southern portion of the site. I discovered all of the class saw this almost center, which is kind of like the heart of the site where a pocket of water rests. And within that area, there's a lot of different kinds of animals, whether there's fish or tadpoles, but also along the creek, which is adjacent to the area where I located the school. There's also, there wasn't a lot of flow, and within some of these pockets, noticed a lot of either trapped animals, fishes that couldn't get from one side to another. So I wanted to use that as an idea or a reason to place the building here to provide some sort of potential improvements to the site that came with the building. So this is the creek, and what I thought was to create a series of weirs, not necessarily dams, but weirs that would allow for the creek to be filtered almost as it went from north to south on the site. And then with this, thinking of ways of improving the site a little bit with the building and creating shaded spaces and extending or improving paths along this end. So the idea was that both the architecture and any landscape additions would read the same language, or would seem joint together. So thinking of a way that, an issue that arose with locating the school this close to the creek is that this area does flood. It's very prone to flooding, especially in worse conditions. So that influenced the architecture and thinking of the construction type in a way of elevating the school so that it wouldn't actually flood, but having the landscape embrace any potential flooding that occurred with a series of steps or an opportunity for the water to enter its original paths. On the interior, just really, like I said, one of the points was to create an architecture that used light, shade, and shadows, and really embracing a shape on this on the interior and the exterior that allowed for light to enter the space at certain times of the day, but not creating a heating effect on the interior. One of the things that we were asked to use in the school was to think of this summer school not being air conditioned, but using passive systems. So a series of fans are included in my design, which allow for air to enter from beneath the school, enter through a almost open space, atrium space, and enter a wall, which acts almost as a radiator. What I'm using here is a gabion wall that at the very top has a water source, a tube that allows water to trickle down the gabion wall all the way to the floor. So in that process, there are fans here that intake the moist air and blow it into this classroom spaces, and then have another series of fans above that provide an outtake. And this happens for both of the classrooms. And in the third space, which is a screening space for students to use as gathering space.
Did you say what happens downstairs, down on the lower level?
So downstairs, it's not, downstairs is an opportunity for—
This is actually ground level, isn't it? But it's lower level in here.
Yes. Yeah, so in this area, it's an opportunity for students to almost use it as a second classroom, but it also just provides an outdoor shaded space for the summer times for the public, the general public, to use almost as a pavilion, but a shaded open structure that's close to the creek. And yeah, that's my presentation.
All right, thank you, Francisco. Reviewers, have at it. We have till 10:40.
Francisco, one quick question is, how do you access the buildings? Where's your entrance to them? Are they separate entrances to each building, common entrance?
So the accessible entry would be a ramp that is ADA accessible, and the ramp kind of takes you through this unexplored portion of the site. And I say unexplored because at the moment there are a lot of smaller trees that aren't necessarily.
Yeah, we call that part the jungle.
Yeah. So I intended for the entry to be towards this end that's almost unexplored, to take the visitor into this journey. But the main entry to the building is here. Now that's accessible both through the accessible ramp, or if you walk across the stones and you go on the path that's facing the creek, you could also enter underneath here and go up the ramp as well.
Okay, thanks.
And then you're on an open porch, and the front door of the school. Show where the front door of the school is.
So this here would be the front door of the school here, and this is an open porch or a screened room. And then the more secure, the further along the right you go into the school, the more secure it is. There's a series of doors.
I have some general comments. Let me know if the noise, because I can hear a lot of noise where I am, but hopefully it's reasonably clear.
Quiet here, Craig.
Oh, great. Then the microphone is working, what it's supposed to do. And Elaine, by the way, Elaine is on the other side of this wall having another Zoom call. So, anyway, my first comment is about your starting point, which I thought was terrific. The idea of getting a feel for the habitat of this specific location. Shoal Creek is quite unique, not only in Austin, but really in the region. It has a very unique kind of habitat. It exists in a very specific kind of grow zone. There's a wonderful wealth of trees and wildlife, flora and fauna, some migratory, some more stationary. So I thought you started off with a really strong inclination of building a project in which the program wasn't only for humans. It was also for the other things that exist, live, and use this place. This is especially important, of course, the closer you get to these very, very delicate zones like riparian zones along the edge of a creek here. So I was quite excited about that. But as I looked through the presentation, I feel like there were places where there might have been some missed opportunities, especially the lower level. So the lower level really is the earth. It is the place where the earth exists in this project. Everything is kind of hoisted up in the air, which I'll talk more about in a second. But here's the place where habitat becomes visible, really. And when we make a large shaded area like this, which doesn't normally exist except for perhaps under some of the larger oak trees that might be there, you're creating a microclimate, very different kind of zone for life to exist. And I would have thought it being the kind of school that it is, to expose the interaction between humans and nature on that lower level would be the alternative classroom. The classroom on top is a more of a sort of, and we'll talk about that in a second, but more traditional, whereas down below, you really get to interact with the earth directly. You get to understand gravity, you get to understand water, you get to understand all those little things that occur in such a very delicate place like this. And when it floods, it needs to flood through there, and being able to expose how those floods move through the site, to me, is as beautiful poetry as anything you could come up with in terms of architectonic language. So that was one thing I wanted to comment on. And the other thing I wanted to say real quickly, and then I'll shut up, is it's often a challenge when you're building in flood zones, whether it's on the coastal regions, wherever you are. Even New York City has flood zones along the waterfront, obviously, or along river or creek beds like here. The inclination is, and it's fairly standard because it goes back thousands of years, is just to stick everything up on stilts. which is cool. You know, I mean, stilts is a great answer. It means though that of course those stilts have to respond to the water pressure in a different way. So if it's a bit like the underside of a bridge, you know, oftentimes you'll see bridges allow for the water current to move around their casements in very unique ways. So that often they have a special shape for that. But furthermore, when you lift something up, you know, obviously it's safer, but what are we really doing? I mean, you know, I mean, how it's like, well, here's a building and I'm going to stick it up on some sticks. And when you're in the classrooms, if you go up to one of those classrooms, you know, how much do you really know? Do you have a view of one of those classrooms?
Yes.
I remember earlier, you
Interior.
know, yeah, when you're in there, it almost looks like you're on the ground. In fact, the way the rendering is, it's maybe this is one of the ones that's on the ground. I don't know, but I thought they were all floating in
No,
the air.
they're all floating.
Yeah. So, you know, basically you take something that's actually on the ground and you pretend that it's not floating. So is there anything that could help people understand that they are actually floating, that they are somehow above this water plane, you know? And of course, I don't want to make like trite examples, but obviously things like falling water and other things, they kind of expose that concept that you are out over something. So those are my two big comments. The first one is habitat on the lower levels as being a stronger idea, and then also what really does it mean to be up in the air? I could go on about things like force ventilation and stuff, but I'll shut up.
No, those are great comments.
Maybe
I think, yeah, go ahead, sorry.
I was just going to add a couple of comments to Craig's, because one of my observations was related to his first comment about how you're treating that ground. And there's a process of rationalization that you've gone through to reconstruct that ground, right? And I'm curious about that process because it borrows a lot from the gridded nature of the classrooms and all of that construct above. And I'm caught thinking about what it would mean to take more cues from the landscape below as a way to think about new ordering principles that would have you rationalizing that new ground differently. I don't know what the right answer is or where on the spectrum of kind of architectural or infrastructural on the one hand to more natural on the other. But I suspect that there's like a whole range of really fascinating tests that exists somewhere in between. So like on one extreme end is, you know, that these stilts pierce the ground and to the extent possible, everything on the ground is reconstituted in a kind of quote unquote natural state as possible, thereby allowing for the ebbs and flows, the rising and falling of that creek to be registered underneath the classrooms. I don't know if that's not enough or if it's a kind of faux natural that isn't interesting to you, but I just think there's like a really interesting like bracket that you could explore within between a kind of architectural and a more natural constitution of that ground.
There was the thought, Liam, that, you know, those steps that are right next to the creek are a little bit like those flood gauges.
Totally.
Like, you know, it fills up perfectly to one step and then it fills up perfectly to the next step. And you can always like look at that and know how flooded it got.
Totally. And I guess, and I love that. I guess I'm just wondering, Michael, like, is the granularity of that registration tuned correctly? Like when I look at the big expanse there, I kind of imagine it being as a kind of unwelcome binary condition, like either that entire thing is flooded or not. And so maybe there's a kind of intermediate like formal test, which is about like a greater gradation between the lower level and the upper level. And so there's more play, more kind of...
And maybe some water gets in. Yeah, there's more, this is not playful. This is very definitely a sort of indexing somehow.
Yeah. So, I mean, I think that the initial thinking is there, right? It's about like how to register this change, these cycles. But I do think there's other ways that like really make it more playful or make it more engaging or make it more taking more cues from the natural contours. And then one last thought is like, if that's the case, then what kind of interesting implications does that have on the 3 boxes above? Like, should they continue to adhere to their own, own grid, or can they start to pull apart a little bit in order so that those spaces in between are each unique as well? And I realize maybe I'm sketching out a slightly different version of the project, but I'm trying to keep the concepts in mind, but open up a formal like set of tests that might push against one's like initial inclinations about how to rationalize and how to use grids.
Good point. Good point.
Great.
Good points.
Yeah, I'll jump in here for a moment. First of all, I want to commend you for using restraint on the design of the buildings and letting nature take over. Oftentimes, young designers want to make a form-driven project, and I think it's a very mature approach in just these shed roof buildings. Like Craig and Liam have said, I think engaging the creek is the heart and soul of your project. A couple of thoughts is the weir themselves, the weirs, those are fantastic. I really like those, but I feel like you could play those up more. I'm looking for ways to connect the building more to the site, more to the nature of the site, and pulling those weirs in. I know they align, or they appear to align with the gabion walls and so forth, but I think you could pull those in and really make a stronger statement about the connection between your building and the creek itself. This is a science and art school, is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah. So there are all kind of opportunities on the ground plane to turn that into an active science experiment, like the gabion walls. You could have places for pollinators to inhabit. Every time there's a flood, you've got a marker there. You know, one of the things of pride in New Orleans after Katrina was the high water mark on the homes, and people would actually keep those for years, and they became kind of markers. Which neighborhood got the height of water? So you've got learning opportunities there. You know, the bad boy in me wants to say, take your building 90 degrees and actually take the building across the creek with it, and then find ways to penetrate the floor plane so you're actually connecting the creek to the spaces above. They're quite austere. You put a lot of thought into the cooling of the spaces, but really activating those as art space and science space. I think you could play with that a little bit. You know, they're just desks lined up. No art student would tolerate that very long. That would be they're placeholders. I understand that, and then connect that to the screen porch. I wonder why the screen porch or outdoor space is not in the center of the two, and so you have the science on one side and the art on the other, and then the space becomes central focus.
Lots of students have that arrangement.
Yeah, as a gathering point.
Yeah.
So yeah, I love the gabion walls, and whether the water cooling would actually work in some cities like Houston and New Orleans, where there's high humidity, those sprays and outdoor restaurants actually add to the humidity. I don't know here if that would benefit you or not, but
yeah, it's
does.
true.
It does if you can get the air moving fast enough.
Yeah, you have to have a real swamp cooler,
right,
Yeah.
which takes a lot of energy, as much as an air conditioning unit.
No.
I like your project a lot. I really admire the restraint of it. So good job.
Ganesh, would you like to add something?
Yeah, I had a couple thoughts. I don't know if you all have been reading Khan's talks, the little book that has all of his writings and talks in it, but he talks about the difference between form drawing and design. And form drawing is where you come up basically with like, without a site, without a budget, without anything, what does this thing want to be? What are the parts? How are they arranged? And then you place it on the site, and that exerts force on it that causes it to change and to move. And when I see this arrangement, it feels like that form drawing. And a lot of the conclusions or a lot of the suggestions I'm hearing from others is how to then take that arrangement and make it integrated into the site, make it know where it is. And if can we go back to that perspective, looking at the weirs and at the building itself, my inclination is to start taking this, which is like a great kit, and just moving stuff. You know, do these all have to be at the same point? Could one of them go up to kind of a ridiculous height, which when you think of the age group, they're not kids and they're not youth, they're in between. So there's room for play in their environment and in their way of being. It doesn't have to go into like the whimsy of stuff for kids, but this right now feels a lot more suited to youth. And I think of like an 11 or a 12-year-old, like what if this building were actually like 100 feet down the creek and there was a path that connected them that was all exterior, and it was a real adventure to go from one classroom to the other, you know, or if it was just kind of magical in that way. What if one of these was on the ground and then there was a really interesting piece of circulation that connected the two so that you couldn't wait to go from one classroom to the other? And there was just more variety, I guess. To Liam's point, like right now, the planning geometry of the building is mechanistic. It's all orthogonal. It's like a really nice, well-oiled machine. Whereas the premise of the project is integrating into the organic nature of the site. So I would ask, could those relationships between the rooms loosen up a little bit? And I think of the Dominican Mother House as an image of that both has the machine's precise geometry, but it also has the sensitivity to the site and the facilitation of surprise and unexpected moments.
So Francisco, how do you respond? All three of your critics, all four of your critics, have wanted in one way or another to naturalize or loosen this up. And I know that you had these three pavilions staggered for a while, rotated for a while. We tried zigzagging them for a while.
Well, from my perspective, it's more about the ground plane. I mean, for me, the things that are above the ground don't have to necessarily. They follow a different rule system, but definitely the ground plane, which is in a flood zone and has habitat associated with it, it can't ignore it. That's, I guess, my comment. Whereas the stuff up in the air, so
you'd want to be able to look at this and look at that ground plane and not just see the necessary support for above.
Yeah.
Another work.
And it's kind of, it's like a reverse extrusion. You've got something in the air and you've extruded down to the ground.
Right, and you want to take the ground and make it come up. So they could have been mounds or rocks or ponds or...
Yeah, and the only way you can do that, which is the problem, a lot of, in my opinion, the big challenge with architecture is how do you make decisions? How do you know what to do? And we don't know everything. The only thing we can do is see what the needs are. And the more we understand the needs, those needs actually make the decisions for us. So those shapes of where the mounds and everything go and where the shadows are defined by what kind of habitat needs to exist there on the ground plane. And it sort of helps you decide what it's going to be like. But instead, because we don't get deep enough into it, we superimpose our own architectonic thinking on everything around us to get rid of the problem.
Yeah.
You know, Francisco, if I taught art here, I would have my students down on the ground floor. Those are the real classrooms.
Yeah.
I would spend all my time down there with the students. Art class.
Maybe have a fireman's pole out of every class.
Yeah, I kind of agree. Yeah, I kind of agree. It would have been interesting to make that function down there and then also be able to quickly clear it out when there's an emergency or a problem with the issues. But then again, you know, if you are going to lift everything up and keep the classrooms upstairs, then you have to replace it with something else below that's more useful.
we did all discuss a little bit that you could leave things in harm's way, because you get 3, 4, 5 day predictions on whether there's going to be a flooding problem.
Yeah, you can move everything up.
You can
out
move
of the way.
stuff up, get carts, even hoists, and pull them up out of them.
Yeah.
That's true.
Oh, by the way, before Francisco, I know we were running out of time real quick, but I did want to throw out 2 technical issues. Oh, and one slight comment. It's funny, everyone's talking about Kahn, and when I see this, I don't see Louis Kahn. I actually see Albert Kahn, the other Kahn, the one who worked with factories and things. But the thing I did want to say is there's a couple of technical issues I wanted to throw out there that are challenges to me. You're using a lot of steel, and running a steel through a wall that's supposed to be dripping water through it, is a kind of questionable, I would say. You've got steel beams in there. And steel in a gabion wall is a little bit iffy in my opinion. Also, the fans, we mentioned it briefly earlier, but you're going to have to really rethink that, I believe. First of all, they're kind of energy heavy use actually in some way. There's ways to build up heat and create natural convection in there with as little forced air as possible. So if you're not going to have air conditioning or other forced air, replacing it with a slightly more primitive forced air system, to me, isn't as ingenious as you could possibly be. So those were my last 2 technical comments. And by the way, I agree. Yes, placeholders. These chairs and tables are placeholders, but my comment in my studio is placeholders very quickly become tombstones. So don't use them.
All right, we have time for just 10-second wrap-ups if you want. Anybody? Okay. Ali, you're up next. Francisco, well done.
Hey, thanks a lot,
Thank
Francisco.
you.
It's good to see you again. What a treat.
Yeah.
Good seeing you all. Thank you, Craig.
Yeah.
Okay,
this is fun.
Allison. Goes by Ali.
Ali?
Yeah. The picture is a dog there. Ali, are you there? Ali?
She's certainly on mute, so that could be a problem. Do you want to, are you the holy host? Can you unmute people?
I am the holy host.
All right, great. You've got all the power.
I want to give her another 10 seconds.
Okay.
For all we know, she just ran down the hall.
Yeah, you don't want to hear flush or something when you unmute people.
Maybe our first review intimidated her. She's out of here.
Okay. Hey, Andre, we're going to swap you with Ali. You ready?
Andre. Sure, I can go.
Sorry,
Okay.
I'm here.
Oh, Ali's here.
Sorry.
Go, Andre.
Is that Ali?
Yes, this is Ali. Sorry, my volume was down, so I couldn't hear you.
Oh, okay. Well, that's interesting.
All right. Well, Craig, Coleman, William, thank you for being here. I'm excited to show you my work. My name is Ali. I'm a 5th year in the bachelor's program. Oh, hey, Dinesh. Okay, I'm going to share my screen. Okay. So this is our site. It is on the southwest corner of Shoal Creek and 34th Street in downtown Austin. This is a park area with hike and bike trails that go through it. This is the part of the site that my project sits on. It's called The Meadow. That's what we've been calling it this semester. And I became interested in this part of the site after visiting and finding this cute cove shown on the left that you can see from the meadow. And when you go inside, there's this relatively large and flat area that I was drawn to. My precedent this semester is The Norton House by Frank Gehry. It is in Venice Beach, California. What Frank Gehry did here is he set back the living programs farther from the coast and instead put a watchtower on the edge closest to the coast that's specifically meant for viewing the beach and the ocean. My takeaway from this was elevating the significant program in my project, which in my case is the screened porch and the classrooms. Here's the site as it exists. The dotted line goes around the meadow, which is the area, again, that I'm building in. As you can see here north of the meadow, there is an existing valley that slopes up on the northeast and west sides of the site. And I was really interested in using this slope to my advantage to make a building that could be 2 levels. So here's where my building sits. I carved out my own path from 34th Street so that there's private access, and this path arrives on the 2nd floor of the building. Here is a quick like axon render of the building. So you can see that it is a 2-level building, and the ground level is on grade with the meadow, and the upper levels meet the top of the hill on either side of the valley. Here's my ground level plan. So this is accessed from the meadow.
So could you tell us where that grove, the cove, sorry, where the cove that you visited earlier, where that is in this relation to this?
Sure. So the photos that I took at the cove were right at the edge of the meadow. My building.
Yeah, point it out on your plan. If you go back to your plan, just show me where it would be on your plan.
Okay. The cove kind of starts right here at this edge.
Oh, I see. Okay. Thanks.
Yeah. So my building's set back just a little bit into the woods.
Thank you.
So yeah, this is my ground plan. Inside of the building, I have maintenance spaces and restrooms. The main part of this plan is the courtyard, which is accessed from the meadow again. This is the screened porch plan. It is split between the ground level and the upper level, and it is accessed through a social ramp and stair that you get to from the courtyard. And this is my upper level plan. You can see again here the path that I made to access the upper level. So you can come through this path from 34th Street and enter the classroom.
And it runs along a contour, let's say. So it's a very level, very level path.
And you enter the building through this bridge. So this is what you would see upon arriving from that path. You are able to access both of the classrooms this way. The program in my upper level, I have the classrooms, the storage rooms for the classrooms, as well as a teacher's office. And some important things to note here also, this lift for ADA accessibility to the courtyard, and also for equipment, as well as the French doors, which are used in my ventilation system. So here's an interior of the classroom. This is a section going east-west. It's cutting through the classroom and the courtyard. You can see.
Sorry, could you go back to that last view real quick? It went a little too fast for me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Thanks. Appreciate it.
So in this section, you can see how the fans are in the western part of the building, the back of the building, and at the top of the slope of the roof. And the French doors are facing into the courtyard over a terrace. So this is how my ventilation system works in here. The courtyard, also what I like about this drawing is you can begin to see how the courtyard is framed by these 3 structures and becomes a really lively space that exists in between them. This is a section going north-south. So this is cutting through my screened porch and into the meadow. There's a steady slope that leads up to the screened porch, as well as this social stair again. And the angle of the roof of the screened porch just embraces the meadow. And I did this because I wanted to give the screened porch a strong presence. Although it doesn't have as much significance as my classrooms, I wanted to give it its presence by angling the roof that way and giving it its own entry through the ramp stair. So here's an up close. This is the top view of my building. I wanted to show you this because the courtyard is a space that really comes to life because of this rain garden that I designed. First, I'll just quickly show you this ventilation diagram to explain the French doors and the fans in the back of the building that facilitate airflow. But my rain garden is one of my favorite parts of the project. Rain is collected through this gutter and rain chain at the bottom of the slopes of the roof, and they feed into the rain garden pools in the courtyard. The building is at its best whenever it rains, right after it rains. So I'm going to show you a video that I made.
I can't see a video yet.
I have to reshare my screen, sorry.
Okay.
So We've been doing videos this semester, and it's something that I've been really interested in. Can you see this?
Yes.
All right, here's a quick rendition of it raining. So this is when the courtyard is most alive.
When it's pitch black.
Right after morning rain.
No, that was impressive. We're impressed.
Thank you. Okay, so going back to the entry sequence, while you can access the building from 34th Street via this trail, and while you probably have to as a person with disabilities, if you are physically able to, and if you know the place, you will probably choose to access my building from the courtyard. Again, I love this space in my project because I feel like it's the big part of the project that gives back to the park instead of just disrupting and taking away. This is a really beautiful entry, and I see it as being a public space year-round, even when school is not in session. So I also made another video. I'm gonna have to switch back and forth a couple of times. Sorry about that. So I made another video flying over the courtyard with people to make it feel more alive, as it would be in real life.
Did you say what was happening in the small pavilion at the culmination of the courtyard?
That is my screened porch. That is a lunchroom.
That was very much in the program, Craig. It's the third largest volume. Everyone has one. And it's supposed to be just an insect-free place to have lunch and classes and so forth.
Super.
Here's another shot from inside the classroom, looking towards the French doors that open up to that terrace. And from there, you can view the other building and the courtyard, and it kind of connects everything to the courtyard and to the center of my project. So as you know, we were assigned an online component, like an online alternative to our architecture in light of our new way of living, where sometimes we have to do school from home. Michael wanted us to create something architectural that could kind of make that issue a little less bad. So my idea was to give the students the opportunity to put their daily doodles in the park. So whenever they log on to their website to do their online schooling, they are prompted to add their daily doodle, which would be a part of a larger canvas that is projected onto the walls in my courtyard that surround it. So I have another video that I have to move to. So throughout the day, as students are logging in or maybe adding more to their drawing, somebody that's in the park can go view the live doodle screen in real time. And it'll be a really fun way for the students to have a presence even when they're not there.
Super. It would be cool if you could draw over it. Also, somebody walking by could like draw over someo's doodle. That would be pretty cool.
That would be very cool.
It can be done. It can be done. Microsoft.
Hey, hey you. Yes, you.
All right.
Ellie, what's behind the wall there? I didn't remember. Like
yeah,
that
on the lower
level. Yeah.
Bathroom.
On the lower level, there's just public restrooms and maintenance spaces.
Okay, so that's not a classroom space or anything like that.
No, so you can enter the restrooms through here. The wall comes out. I could show you my plan again if I could go back, but it comes out to kind of hide that entry.
Mm-hmm. That makes sense.
Here's another render of my courtyard. Again, my favorite part. And I'm close to concluding. I just have one more video that I would like to.
It's great.
It's going to leave us 10 minutes to talk, I'm afraid.
Sorry.
Oh.
Unfortunately, InDesign wasn't very nice to my video files, so I wasn't able to add them in there. But this is my final. Another view of the courtyard from a bird's eye. Oh wait, sorry, this is the wrong one. I already showed you this one.
So this is-
Sorry.
That looks like a Sim City. You built it in Sim City or something.
It does kind of look like SimCity. I actually had to delete SimCity in order to download this program. So
Yeah, it has that quality. I'm out there in Sim City somewhere, but I won't tell you who I am.
well, that concludes my presentation.
Yeah, cool.
all right.
I
Very
I
good.
feel like we're gonna have to talk super fast.
Sorry about that.
Allie, thanks, Allie. I don't know, maybe stay with the plan and we'll talk around that.
I got a couple of quick comments. One of them is when one looks at precedent, which is always a challenge. And I know that I think it was mentioned in the program, we're not designing from precedent, but still it's okay to look at other projects. But we have to be careful. So I used to live near that project, the Geary project. And, really, it's hard to say what came first. Were they inspired by the lifeguard stations just, right outside the house? Or were they inspired to pull the building back first? Who knows what came first? But there was a direct connection between the lifeguard stations there along the Venice Beach and that particular raised thing. So it's not just, oh, they wanted to raise it and pull the house back. There's actually a story, a lineage behind that thing. It's important to recognize those things when you're looking at precedent. The thing about the rain and the rain garden, real quick, I want to throw out a couple of technical things because we design a lot of rain gardens. A rain garden is not a place filled with water. So your section shows this kind of huge tank of water. Actually, a rain garden is dry almost all the time. It catches a lot of rain. And so for a short period of time, it'll have rain. And then that rain water should overflow and then flow into the rest of the site in a particular way. So it's more of a process than just kind of collecting water. If you just collected it, it would be stagnant and in some ways, and you'd have to tend and maintain it in a very high energy way. So just be careful about falling in love with the idea of a rain garden without knowing all the complexities that has to go. We don't have to solve it for this presentation, but you should at least note that in how you talk about things. The other thing about rain in Texas, having lived there for a while, is the expression I love best was when it rains in Texas, it's like a cow pissing on a flat rock. It just comes down like in 5 minutes you've got 30 inches of rain. It's as intense as hell. And so the rain that you showed was one of those beautiful delicate little rains that might occur early in the morning in a spring, but many times you'll have these torrential rains. And what does that mean to me? That's an interesting question in terms of how one controls the water when it really rains that hard. The other thing I wanted to mention very quickly was the notion of the character of the building. There's this, it makes me feel young again to see a roof pattern that was old by the time I was starting out in school, like this kind of 1960s, 1950s folded a roof plane, which almost looks like a kind of Google, what is the name of that architecture in California in the 50s when they did the, talking about, these kind of crazy roofy things. But then everything below it, which the roof almost looks commercial or institutional, and everything below it is kind of residential. You have these like so-called French doors and wood siding and things like that. So there was a kind of incongruity to me in that sense. And the last thing I'm going to say, because I know we got to shut up, the span of those roofs is really interesting. And you have columns at each end, and the folded roof plane actually makes for a really strong roof. But then you have the end walls as solid as if they're holding up the roof, but they don't need to. So to be able to really experience the freedom of that roof plane and the freedom of the light and air moving through would have been really interesting to capture. So those are my quick comments. I have a few more, but I'll shut up.
Thank you.
Yeah, I was also pretty interested in the roof. It plays such a dominant role in the project sectionally, but also experientially, given the amount of care and attention that you've paid to its texture, its color. So I was thinking, is it possible to experiment with the limits of that structural system? In other words, right now there's a really interesting space that exists between its edge and the face of the building. And I'm wondering, like that zone or that kind of like liminal space between interior and exterior, which you've kind of beautifully articulated with the French drain, or the chain that leads down to the rain collection there, rather, not the French drain. Yeah, thanks. And like there's something really interesting about how that plane is rearticulated in a kind of like there not there way. And so I'm wondering, like, is there an area of research here that like explores that the figure of the roof and its like potential dynamism relative to the face of the building? Like, I'm just thinking about the brief and like what constitutes roomness. Is it possible to create a liminal room, rather than a kind of like zone that's more conventional in its proportions that you walk along? Like, is it possible to think about that as actually a room? How beautiful would it be to just try to constitute a room with like an edge of an overhang, and then just like the slightest suggestion of demarcation with the chains? And I bring that up really because there's been a lot of attention paid to the roof, and I'm just wanting that to become even more operative in the project.
Yeah, I totally agree with that too.
Allison, what is the roof made of? That turquoise? Is that?
Maybe it's made of turquoise stone.
Made of turquoise.
Yeah, made of painted metal.
I'm sorry?
It's just a painted metal material.
Oh, yeah, so it's not concrete, huh?
No, we actually talked about it being a steel framework inside that we're not.
I see.
Okay.
Steel like a steel truss.
Yeah, I'm glad it's not concrete. Actually,
yeah.
Having the idea that wood holds up concrete.
Yeah. Yeah.
Bruce, I guess similar to the last project, I'd like to see you tie these three functions together more. That they seem too segregated. Maybe the program calls for that, but my reading of it, there's no reason that it does. But one thing beyond that is I would really urge you to think more creatively about the openings in your buildings. French doors and hopper windows, all lined up like little soldiers. I mean, it's an art school after all, right? And having those French doors and hopper windows open onto the onto the walkways, it's just a liability for people trying to walk. Trying to walk by. So think about large rolling doors that would open this up. Also think about your strategy of cooling this. There's not you're relying only on breezes. You're not pulling the air through in any passive way. And
she has fans then.
Yeah. Okay, fans.
Yeah, everybody's relying on the fans, I guess.
I told him to.
Okay.
Then, yeah.
I get that, and that's a good backup, but that's not passive. You could create other ways of doing that. Also, this is a climate that has mosquitoes in the summer, and this is true of all of these buildings. Having these windows that open and doors that open, the first thing they would go and refit is put screens on those. So plan for those. Figure those out. How you can actually be in these buildings, and not be eaten up by mosquitoes. I would really look at your openings more critically than just jumping to squares and French doors. I think you could improve it quite a bit.
Yeah, we did discuss that the awning windows should probably be pivots at least, so they don't project out as much on the pathway side.
Could you go to the plan real quick? And because I also noticed that just go to the plan and focus on the doors, because there was an immediate like, whoa, really? Yeah. So you see, you have a lot of issues here. One of them is that those doors, the space between the so-called French doors is not wide enough to have the door open 180 degrees without hitting the other door. And then, which is just a simple thing. But I agree, we shouldn't even be using those kind of doors, as Coleman said. But also the door, when I'm approaching, why wouldn't I want to walk along the balcony and just enter through those doors? Why would I come through a side door, another door, which just kind of opens in a strange way into the corner of the room. Like if I were walking along, I'd be looking at these exciting places and then come in off the balcony. That I just don't know why we would need that extra door. But that goes back to my comment about letting the real needs of things make the decisions for us. Like as was just said, wouldn't rolling doors or lift up doors be better? Yes, because you can see that if you really follow through how they get used, you could see very quickly that that door that's being called a French door is probably not appropriate. Something else made the decision for you that wasn't actually how it works.
Why not make all of these classrooms just screen pavilions?
Yeah. Yeah.
Summer school, why?
Yeah.
Why
Right.
have these walls and windows? I think
Yeah.
it's a critical, a radical rethinking in some ways of what you're doing.
Yeah.
Maybe the program calls for that, but
No,
architects, part of their job is to define the program.
I wanted the screen room distinct because screen is incredibly fragile.
Yeah, but you don't have to use, they could be screens, different kinds of screens. I mean, I agree that it's fragile, but you can
be a cage.
Yeah, but not necessarily. You can use wood system, which has very narrow slats, and you're creating a room out of the wood system, almost like a log cabin, but with gaps, and you can screen those in ways. I would have thought a lot of ways to create a mosquito-proof room that isn't just recreating
I think,
a solid room.
We'll actually see that a little bit later. Someone's
Danesh,
2 words.
Okay, can we look at something that shows the whole courtyard? I just want to talk about the courtyard real briefly. Courtyard is currently a symbol of hyper order. This is like the locus of the entire universe right now, and it's a very like temple situation. And the thing that happened was that cove that you loved so much, you kind of obliterated it with this concrete courtyard.
Yes, right.
And the beginning of your project was the meadow, but yet the meadow ends here with a hard line. So I would love to actually bring in the wilderness all the way up to your Greek temple back there. And then the same way you have bridges and stuff, maybe there's elevated or very delicate pathways that walk people through the wildflowers and wild grasses, but heart and center of your project is the meadow that you love so much. The other thing is this screened-in porch is a wild room. It's like 40 feet tall of screen.
Yeah.
It's crazy. And then it has stairs in front of it that you would expect to be going up to the White House. It's a very like curious piece to all of this, and we haven't talked about it. Yeah. But I think it's super weird and interesting, but it would be great to talk about it more. That's all I wanted to point out.
Yeah, I think this project did in fact start with a watchtower, just like
Gary's project. Yeah.
Front. And it has evolved a lot. I think what she did very well.
Yeah, it's super cool.
Handicap access.
Yeah.
Keeping things level and accessible.
Yeah.
I actually am very charmed by the project, and I think that the social space made by the pond, I agree, maybe a little too rigid. The curious temple, screen temple.
It's a neat arrangement.
Yeah, I actually say I find the sort of the mixed genre of the whole thing provocative.
Yeah, I would enjoy stumbling across it if I were going along the Shoal Creek thing. I'm like,
it's got a sort of a folk aesthetic to it. It's not styling like an architect's work, quote unquote, should be. But I was happy to let it like funk out. Because I think it makes all the right moves spatially. Certainly those French doors look like they've been ripped off someone's
Why do we call them French doors? I don't know why.
That's the technical name for them, French.
It is?
Yeah.
Wow, I didn't know the French invented double doors.
Wow.
Double. Yeah. Look it up, man. Look it up.
Yeah, okay.
But yeah, if you think about life on those porches, the simplest thing, like Craig said, we should have made them double back, or have shutters and screens. Maybe be pulled back to the column line so that there's some depth for them to be in. They're just a little bit sort of slammed on. And if we had more time, I would probably encourage us to look at that. But Ali, what a great presentation, plus videos, plus rain in the videos. Come on. Good work.
Oh,
Thank you, Ali.
yeah, fantastic.
All right. Andre, and welcome Nestor Bettino.
Whoa, Nestor. Wow,
Yes,
family affair.
yes, yeah.
Hey, by the way, I did look it up. We call them French doors here because we like to call all kinds of neat things French in the United States. In
nice.
France, they call them window doors.
Window doors.
In French.
Pommes frites.
Yeah.
Door.
Great, that's a fun fact.
All right.
Yeah, useful in a cocktail party filled with door salespeople.
Absolutely, can't wait to use that one.
Here, have a door. They're fresh.
Yeah. It's a baguette door.
That's funny. Cool. All right. Well, I'll get started. Great work, Ali and Francisco. Thanks to Nesh, Coleman, Craig for being here. We appreciate your time, and I will just get right into it because I want to use my minutes. Anyways,
11. Let me give you another 5 minutes. 11:35.
11:35. Perfect. So just to kick it off, so I'll kick it off with the site right here, kind of looking at what I found interesting in the site from the first times we visited. And so this is the site as a whole, as you've seen before. And this is really what area we're looking at, is this Seiders Springs area. And to zoom in, the part that first of all, what I found interesting about the site itself as we were walking around was I was really curious. There were so many areas to explore. And as a child, or as a younger version of myself, I would have loved to be in these areas and just run around and, I don't know, look for buried treasure or something like that. I really loved that aspect of the site. And so I wanted to locate my building right in this area over here, kind of surrounded by the trees. And I did that because I thought it would be really nice to be able to go literally be in the school and then go right outside into these woods and kind of run around. And so a few views of the site itself, taken from this point first, from the meadow. This is that area I'm looking at. So it's really just brush over here. It's kind of overgrown and there's a lot of trees in the background. You can see a stone circle on the side as well. This is where we meet for class. And a view from the stone circle to this area, which I thought would be nice to connect to the project as well, because it's already there and we can use that. So to look at the, looking at the site itself and the context, I kind of drew that in to see what kind of buildings are around. And this is the proposed site plan I'm offering here. So I'm actually proposing to change the paths a little bit. Over here, there's an accessible access to the elementary school, which is through that path, and the path actually goes through the building and around the building. So at different points of the year, the building is only open in the summer. You can close that off if you need to, but I thought it might be interesting to have that trail go through the building itself. Of course, it doesn't go inside the building. It's actually just it's an exterior path. One of the points in my building that I thought would be really important was I wanted all the circulation to be exterior. And so this is an axon, which I'm going to go in more in depth. You can see the screen porch in the center, and then all the classroom spaces and offices around the side. One thing I'll point out here are these wind chimneys, I call them. So we were tasked with force ventilating the project, and so I came up with this idea of a wind chimney instead of a vertical chimney. It's a horizontal chimney, and it has a fan inside it, which you can see here in this roof plan. Something else that I was really wanted to incorporate, which I think this view shows well, is these wild grasses. I thought that I wanted to include an area for wild flowers and wild grasses to be present, and you can look at that from the classrooms or from the screen porch, because I am getting rid of a lot of that brush. So here there's, in this view, I'll zoom in a second, but this is kind of how it's organized. You see the meadow and the public space out front. There's a path that goes up to the front of the school. You enter through the screen porch. And there's also the trail that's on the side as well that you can access. To zoom into this floor plan, you can see that the classrooms are on both sides, and I was interested in that relationship of the screen porch to the classrooms, as well as the space between. And so there are these voids with grasses and flowers, and all of the accessory programs such as offices, restrooms, storage are all on the side over here. And a quick indoor-outdoor analysis, you'll notice that all of this is indoor, the rest of it is outdoor. So I wanted to really, as I said, use exterior circulation instead of interior circulation. And here is a render. You can see some grasses here, and this is looking down that path. This is the accessory program on the side, and the screen porch and the classroom in the background. To contrast that with one of the classrooms, this one is unfurnished currently, but the classrooms are really well lit. There's a lot of sunlight, but there's also overhangs that kind of protect you from that sunlight to an extent. And this also shows this truss structure really well, which is present throughout the roofs, supporting all of the roofs. It kind of is repeated throughout the project. In a couple of sections, you can see here the relationship of the classrooms to the screen porch and how they interact together. And in this bottom section, you can kind of start to see how this ventilation is working. In this next view, I have some diagrams of how these louvers at the bottom are sucking in the air, and it's being pushed out through this fan at the top of this wind chimney. With the screen porch, it's a little bit different because the fans are working differently. They're really just blowing air at the top and sucking from the bottom. And all of the roofs as well, since there's so much roof area, I decided to make all of it drain into these rain barrels on the side of the building or underground, some rain storage as well, so that water can be reused instead of wasted. A quick wall section, which I won't go into much detail of, but one thing I wanted to note was the metal screen that is operable from the inside. You can kind of move around those metal shades as you need to provide some more customizable sunlight. And also it's all elevated on piers as well. The classrooms are rather. A front elevation, you can again see kind of the whole facade and those rain barrels at the back. And an enlarged view to see, I guess, how these roofs are, they're not connected, but they do reflect each other in the slope. And here is a render of the front of the building. As you're kind of walking up, you can see these grasses and such. And from the inside of the screen porch, kind of how that, there's a really large steel structure, which I thought contrasts the rest of the building. I really wanted that screen porch to be different and contrast the rest of the building. So yeah, the language is very different. In another view of this axon, you can again see that stone circle on the side, all of the trees around the edges and how the building is kind of tucked away into those trees. And in this section, you can see, I guess it's a mixture of that section and isometric view. And what I want to pay attention to is this classroom here. Not the classrooms, rather, but sorry, the sunlight. We talked a lot about volumetric sunlight throughout the semester of how light can be thought of as a volume instead of as just an opening or a window. And so in this is the other classroom, and you can see how that light starts to pour in. And I do have a couple of videos I wanted to show that are right here. So this is that sunshade boundary that we talked about with volumetric sunlight and how that can enter. And I hope this isn't too laggy for you. Sometimes my videos are a little bit laggy, but you can kind of see how that sunlight comes into the classroom and washes away. In this first video. And in the second video, I have a fly through of the whole project where you can kind of get a feel for the space. This is going through the screen porch. Looking at that, those kind of garden spaces in between the building and the screen porch. And then finally, looking at the classrooms and the relationship to the outside and to the screen porch itself. And then one last thing I wanted to mention, I don't want to talk for too much longer, is I wanted to bring up the online portion of the class. Like, as we mentioned, a portion, whenever the students are in class, they're in class either Monday and Wednesday, and then Tuesday and Thursday they're online, or they're flip-flopped. So they're online Monday, Wednesday, in class Tuesday, Thursday. And so in order to interact with the students that are in class, I developed this little really basic website here where you can kind of navigate between using kind of the floor plan itself in a way, spatially. And so I was really interested in socialization. I thought it was really important to have those students who are online connect with each other. And so they could do that through this portal of the Screen Porch, kind of somehow talk to each other. But the big thing was, how can we incorporate learning this as well? And so I thought that something we do well in studio is we show each other our work and we really talk about our work. And so if the students were able to, on Monday and Wednesday, do their work, say make art projects on Tuesday and Thursday, they could go home and kind of document those projects and put them up for other students to see. And so here you could interact, and notice in the background, you kind of have a live stream of the classroom itself. So you can see a video of students working in the classroom, and in the classroom itself, there would be a board that kind of shows all of this work. And you could click on a project, say this one right here, for example, and kind of look at the project. There would be a description of, once it loads here in a second, there'd be a description of the project, whatever that might be, and different people would be able to comment on these projects and kind of start to look together, kind of like we do in reviews and studios, which I think is a really great way to learn. So you could go back, click another one. And again, this is both accessible online and also through a virtual board in the classroom itself. So
thankfully, we're not using hearts and thumbs up to do comments. I'm so grateful for that.
No hearts in this one. Who knows? Maybe in volume 2, right?
All right, Andre, great presentation.
Great, and that is all I have got. So I would love to open the floor to you all. Thanks so much.
I'll not be so quick this time. I'll wait. I'm usually too fast out the door.
Go ahead and jump in, Craig.
You sure? Okay, well, I know that we shouldn't be looking at too much precedent, but there's a lot of, this project reminds me a lot about Francis Carey's work in Africa, and I'm sure a lot of you have been looking at that.
Yeah, we have three Careys in the studio.
Yeah. So, there's a kind of very simple attitude about structure in a lot of these, even though they might look complicated. The spans are minimal. They use smaller steel elements, things that you can carry onto the site. Make it easy to construct, which is another thing that we've not been talking about here. And that is that we have this really beautiful site that's super special. And then if we're not careful, the construction process to actually build the building that you'd like to make will kill so much of the site that there won't be anything left, to enjoy afterwards. You got to bring in big trucks and big, you have to crane and haul these things in. So I think that this one starts to go in that direction where maybe it could be, more easily built than necessary in an ordinary structure. The other thing, and again, this is related to my mantra, I guess, of the morning, which is let things make decisions for you. And the same is true with the wind chimney that you presented, which I think personally is a great idea. I love the idea of using a wind chimney. It's such a simple and great way to get ventilation in a place like this. But again, like the rain garden before, a wind chimney is not just a thing. It's like, oh, I'll just make a wind chimney and everything works. It actually, it has a very specific set of principles that make the wind chimney really function. And if you leave those principles out, not only will it not work, it probably will be ugly and not as interesting as if you allowed the principles that make it work become the expression of the design. So in a wind chimney, for example, the more heat you build up at the top, it really makes a chimney. So if you can heat up the top of this thing super hot, right? It'll get hot up there and it'll suck the air, the cooler air, and in quotes, I mean cooler. It's not particularly cool in Texas all the time in the summer, but cooler than what's up there to get the airflow going. Furthermore, its relationship to the breezes is very important, to the natural breeze that's normally found in the summer. So you've made these just the same all the way around the building, and actually they'd be shifting and changing depending on their relationship to the sun to get the most heat on a reflective thing at the top, and in relationship to the breeze that moves through here. And that would suddenly give you like something really cool that you don't even really have to design, because the climate's designing it for you. And the last thing I wanted to say before I shut up is I was laughing to myself when I saw your wild grasses with handrails around them. Well, no, I have two more comments because this leads me to the other one. You know, it's just an odd thing how we deal with nature. And I've always questioned this. It's a kind of humorous, but I'm serious at the same time. You know, where do building regulations stop? Like if you were to stand in the middle of a city and you were just to start to walk, building regulations, building severe, like urban planning considerations, safety regulations, ADA regulations, and at some point on your walk after maybe 10 miles from the center of Austin, you'd hit the landscape, in quotes, and suddenly there'd be a rock, like a boulder, that would have no handicapped considerations, right? Because it's nature. You wouldn't have to have a handrail. You wouldn't have to promote a way to get up or over the top of it. Their safety would be of no concern, and its particular location would not be a part of any urban planning regulation. So suddenly nature is free of safety. And here we see those two worlds colliding with this handrail. It's like, don't fall in the grass. Nature's dangerous, you know, and I could just imagine making a whole project out of that to show how dangerous nature is in the city, or how dangerous architecture is in nature, one or the other. And that leads me to the last comment. If you go to the site plan, you have this really weird triangular space, any site plan or any plan. There's this, you've done this great deal of care to create this sort of slightly angled thing. And I don't want to get into, I don't understand where the angle's coming from, but I'm sure there's some interesting reasons. It certainly makes for some interesting spaces. But then there's this path system that brings you to this weird little triangle of land. You see that little triangle there? You can go to a closer plan, I guess. No, the one in the front. That one. Yeah, it's like I've got all this stuff and I'm doing all these grasses and everything, and then you've got this almost like back of the Randall's parking lot kind of intersection of sidewalks that have some leftover green space in it, right? Like why is it suddenly that space doesn't really have to matter? But these other spaces just next to it matter 10,000%. Like they're in walls and and this other one is like, oh, there's a little triangle. I'll put some grass there, and they're right next to each other. So, you know, for me, I just, I'll shut up now.
Great point.
Is this the space you mean right here? Is that correct?
Yeah, that one. Yeah.
Yeah, gotcha.
It's just too casual. All right, go ahead, Coleman.
You're absolutely right. Yeah.
Or everything should be casual. Anyway.
Yeah. I was able to take a look at your project at midterm, and you've made a lot of improvements since then. So I congratulate you on that. The screen porch, if I remember, it was a jewel then, and it's become more of a jewel now. But you know, you said it was quite different in vocabulary. I'm not sure it's quite different. It's just more complicated. You've got the similar structural system on your U-shaped building in a very utilitarian way, right? Still a metal frame and so forth. But then it was more of the same in the screen porch. And the vocabulary of the forms are different, but I would like to see more contrast between that. Maybe the U-shaped buildings are glulam beams or something. So the jewel box really is distinctive in what it is. And the other thing that concerns me a bit, and through your videos, if you're taking a science class in August, and that sun's coming in full bore as it showed in your videos, without overhangs or being mediated in some way, it's going to be a heat box in there. I would try to find ways to actually protect that sun, since it is a summer school. This is when it's going to be the hottest, and the heat gain on those looks like concrete floors from direct sunlight and so forth. Yep. Any offsetting you had with your heat chimneys would be picked up with the retained heat in the slab sort of thing. So instead of letting that light in fully, find ways to let it in, but find ways to mediate that. So
yeah, I would have to agree. Andre, your videos were your undoing a little bit.
yeah,
You showed you showed how much sunlight is going to pour in there.
Yeah.
Instead of how protected it is from sunshine.
Definitely. And I think that to that point, I even wanted to emphasize that sunlight more, because I was trying to show that the change perhaps, but I think you're right. I should have, that it wasn't in a way my undoing.
If this were a winter school, it'd be great. But since it's a summer school,
Andre, change the title.
There you go.
Winter school.
Winter school.
I'd love to go to Nestor if you'd like to throw something in, Nestor.
Yeah, Andre, you have some very nice components to your project. Can you hear me okay? Yeah.
Yes, I can.
Okay, great. A very nice feel to the structure, a very nice feel to the openings, and sort of picking up on the other comments. I agree with Coleman. You talked about a contrast bit, it's not there. So my question to you is, what have you really gained by doing the rotation of that screen porch? So if that screen porch were regular to the rest of the building, and you still had gaps in between it that the grasses could grow through and the light could come through, what have you really gained? And that's one question. Then the other question is, by doing that, if there's a reason to do that, has it impacted the other building, and has it created spaces that are unusual or that result in something unexpected that is worth the effort of doing that?
Yeah, great question.
Maybe go back to the plan and talk about that.
Of course, yeah. So by rotating the building, what the kind of the rationale behind that was to create these a little bit more irregular spaces, which are actually let them be a little bit larger. And so it was in a way a technical problem, because I wanted the screen porch to be a certain square footage. I wanted it to be big enough, but also I wanted to have some spaces that will allow sunlight into these gardens, so to call them. So whenever I did have it actually not rotated before, whenever it was just parallel rather, though there wasn't enough sunlight that was getting into these back gardens, which is why I decided to rotate that.
Talk about the impact on the classroom space of your rotation, because they're just like tiny little bites out of the classroom. So they're neither respecting the classroom nor impacting the classroom so much that you get something out of it. So can you talk a little bit about?
Sure, yeah, that is kind of
how you decided on that particular amount of bite.
That's a really great point. Let me go back to this axon. That was kind of an attempt on my part to emphasize the entrance a little bit. So the screen porch has these two outdoor porches as well. And yeah, instead of just having it be flush, I decided to push it in a little bit. Perhaps that wasn't a right call, because it's really not monumental.
You were trying to put a front door on the classroom, right? Or door.
Yeah, I was trying to emphasize that entrance, and I think you're right, Nestor, to say that it wasn't the most successful way to do that.
So again, I think just to sort of complete the thought process, you could either have that inner piece, the porch, be sort of where the rest of the fabric of the building opens up and does something, but it retains the organization of the rest of the building, or it's really something that's worth the effort that you put into it, and has a more significant impact. I think you can get much more bang for it, and I would just encourage you to see what how one system can impact another, and what results from it that may be unexpected, unusual.
Yeah.
Hopefully better.
Yeah. It's right next to a wind chimney too. I'm beginning to think that they could have fused in some way into a single feature.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
Nice project.
That's good.
Yeah, Dinesh, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I've got one small thing, and it's just your original premise. Again, you were attracted to this point that's the joint between the forest and the plain, right? And I would love for the building to actually be the link. And when you're in the building, you're heightened that you're on the joint. But what I see that's happened is you actually made a castle to the forest. And the whole outside is quite protected and not aware of the trees that are right there. And the orientation of the spaces are all towards the courtyard, which is cool. But I could see there being a neat interplay where the condition of the prairie evokes some sort of relationship to that part of the building, and then the condition of the trees does something else. So that when you're inside, you realize that you're at this meeting point, and it's very special because of the two.
Yeah, that's a great point of being inside and having kind of the contrast of both sides, but understanding both. Yeah.
Yeah, like what's your section? If that's your roof or whatever, like how is this wall different than that wall?
Yeah, that's a great point, Dinesh.
Didn't you once have windows pretty much all around, Andre? I seem to recall.
I perhaps did it at one point. There was a lot of iterations. This might be a good view. So on the other side, I had these clerestory windows kind of just to look at the trees, but I thought that a classroom might need wall space to hang things up and to have like solid wall space like we need in studio, for example. But I think you're absolutely right. And there's something that would have been cool would have been maybe interacting with just the tops of the trees here, or having really emphasizing the trees on this wall as compared to looking at the screen porch on this wall. I think
if there was like a slot that revealed some amazing tree back here or something like that, just some way to introduce people to the forest.
Yeah. And you know, the span is not large enough to justify the column, but I did like what the tree-like aspect of the column, and I thought that you were maybe trying to metaphorize the tree into the roof system.
Yeah, in a way, I think I was inspired by that, by the complexity. Yeah.
But you'd want to be able to see the relationship of that to the trees outside. These are all really, really good comments. But Andre, you developed it so well, and your fly through was super convincing to me. I feel like I dreamt it. I feel like yeah.
I love the path. I thought that was really special.
Yeah, that was nice. The path it bisected through like Cupid's arrow kind of thing.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, it could have been interesting to read it even more distinct from the other paths.
Doesn't this feel like a place you've actually been somehow? It does to me.
Yeah.
Like some park center, some park welcome center.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Andre. And last but not least for the first session, Jacob D'Souza. Jacob.
Great. Thank you so much.
Hello, everyone. Good morning.
Hi.
I just want to first off say thank you so much to all the reviewers. I appreciate you taking the time, and I'm excited to have you on my review. So, I saw the opportunity of the school on this site as something that could be significant, not only within its kind of limited temporal lifespan, but something that could have a utility in larger contextual time frames. So as both an institution in its temporal sense, and then something that almost as a piece of infrastructure that once the building would fall away could still have some benefit to the site. I located it between the existing walking path and this bend in the river. And the river doesn't really flow; it's actually a wash. So it just
that's right
at once, and then it collects in pools.
Yeah, I think normally referred to as a creek rather than a river. And that's St. Andrews across the road, right?
Yes. So there's an existing amphitheater on that south side of the school, that a natural amphitheater where the creek would bend, and there's this beautiful reflecting pool that was often hidden actually to most people. The walking path didn't allow actually really any access down to this amphitheater. So I saw that the site or the school could create a dialogue with this amphitheater and the path, and then also perhaps a relationship with the existing pavilion located on the north as well. This is how it sits with that existing path, paralleling that existing walking path right now. And then on the right side, it steps down to the river.
Is that the stone on the left side, the stone circle?
This is the stone circle is actually behind us.
Oh, I just saw something in the foreground. It looked like.
Oh yeah, so there's an existing infrastructure that's around the pavilion right now.
Oh, okay, thanks.
Like this kind of just paved, semi-paved stone.
Okay.
This is that natural amphitheater that is just this pool on the south side of the creek, or the south side of the site. I also noticed that there's an almost archaeological infrastructure that existed where it was there's these concrete pathways that had almost integrated into the site and become utilitarian because they actually allowed more access along the creek than was previously there. And I thought there was almost something beautifully utilitarian about that, and that over time these processes would kind of integrate and reclaim this infrastructure as almost part of its own. More photos from the site, these remnants. So as a base condition, I thought that the bridging of these two sites was very important. So the perimeter condition of the building becomes almost this topographical artifact that brings you down to the river, and also serves as a kind of retaining wall. And then within that, a series of rooms are organized in a way that have specific relationships to the site, but also create these outdoor rooms that also have relationships to the way the building sheds water. And then there's an interior courtyard condition that is this flexible and almost kind of non-programmed space that can aid that can kind of expand the rooms between rooms. The plan is organized so that the classrooms are defined, but then there's these kind of semi-flexible rooms that almost expand into the courtyard, but then there's an exterior perimeter of shutters that when the school is closed can shut off the interior courtyard and all access to the classrooms, but that external perimeter is actually still available to the public as a kind of piece of public infrastructure to take you down to the river. So the formal organization of the building was based around a series of gutters that each shed water in a kind of didactic process that gives differentiation to each one of the rooms. Some are reflecting pools, some shed right back into the river, others collect in cisterns underneath the slab. These gutters inform the rest of the structural bays, which allow the walls actually to be freed up and actually quite light and allow there's an exterior perimeter condition as well that kind of all the service spaces on the interior of the classrooms are buried into, and then allow a depth between the courtyard and the exterior rooms. Then the structural bays up ahead allow these light wells to bring light and ventilation into the spaces. I saw that the constructional system was actually really important as well, as something that could also display temporality and permanence. So almost as a series of stacked and different construction systems, starting with the perimeter and the concrete plinth that was kind of the most permanent infrastructural system. And then above that was a masonry unit that went up to the water line to keep everything below from all the kind of sensitive and valuable goods for being susceptible to damage. And then above it could be this kind of light and articulated wood tectonic system that was almost like a pavilion in its nature, that it wasn't necessarily permanent. The slope down to the site also allowed for a difference in perception of the project, where as you move around the site and down to the river, the stone and the kind of infrastructural nature of the project becomes more apparent, and the kind of par-type relationship with elevation of the wood and the stone becomes different as you move around it. Stone allowed there's small details that are located on the riverside, such as like a seating area that could perhaps be expressive of kind of the structural nature in a maybe perhaps playful but kind of didactic method as well. Sections through the project. This is significant things to note here. The drains follow down into a cistern underneath the lunchroom, and I say perhaps there could be some sort of hollowness to the way the sound bounces through that space. So there's kind of like, you're always aware of how the water is being shed and collected or perhaps used in this project. From the path down to the river, and then through the courtyard, there's this kind of.
Can we call those French roofs?
Sure. And then the outdoor assembly kind of extends that amphitheater, so it's like it gestures to the kind of circumferential nature of the site beyond. And then a view of that drain from within that seating area as it kind of sheds water back into the site. This is through one of the art classrooms and the light monitors, which kind of all that free space above allow for not only natural ventilation, but the possibility for mechanical and all storage space above there. And then also allowed the classrooms to be divided not by walls, but also by kind of this perceptual change in the ceiling conditions. So you could actually divide the classrooms further.
Jacob, could I suggest you speed up just a little?
Oh yeah, sorry.
You have so many beautiful drawings, I happen to know. And
look through these exterior rooms of the courtyard, that service band that wraps around allows this kind of depth where there's a series of different perimeter conditions. There's the folding doors, and then there's these curtains that kind of show.
It could be screen curtains, I guess, right? You could make the curtains even out of screen if you wanted.
Yeah.
Chain-like.
Yeah, something that could kind of demonstrate the airflow or the apparent of it. Section through the light walls in the classrooms. Well, moving on to the kind of more structural look at the plans. The walls could be quite light and articulated as these columns are doing most of the heavy lifting. So then it could be really these series of shutters that could allow air and ventilation through. Here's that lunchroom, that exterior room. One of them just becomes a screen porch. A view of that gutter detail that I wanted to be almost as articulated as the rest of the project, as the structure, not only the water, but the structural processes could be demonstrated.
Did you say that was wood, sort of wood cladding of some variety, or is that concrete?
Wood cladding, yes.
Okay.
Just of note here is kind of the way the drains are. This is the drain to the cistern. You kind of have to pass over this grate as you move around the project. So the exterior perimeter condition is integrated in the way that the project sheds water. Look at that screen porch here, the outdoor assembly, and then kind of small details like the way the courtyard would shed water down into the river as well, and then that drain that extends over the assembly into that pool, and then a look through the out towards the river, and then so these like semi defined platforms could actually expand the spaces of those exterior rooms out into the courtyard as well. So there's always a flexible nature to how that courtyard could be programmed. So perhaps it could be kind of a meeting or a graduation space at the end of the year, but there's plenty of flexibility between how the courtyard interacted with these exterior rooms. And then finally, I wanted this project to be, once it fell away, of some kind of infrastructural and perhaps utilitarian purpose. So I wanted it constructed that perhaps it could be, once it was all torn away, it was this kind of topographical landscape that could be filled in and taken back by the site. And then what was left once the CMU and the wood had fallen away was kind of a lot more delicate than had you thought of it a different way.
This is after the monster flood of 2040.
Yeah, exactly. That's everything.
Nice way to end. Yeah, nice picture at the end there. Wow, what a delightful project. Truly wonderful, and just really lifting the spirits looking at it. So many little moments everywhere that you probably didn't have time to present. Certainly the black and white photos, as you started off, were really interesting to me because they were relatively abstract. You couldn't really see what you were looking at in the photos. So you had to be intuitive. You had to translate those images as a viewer, myself, I'm talking about, and I'm supposing you had a similar process. I think that those were helpful. And the fact that you decided to use the existing infrastructure rather quickly in some way, I think is extremely important. So I could spend all day talking about all the great things, but I'll throw out a couple of hopefully helpful hints. Again, going back to the mantra of letting things make decisions for you. I noticed in your layout of the buildings, most of the long walls are facing east, and most of the short walls are facing north. Likewise, most of the long walls face kind of west on the other side of each block, and the short walls faced south. The prevailing winds in this area in the summer are from the south, and of course, the north has the least amount of ultraviolet, intake into the building, and you can control the east and west sides in a different way. So all I would want to say is that if you were really thinking about this on another level, I'm not saying here, but you would look a little more at those climactic patterns and see if they could help you arrange those things, knowing really the way the wind flows and the way the sun moves around each building, and that could help you make better airflow and control the heat inside. The last thing I'm going to say, because I think everybody else has some more to say, I just have a general question. Why are we collecting water here? I don't understand why. We have a creek over there that needs as much water as it can possibly get, and we're like damming it up and not letting it get into the creek in a natural way. So that's not about your project per se, but I think is a general question. It's as of course we all know, water causes wars. People kill each other over water, and in Texas it has a long history of politics related to it. So I think the notion of water, how it's controlled, how it's kept, how it's measured, how it's let go, maybe is more intriguing than just simply making a tank, and a tank that looks like it's made for Singapore or something. It was really a big tank. There's a lot of water in there. So I'll shut up now. Beautiful. Thanks a lot.
Thank you.
Coleman, would you like to comment on?
Sure. A sublime project. Congratulations, Jacob. It's really, really beautiful in so many ways. There's so much we could talk about. We didn't even touch on the strong geometric forms you sprinkled throughout the building and the fenestration. And I'm assuming that has something to do with it being an art school. But I really love those signs that call it out as such. It distinguishes it.
Yeah.
I think I would like to see, and this is not just your project, the formality of these spaces that you enclose is to make those a bit more informal. Let the park come into those a bit, instead of treating it as another room without a ceiling. Another thing I like about your project is, I think Michael's first exercise had you all deal with light and shadow and understand volumetric qualities of them. I really like the way you're playing with light and shadow in this building, and you could even play it up more. It reminds me a bit of the the National Art School in Havana after the revolution.
Oh yeah, that's great. Yeah.
your language, your architectural language is nothing like it. They're Catalan vaults and heavy masonry and so forth. But the way you're playing with light and shadow here, the cool and the dark, you're starting to reference some of that, where you have these areas you can walk through and get in the shade and shadow. I would look at that and see if anything strikes you about it. It's in ruins now. There have been opportunities to try to refurbish it, but it was on the golf course of what was then where all the elite went. Look at that and see, because I think there's some similarities there. I'd try to bring the park into this a little more. That would be my only real criticism of it. I'd love to see more of it. I wish we had more time to talk about it, more time for you to present, because I think it's just very sublime, beautiful project.
Thank you.
Dinesh, Nestor?
It is a very nice project. Not only is your plan organization extremely nice, but the spaces that grow out of it and the views that you get through spaces is very nicely done. So I'm going to pull on the string that Craig sort of started about water, because I think whether you store it or not, I think making something of water as it falls and following it and having it do different things is good. When you mentioned the gutters, I guess I was expecting something altogether different, because when you actually showed what those were, they just looked like deep fascias or deep beams. And I wonder how they could be more expressive since you've gone to the trouble of doing this. And I also wonder if your building shapes or your roof shapes couldn't actually be the gutter. So the roof shapes that you create are actually doing something for you, rather than these gutters that not only are on there, but then sort of get covered up by these panels. So maybe you could talk a little bit about your thinking about the gutters, and maybe they weren't that big a deal, but you showed this one diagram and it just looked very important. So I just picked up on that.
Absolutely, yeah. It was, the gutters allowed an articulation of the project, both as a series, kind of these fragmented rooms, and these and as a kind of a whole like totalized system. So I thought that the way that the roofs were allowed to splay and kind of fragment from each other, and the way there's an inner structural ring with these gutters, integrating kind of the structural capacity and depth of the beam and the gutter as something that could perhaps inform each other, and then allow the water, the way it sheds water, actually to be a quality of that kind of public and infrastructural ring around the project that
they're like aqueducts, mini aqueducts.
So are you aware of the water when you're in that courtyard, for instance, or do you only see the water when it comes out of the end of the gutter?
There is one moment here where there's a small drain that allows it to actually fall into a gravel pool that then flows back down into the river. So there's small moments.
It's an interesting discussion, because if you're going to collect water, certainly in a tank, then you don't want it to be exposed to the air very long, because it evaporates. So, at one level you're saying, oh, I want to show and express and have fun. And then on the other one, it's like, I want to catch it all and hold it. So they don't always, those two don't always align.
And we actually had some discussions in the courtyard about the strangeness of the gutter. I don't know, did you, Jacob, on the courtyard perspective? Did you,
yeah.
Where are we in that again? We're in the courtyard looking across.
Yeah.
I thought, by the way, that quarter circle was a gutter. I thought the water came and then went along a quarter circle and then dripped off at the bottom. That would have, or dripped off as it got,
And did you show your classroom interior, or did I skip that?
I didn't get a chance to. I was going to do that, but unfortunately time did not permit.
Okay, so he had an earlier version of the classroom interior, which was very handsome. Yeah.
Okay, I just found it an interesting thing, because it seemed like a major element, and yet, so I'm glad that there's a place. And again, whether you collect it or not, I think the fact that there's water that you have to deal with is something that can certainly become an organizing element or a design element, or something that gives more life to your project. So I think that's a good move, a strong move. So thanks.
And just a note, I would say, I think perhaps I didn't clarify enough. I only saw one. The only gutter that I saw that actually would collect water as intake was the one near the one near the cistern. The rest I saw as kind of reflecting pools that would shed back into the site, and then in fact all the water from the courtyard, and then these gutters is something that would actually fall back to the site. But I do agree, the cistern is definitely overspec, and I realize that most of it is done with the drawings, unfortunately. But
thanks.
Definitely a place would just love to meander around, even in my imagination. It's got a wonderful spirit. It just sits there like as if it's always been there somehow. You know, yeah, it sort of transcends time in a way, which is rather
it's
impressive.
A wonderful sort of, it's like the excessive structure overhead reminds me of Japanese temples where like,
yeah,
you know, the architecture starts above your head. The addition of fabric, I think, was inspired.
Yeah.
And I think he captured a lot of the themes in the studio. I mean, the style and the skill of it all is Jacob's entirely. But ideas about volumes of shade leading onto volumes of sun, leading through volumes of shade, back into like the embranes, the thresholds, and the fundamental pattern of courtyard open at its corners that breeze and view through, I think he carried out well. And Jacob did not start there. Jacob started with a very, very different looking scheme. It's not like he's polished this thing, you know, for the last 6 weeks. He polished it for about a week and a half because there were so many others.
It's got a Nordic quality too, Sverafan
like
or Alto, yeah.
Or Sverafan.
Sverafan, yeah.
Yeah. Dinesh, would you like to say something?
Yeah, I mean, I, like everyone else, I'm blown away. Like the quality of the drawings, the sequence, the logic of the presentation. I just want to commend you on very sensitive and thoughtful work. I mean, this is me speaking personally, but I would actually love to see some of the mess under the hood. I mean, this is school, you know, and when it's actually difficult for me to comment about the project because everything's thought about, you know, and the whole presentation is kind of like, well, this is this because of that, and this is this because of that, and this is this because of that. And in a way, it leads to something beautiful and thorough, but there's also a defensiveness about it. There's also I did this right, and don't you think so, kind of a thing, which is actually, I mean, it's what leaves me being like, what do I talk about? What do I say?
Hey, Jacob, could you go to the very last slide? Because I think this would answer Dinesh's question. The very last slide. I was so glad that was the last slide. Because it basically starts to address that. Like, well, you know, who cares? There's a building over there somewhere.
Yeah.
No, this was the building.
Yeah.
I was thinking, like, what if this was the first slide, you know, and like, what if you started at the end and you kind of walked us through? I don't know. I'm looking for like a looseness in process or like a vulnerability in process that lets us kind of enter your world a little bit as a student. Because something when you're very powerful with your graphics and with your logic and all of this is you might wind up just alone because it's hard to get in there. And it actually takes a lot of courage to say, well, look, this is where it's rough around the edges. This is where I want you to come in. This is where I want you to actually mess with my life a little bit. And in school, that's a nice time to do it. And work, not always, but.
Yeah. It's a wonderful comment, Jacob. You know, your presentations do tend to be.
It's powerful.
They do tend to be watertight.
Mm-hmm.
You know,
which is great. I mean,
it's every lid. No, but it's not so great. It's actually, you know, Craig here is the master of how to convey how wonderful a building is to people who aren't like already convinced, let's say. And I think there is a certain like zipped upness about the way you present your building. You know, like I better not ask him a question. I'm sure he has an answer for why that's screwed in like that. I don't know. It's
the one thing one way to look at it is the other side of that comment, because I agree you could look at it from that perspective. Another way is, do you all know, I'm sure you do, the now deceased architect Dominique Hans van der Loon? You know van der Loon, he was in the Benelux region, Vanderlaan. Yeah, he did this beautiful Franciscan monastery, and he became a Franciscan monk and everything like that. He designed while he was a Franciscan monk. I've been to several of his projects, and you know, there's this completeness about it all. You know, I feel that way here, that you definitely want to take your clothes off before you walk in, put on a burlap bag, and, you know, walk back and forth for a few minutes meditating before you sit down in class. And maybe that's okay. That's the special quality of this project. But the key is you have to know that, and not just be doing that because that's the way you are and you don't think much. This is just the natural outcome of how you think. You have to recognize the consequences of these decisions. But I would definitely look at van der Loon as, do you know of him, Michael?
Yes.
What? Yeah, interesting
he's
character.
big into numerology, and in fact, a fan and a friend of Khan's.
Yeah.
All right, I'd like us to zoom out and reviewers before we close the morning. Are there any comments overall? And Jacob, thank you very much for putting a good finish on it. And I'm sorry William O'Brien had to take off, because I know you're a fan of his, and he would be a fan of yours, and maybe we can show it to him at some other point. But we saw some wonderful work, I thought, this whole morning, and I wonder if the reviewers would like to look at Coleman's cat, rather.
It's lunchtime.
It is. We've got five minutes or 10 minutes most.
He's a walking clock.
Nestor, I hope we'll see you in a later session as well. This is a sample.
Well, the strange thing in this project was this. I don't want to call it an add-on, for lack of a intelligent comment of what it is. Was the virtual class, and like the last project didn't really exactly talk about it, and in a way, I guess it did, but I don't remember it as part of the last project. So that, you know, how do you integrate that in? And we had some nice kind of tag-on ideas, like, oh, you can do this and project that, and those were, I'm not saying uninteresting, but is there a way that we could have maybe made it a little more integrated into the world of understanding?
If we had 20-week semesters.
Yeah.
I take the blame for that. I just stuffed it in there as, hey, why don't we think about that also?
Yeah.
Because in devising the project, I was trying to make it relevant to our times, both environmentally and, you know, I thought, well, you know, kids are going to school online. I hate Zoom. Like, well, so what else? What else could it be? And there are a couple of students who like latched.
Yeah. I mean, it would have been intriguing to really take it all the way out. I don't know, like virtual tattoo parlor.
Yeah.
It just someone else makes something, you go in there and you put your arm in it and it like tattoos their thing, you know, like something super extreme, you know.
Yeah. You know, I would have to devote a semester, like 15 weeks. We do the project physically, we do the project virtually, and we put them together. Like that would have to be the 15 weeks or the 12 weeks or whatever. But I just felt like the sun and shade and animation studies were more to the architectural point. But anyway, yeah. Anyone else like to?
Well, that last project, I'm glad you commented, because that has something to do with your weirdness, Michael, and how you convey, and I'm saying that as a compliment, in contrasting difference.
Small W, weird.
Yeah. In that your project, the assignment is a bit like that. You're trying to bring art and science and nature, which we really didn't talk about, into one. And if there was any overall comment I would make about the projects in general, is the degree of success in that is what made the projects, I thought, better. Trying to bring that quality of the park. People go to parks for specific reasons, you know, maybe to get some of that that we do, like we're sitting in the front of the screen every day, out of their systems. And this art and science school can achieve that. So I like that quality in the projects that we saw very much.
Very good. Thank you. Nestor, Dinesh, final thought?
I didn't see enough of them. I came in late, so if I can pop in this afternoon for a little while in between things,
anytime.
I will do that. But so one of the things that strikes me is the typical comments about, that you always hear, oh, it brings the inside in and the outside, or the inside out, or whatever, and that this blending of interior and exterior, and I think there's a lot to be questioned about that. So sometimes that's okay, but there are other times where the differentiation is really important, and that it's important to feel that you're not just going out into the landscape all the time. And so I don't know if any of the projects focused on that, but I think
we took windows very seriously, and I generally,
I'm surprised, Michael.
When anyone just did glass walls, I sort of grumbled about it.
Right. but I think that's fundamental.
Nestor, I hope to see you back. Yeah.
Okay.
Dinesh, and you're welcome back too, of course.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to say good job, everybody. I don't have any overarching comments. I enjoyed looking at the project. Something that I always appreciate about a studio like this is that all the projects are very much they're buildings, and they're made out of buildingy things. And it's nice to see you actually having to struggle with that, because when you know that that's what you're doing in school, then it exposes everything that you don't know, because we're used to knowing what looks right in a building. So I look and it's like, those mullions are weird, those columns are weird, those doors are weird. Like all those elements that you're actually confronting speak out and are obvious. So I know it can feel difficult actually dealing with those real things, but I appreciate the struggle, and it was great to see how everybody met it.
Oh shoot, I've got to make my lunch now before the next thing starts at 1:30.
Exactly. Goodbye, everyone, and thank you very much.
See you in a bit. Yeah, thanks a lot. Bye.
12:30, we start again. Thank you.
Cool. Bye.
Bye. Hi, Vince.
Hi, Michael.
Thanks for coming.
Oh, thanks for inviting me. Or maybe you didn't.
You had a good morning session. Huh?
I said, thanks for inviting me, but
Yeah.
maybe you didn't.
We had a great morning session. I hope your session has work is good. I think it has some interesting people. So here we go. Okay, I think you're the first reviewer to join us.
Oh, okay. Well, let's get started then.
The people that are carrying over from the first session is just Craig.
Oh, okay.
So he's probably grabbing lunch as we speak. We went to 12:10, 12:15.
Yeah, and so there's Raza this afternoon, and
do you know how to say Raza's second name?
not off the top of my head.
N-A-V.
I don't pay much attention to people's last names. I know everybody by their first name.
Uh-huh. So where were you this morning?
I was on design 3 with Alex.
Hey, how are you, Raza?
Hello.
Hi, Raza.
Hello, Michael. Hello.
Hello. Raza, pronounce your second name for me before I make a fool of myself.
It's Navasetite.
Navasetite.
Perfect.
What's the origin of the name?
It's a Lithuanian name. I was born in Lithuania. It's one of the Baltic countries geographically.
My mother was born in Lithuania.
Wow.
She was born in Panevėžys.
In Panevėžys? Could you?
Yes.
Yeah, I recognize that.
Yes, and she went to school in Riga, and yeah, so I know a little bit about that area and that history.
Yes.
You got 3 more seconds, Craig.
Chomp, chomp, chomp.
I have exactly 15 minutes to have lunch.
Okay, so
the university provided it. It was just delivered.
I'm just going to wait for Rota to show up.
So are you in New York, Craig?
Yes, I'm in Brooklyn, and it's incredibly sunny today. Although actually the other day it was warmer here than in Texas. I saw it was
it's been chilly
or something. Yeah.
So yeah, you're on a late lunch schedule, 1:30.
Yeah, because I was doing the morning session with Michael.
Yeah.
And then we had a 30-minute break.
Well,
so cool.
yeah, I've got a borrowed computer because I've been having troubles with mine all semester, and it's a school computer, but its time is stuck on New York time for some reason. So it says 1:32 in the bottom.
Wow. Elaine's watching a presentation from the American Academy right now on the other side of this wall.
Oh yeah.
Susan Oppenheimer, you know Susan Oppenheimer, her work.
No,
you know her, Michael? Yeah, I think you'd like her work.
Susan
Wonderful.
Oppenheimer.
I think that's her name. I'm pretty sure. I'll have to triple check, but she does an architectonic kind of. She's sort of like a Renaissance artist, a Da Vinci-esque.
This is Michael Rotondi. Hi, Michael.
Oh. It's Donald Trump calling to see if Texas certified.
Yeah. Tommy, let me. What can I? Well, if you can't reach, I mean, I can try. I'll try to use the same method. So yeah, everyone else managed to get in. Did you got locked out?
Well, Craig, say hi to Elaine for me.
Because we tried 4 times.
I still think one of my favorite visits was in the underground of that
you actually
church.
got her voicemail, right?
Yeah, I wasn't there. I think Elaine was with you.
Oh, really? I thought you were with me then.
But
No,
listen,
I don't
we
think so.
start up and okay. All right.
I know we saw the theater together, the Teatro Marcello.
Yeah, that we saw together, yeah. Everything okay with Michael or no? I mean, Rotundi?
He tried to get in so many times that the computer locked him out.
Wow, that's weird.
Yeah. All right. So listen, I'm going to do, Craig, you can keep chewing because I'm now going to just show the site to Russ.
Almost done.
So I'm going to share my screen. All right, guys, can you see this?
Yes.
Okay. So our site is in Austin, inspired by in the middle of the summer thinking about what am I going to teach this fall that would enable me to actually meet my students every now and again outdoors, and that would be an interesting program. So I just happened upon Seiders Springs, which is part of the Shoal Creek Beltway, green belt actually. And it's actually a public park, and so in fact we would not be able to build on it at all. It's also a floodplain, so because it's right next to a creek. So this green patch in the middle is our site. It has, excuse me, a very fancy private high school on the right called St. Andrew's Episcopal School. And on the left, a public elementary school called Briker Woods Elementary School. You can see there are paths, footpaths that run between them. And our students, the students could put, oh, and this patch at the very top in the middle on the north side belongs to the Briker Woods School. It's like a hockey field. That's not ours, it's fenced all the way around. So the site can be approached from the north, with some parking, or along Shoal Creek Boulevard, which is on the right side, or actually any other way. Some students have actually entered from the school, the Brackerwood School side. Looking a little more closely, I just wanted to, because we use these terms in the studio a whole lot. In the middle of our site, at the bend in the creek, is a gazebo, which it's probably built in the 40s or 50s. It's not in good condition. A number of students just tore it down and started again. But it's very beautifully located, as you'll see in a minute. The stone crossing, that is, you can cross the creek on these stones. An open field-ish, open-ish field called, we've been calling the meadow. You can see, if you look very, very closely, tiny little rectangles on the ground. Those are actually enormous blocks of stone that form a kind of a natural classroom. And that's really what inspired me to do the studio this way. And to the south, although I didn't label it, is very thick treed, which we call the jungle. On this bend, there's some water accumulation, a little pool, and a couple of students have responded to that. So I thought I would just show you some views. So where the arrow is, you've just come up the hike and bike trail, and you're going to take a look out there. So you can see the hike and bike trail on your left coming over a rise with very beautiful copse of trees and the gazebo. If you just go to the other side of that, there's the gazebo with its companion tree, I often would mention the sort of the partnership between these two objects and how happy they are sort of together as an ensemble. If you cross the creek, which is usually pretty dry, but sometimes flows violently, this is the view you would see. So people carry their bikes on their shoulders across here. Kids hop from one to the other and play in the water. It's an attraction in its own right. And if you look at the far right of the picture, you can see it going up into a clearing. And that's where the stone circle is. I'm going to show you that now. So that's the tree. And it's set up clearly for someone under the tree to speak to the stones. The geometry is actually not very good. It's too wide and not circular enough, but still very suggestive, very romantic. To the right, the meadow. And then you'll see there's a sort of a fringe where the meadow turns to just tall grass and higher growth. A lot of students located their buildings along that ridge. Some of the inspirations that we took, where the program called for something that was not air conditioned, unlike the one on the left. But architecture that was sort of kind to nature, since it was about art and about science and about using the site to teach biology, for example. Some of the architects we looked at in admiration was Moss. The idea of a lot of concentration on the idea of rooms and of relating rooms to each other, rather than creating universal space with lots of glass. I asked them to think of a digital component or a digital counterpart, an online counterpart. In all honesty, we never really got to develop that very much. Some students may still have some ideas they want to float, but the idea was that in the future, every building and every institution will have an online counterpart that will actually take cues from the physical building that that they're associated with. I had them read some of that. Of course, me, everything good, back to Louis Kahn, especially on the notion of rooms. Schools began with a man under a tree who didn't know he was a teacher. So that is the lead up. And we have 4 students. We have about 25 minutes each. They're very different solutions, I know in advance. And I'm going to welcome Lolo Davila. It's going to kick off the second session. So Lolo, take it away.
Thank you, Michael. Can you guys see my screen?
I can, yeah.
Yes, you go by Lolo, is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
Okay, so thanks everyone for being here. My name is Eleodoro. I usually go by Lolo. Okay, so as Michael mentioned already, we have a very wonderful, picturesque site. I think one of the most interesting components of the site is that it is part of a very prominent trail system in terms of urban connectivity. I think it's a really important feature of the site, and I wanted my project to have some reverence to that system of trails. As you can see here, these are some of the most picturesque parts of the site, with the crossing the creek and the gazebo. You get some beautiful views, and this is the part of the site where I decided to focus on. which is a meadow. You can see it has a wide variety of beautiful trees, the stone circle, and with these two panoramas, you can get a better idea of some of the views that I wanted to incorporate. And
Lola, would you say the top picture would be a view more or less from your building?
yes,
and the bottom
exactly.
picture would be a view to your building?
Yes.
Okay.
So those are two themes that I wanted to focus on. Basically, how the building would be perceived as part of the background of the meadow, which topographically sits at the foot of a hill. And so here you can get a better sense of how the shape of the building embraces the shape of the meadow and the relationship between the building and the trail, and also to the stone circle here at the bottom.
Okay, and that's the creek. The creek is a little
yeah.
straighter than it really is. Okay.
Which way's north? Sorry, in this view.
Straight up.
Thanks.
Yeah, and so there's also some themes of the shape of the building capturing the southern winds, which I'll get a little bit more into later in my presentation. So just very quickly, I wanted to explain my thinking in my design process. So something that I thought about from the very beginning of the project was embracing the floodability of the site. And so all of the most important program is lifted up to the second floor, such as the classrooms and offices. And at the bottom, there's a sunken space that serves as an outdoor gathering space for the school. In terms of structure, I used a system of columns and trusses. And I used in plan, I used a zigzag shape, which my logic behind that was that it would provide a better structural stability. But I'll talk about how I developed that in a couple of more slides. And so this is the ground floor plan. Here you can get a better sense of how those bottom spaces would work. And so I kept the less crucial program down here, such as outdoor gathering spaces, gardening, storage, and groundskeeper office.
It's not lifted, or it is lifted?
This is at the ground. This is sunken.
So it's flush with the ground on the river side, but then it's cut out on the other side, or
yes.
Is it like, yeah, okay, got it. Thanks.
Yeah. So topographically, this is the edge of this building starts. It's the foot of a hill. So there's two retaining walls at both ends of that space that actually define that space. So here you can get a better sense of how that change in level creates a differentiation between the ground level and that bottom space, but at the same time, visually it still connects you to the meadow. And then for the classroom,
that'll become when we see your section, we'll see how that works.
Yeah. For the classroom spaces, I envisioned like studio-like spaces that would provide for different spatial configurations for the classrooms. And so here you can get a better idea of that zigzag plan that I talked about, that would provide more structural stability for a roof, and at the same time, it would keep the classroom spaces as open as possible. And you can also see how I started deriving some of the shapes of the rooms, of the offices and storage spaces from that zigzag plan. And also how it allows for an outdoor corridor in the south and outdoor terraces at either ends of the building. Yeah, so that's one of the classrooms. As I mentioned, that open plan would allow for different classroom configurations and flexibility of use. This is a view standing at the meadow. Here you can see more clearly that sunken space at the bottom that would provide for outdoor classrooms or gathering spaces, and this outdoor terrace and walkway at the south of the building. Okay, and this section is actually cut through that terrace at the tip of the building. And so here I just wanted to point out that sectional relationship I was talking about between the meadow and the hill and the sunken space, and how that change in elevation spatially defines this bottom space, and how there would be concrete retaining walls to hold that ground. Yeah, so in this section, I wanted to point out the flexibility of use for the classrooms and the outdoor spaces. And then you can get a sense of how on the other side of the building, this stair connects you to the trail that happens at the bottom right of the plan of the section. Here you can see how the proximity and the relationship of the building to the stone circle over here at the bottom right. And then you can also see how some of the interior spaces might be used. So as offices and an elevator shaft. And this diagram tries to explain sunlight and ventilation in the project. So as I mentioned before, or I don't know if I mentioned, but the facade would alternate between walls with different permeability, both in light and in wind. So it would alternate between glass, solid walls, and brick brise-soleil. So it would allow for air to come in from the south and cross the building, or be pulled up from by the heat at the top, and then come out through a fan that happens at the top.
Is the ground, the lowest level on the ground, is that ramping up along the quarter circle arch, or is it flat the whole way? In this image, it looks like it's ramping, but I think it's just because it's a perspective.
Oh yeah, it's a perspective. It would be,
all right.
Or actually, it would be sloping. It would be sloping towards the creek.
It would? I thought it was level, Lola.
It does have some slight
yes,
slope.
Right. Okay. Thanks.
And so this render standing at that outdoor walkway at the top, looking at how that bottom space would work. And then this axon gives you a better feel of how the building embraces the shape of that meadow and is actually shaped by the site, and how it relates to the trail and to the stone circle.
Sorry, I hate to be, I'm just trying to understand one thing that my head just isn't getting around. You can access the lower level at grade close to the river, or creek, excuse me, close to the creek. And then at the other end, it seems to be flush with the ground again. And that is an area that's higher, right? So it must be sloping up somehow.
Let me show you the map real quick.
I mean, I just see it as a slope leading down to the creek. And if you get on the building, you see it. So is it flush? Or you step down into it or something? I don't need to know in detail. I'm just trying to understand conceptually.
If you look at the topography lines, they actually go, the building follow the topography lines. So all of this, all of the building would be at the same level at both ends, and the hill starts going up with this.
So this point here and that point there are the same elevation?
Yeah.
Outside, not in your building, but the existing terrain?
Yes.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, it slopes up to the right and up to the left.
Well, it can't slope up to the left because
there's a kind of a dish-like contours in the middle.
Okay, we don't need to get too much in detail. I was just curious. Thanks.
Okay, so I do have a video I would like to show. Is it visible?
Yeah, it's all your perspectives are dark, Lolo. You probably need to lighten them.
Oh, I'm gonna hit the glass. Ah!
Sound of shattering.
Yeah. Oh, I'm gonna fall off.
Okay, cool. All right, if I might start the comments. Sorry, Lola, was that was it, right?
Yeah, thank you.
It was the comments. Okay, yeah, okay.
Last round, I was super fast to be the first out of the gate, so I'll try and be more patient.
We're going to ask you,
Craig. You're the thing is, Craig. You're the guest, and they can always hear from us.
Or both of you professors? Rasa, you're a professor there too?
Yes, and
Yes.
Vince as well.
Please go.
Oh, okay. Well, then I will be. I'll try not to be too arrogant. Well, first of all, you started off with a comment which I found intriguing, and I recognize that the English language is problematic. But the words picturesque and romantic kind of were closely related. You said picturesque, which I'm taking to mean romantic, which somehow describes a sort of quaint place, a pretty place. But I never heard exactly how you were responding to that picturesqueness, unless you meant something else by it. You know, it's funny, the word picturesque, it sounds as though it was made to be pretty. And also that nature that's pretty is somehow not dangerous. The intriguing thing here is that as picturesque as it is, it can be quite dangerous when it rains really, really hard and it floods. When it's suddenly no longer picturesque, it's just scary. So the interesting way of understanding nature to me is intriguing, and I wasn't quite sure how you addressed it ultimately, other than a few things about wind and sun and views. But more importantly, I want to talk about something else. First of all, I love this idea of a kind of curving building, because a curving building just does so many things. It allows you to walk along it and not see everything all at once, and things are kind of revealed as you move along it. And you did talk about that its curve was somehow responding in a way to the generally predominant southern winds in the summer, and also the sunlight that's kind of capturing. So that's kind of intriguing, but I'm going to stop in just a second. But there are some challenges I have about why we raise buildings when we lift them off the ground. And I brought this up earlier today. One raises a building partly to make it more safe, whatever that means. It means that some equipment and stuff upstairs will be protected from a flood. Really, in general, otherwise the building could get flooded and it won't really hurt it. It's mainly the equipment and the material possessions we're probably protecting. And so, fair enough, that's a pretty intelligent way to do it, and it's been done for centuries. But what happens underneath when you lift it up, and what is the upstairs like? So in this particular spot, you have a very unique habitat along Shoal Creek. It has a very specific kind of grow zone, and I mentioned this earlier. There are all kinds of specialized types of trees, even crayfish sometimes down there, and salamanders. There's raccoons and deer and all sorts of things, various kinds of mosses. It's a very particular habitat along Shoal Creek. It's not only unique in the city, but it's somewhat unique in the region, and we have to respect that. So another reason to raise a building up is to allow natural habitat to intermingle with the artificial habitat that we're creating in the sense of making a building for humans consumption primarily. So I think, in my mind, my biggest challenge with this project is the cut and fill kind of, let's just erase what was there, let's cut it out, let's make a kind of huge flat area underneath. And I love, by the way, I love all the little diagonal things, and you're right about them structurally. That's really interesting. And they certainly make that space more fun to be in and more intimate and more pleasurable. But ultimately, the habitat's been wiped out. And furthermore, and this is something else I've been saying all day, other things can make decisions for us. We don't have to make all the decisions ourselves. So in this case, you have the water flowing in floods from north towards the south. I believe that's correct. And there's a spring that's sometimes there. But when the water flows, it's going to hit that quarter circle. It's going to go into that tunnel. And then because it's apparently flat, it's just going to pond. It's like a water collector, actually, and create like another kind of habitat that maybe we don't want. So really, I think the notion of habitat is so important in places like this. What it is you're doing with the soil, how you're allowing the ground plane and the animal life to coexist with your building has a great deal of value in how it can represent itself architecturally. So this is really my biggest point that I'd like to call out. And again, in terms of letting other things make decisions for you, the solar chimneys, for example, they can have certain characteristics related to their orientation towards the wind and the sun, and you've put them on a quarter circle, so each one has a unique relationship to the predominant direction of sun and wind that we're dealing with. So one would think that each one might have a slightly different character or rotate or be something intriguing as a response to that, allowing that to make a decision to provide a kind of life to it. I'm not going to talk anymore about the architecture. I think others should, but there are a couple of other things I would very quickly. Functional, really. The stairs are just gargantuan. These are like, Holy Roman Empire Spanish steps going up to, a little classroom building on either side, much, much larger than what is necessary. And they block a lot of sunlight out, and they make the space underneath feel a little bit captive. So those are my technical comments. I'll shut up, and thanks a lot.
I'm Raza. I'm happy to talk as well. Okay.
Should I start?
Yes, please.
Okay. Very beautiful presentation. Very nice worked out sections, as I see. Very much clearance in your presentation and images you have presented. What I have reviewed, I understood all the project. but I'm fascinated maybe because Michael was mentioning and introducing a brief, what is the medal? I would like to know more what meanings of the medal as an object. If I understand right, that was in the multiple relationships of this object or name, or conceptually I have heard this word, how that would relate in your project. I would like to hear one sentence more about it, because I have heard this word, and here for me it gives a duality. Is it monumental, or should be monumental, or is monumental through its strength as a shining object of school knowledge and free time, or does it mean a medal, something in a local, very nice materials, something in touch, like a bricks and a wood? So if I comment this project, I will not touch so much details, but I'm interested in conceptual part of the object to place this medal and all this performance of a navigation. I understood it very nice, especially the multiplicity, that multiple layers of performance. Maybe school is closed, maybe our event is coming, so it's very open, in the flow of a river, flow of the walls, exchanging this performance of changing the compositions of rooms and openness, the flow of the air, and your chosen materials are beautiful. But maybe my question to the medal, should it be more monumental, or should it be like a hut, or like a founded hut in the nature? So maybe this is my more question to the student.
Yeah, so I really thought of the meadow as being this open field with different beautiful objects in it, such as trees and the stone circle. And so that was something I wanted to preserve, and that was part of the reasoning why the building is placed at the edge of the meadow without almost embracing it or not interfering with it. And then part of the logic of why of sinking the building was minimizing the height so that it wouldn't be so prominent in the view of the background, and so it would almost blend into the background.
Sometimes the height it's a curious thing, because if you're measuring it to the top of the ridge, that's one thing. If you measure it to the lowest fascia, the fascia along the edge, that's a different measurement. People don't always see the top of a ridge, so even if you raised it up, it might still seem low, even though the top is higher.
Yeah,
than
I
what
think
you might
Lola is aware. We did talk about the visual angle. In other words, yeah, because roofs slope away from you when you're on the ground. So what I think we're seeing here is an attempt to do two things: lie low, embrace the meadow, and bring the profile down as far as possible. One could say, well, listen, why don't you do a flat roof building or something like that? But there was a limit to how deeply he could push it down, because he wanted someone standing at the lower level to be able to look out and not to feel buried. So there's a lot of kind of competing dimensions going on to make that section.
Too complex. I would have taken a simpler approach myself. But.
Yeah. Yeah, I'm interested in, well, there's lots to talk about here in terms of a sort of approach to the landscape. I do agree with Craig in the sense that I would like to see the contours. I mean, I think those are important. I think it's, because the big question here is how does, I mean, you're taking, and we struggle with this as architects all the time, which is that I have a beautiful site. So how do I want to make sure that, that I'm appropriate, that I'm, addressing it appropriately? And I think it's interesting that you brought up the term picturesque. And of course, there's lots of different meanings for that. But one of the things that we think about architecturally is that picturesque was a design movement that was as a, what it really did was had the ability to mask certain institutions by or the authority of those institutions by breaking down the scale. There were things that were made to look natural when in fact they were quite unnatural. And this is actually kind of the opposite, which is that it is very, like, the institution here is very clear. It's not a it's not a sort of masking of that as an institution. And so then the question is, what does that do to the site? So what's also interesting is that this, I mean, I'm very intrigued by your singular curvature, because of course there's a double aspect to that. The first thing is that you have concave on one side and convex on the other. We know that convex is a shape that basically pushes space away, and the convex is the shape that, I'm sorry, concave is the shape that wants to hold the space. And so again, this goes back to what it is that you're preserving and what it is that you're protecting. I find the again, one of the wonderful spaces, as Michael said, was the stone circle. And I know that's something that you want to preserve as well. I just don't see where it's located, essentially at the end of your curvature with the, near the giant
well,
stair.
let's show that drawing. There is one drawing that shows how your building arrives at the stone circle.
Yeah, it just seems the stair is right there, and it just seems really sort of for me to disturb the tranquility. The other thing is, like, and so where's the center of this arc? And so what I do like about, I mean, on one hand, it's like it doesn't look like the center is intentionally clearly marked, but your building will have that point of where there's an energy where one wants to stand. And so, I'm not quite sure what that might be. I mean, I guess what's sort of natural is you look at one of your drawings that it looks almost as if one of the trees could have been in the center, but we see here that it's not. But again, that would have a problem, maybe a potential problem of highlighting, one of the trees to become special. But you are generating a very sort of special place and a special center. I don't see, though, what, again, there's a sort of monumentality to it, which again is the opposite of picturesque, just to sort of be aware of that. So I have a question about that. The other thing is with regard to I'm wondering if your roofs can be handled a little bit more simply. I guess one potential is I look at the elevation, and it looks like it's possibly drawn from a sort of central Texas precedent. The sort of simple structures from the 1800s, and the vents that you have, the roof vents that you have, are they look like the fireplace stacks on the outside. I mean, that's what one alludes to. I was looking at it before, and there's a sort of standard cap that one does, which is it's like it's another gable structure that's just lifted off of the ridge. It's called a ridge vent. And what you might think about is to actually sort of supersize it, make it something much bigger than it normally would be. And then that might be in something that has the potential to be in dialogue with, again, the sort of second metal piece that you have towards the inside. And so then again, for me, the potential here would be, okay, you've taken the gable roof and made it asymmetrical, which I find is interesting, right? You're taking a known precedent and warping it in a certain way, which then again, has directionality towards the concave shape. And then I'm wondering if the cap shape then would become something exaggerated, that it might be at the same scale as as the other piece. I don't know as if I would. I wonder what is that piece doing for you? That added piece.
The porch roof.
Yeah, there's a second roof.
Yeah, It's adding additional shape for the bottom space. So it's
yeah. I'm just wondering if it couldn't again, sort of like, do you know what I mean by the ridge cap, the ventilated ridge cap? You know what that detail is?
You might have to sketch it. You want to try?
Yeah, let me.
And then we've got to conclude events with this. Okay.
Yeah, I was curious.
So, you know, it's something like that, right? So then the ventilation, you know,
like a little roof on top of the
you could supersize that, and then again, that's a piece, and then I don't know what I want this to be, but these two would be, you know, and that might be something that provides shade as well as catches water. I guess maybe it would be to catch water, it would be underneath it like this, you know, that would be bent out again at a sort of, you know, at another scale. So it's not this little sort of detail that then I think is at scale with the other pieces. Although, and one last thing I want to say is that I do think that the stairs, you know, give a wrong message because so many people that use these trails are, you know, have difficulty walking and accessing spaces like that. And so as architects to you know, essentially, well, you know, you're going to have to find a different way, you know, to sort of.
And the elevator is going to be broken because it's in the floodplain. Probably been flooded and rusted out.
Yeah, but it's also a point in terms of what it's saying to the public in terms of what the value system is. So I think you just want to be careful about those kinds of things. But again, the thing I do want to point out is that except for the contour lines, which I couldn't read, I really appreciate the completeness of your presentation and the clarity that allows us to make such a pointed comments.
I think he was trying to do something very, very clever with a very simple architecture. And I know that the zigzagging windows has been a feature of this for a long time, and absorbed all kinds of hours trying to get it right. But listen, Lolo, we can talk some more, you and me, but we've got to go on. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, Rufane.
Okay, I'm going to share my screen.
Hey, let us know when how much time each has, so I can make sure.
Okay, so Rufang has till 1:40.
Okay, thanks.
Okay, hi everyone. I'm going to introduce my project with you. Here is our site, and I'm going to place my project around here near the old gazebo. And here is what you can see around the site. For example, if you stand at this point and looking at this, you will see the site like this. And here is my idea generation. At the beginning, I want to make the building half underground to keep a good relation with the park. And I also want to use the curve to provide a more interesting place for children to exercise. And I want to use a courtyard to organize all the functions. And in the next step, I want to use the roof as the platform for exercise. And in the next step, I try to use the roof to connect the site, to connect the park and the road outside. So at last, my project is going to be like this. There are two main circulations. The first one is like this, to use the roof to connect the road outside and the park inside. And the second circulation is the school itself. So the school is going to be half underground, and the circulation of the school is throughout the north and south. And the
just
roof,
to be clear, you're above the floodplain here, is that correct? And that building, that little square building, is an existing building, is that correct?
That's the old gazebo.
Yeah.
Which
And
I think
you're
she's
above the floodplain?
No, the bottom of that central courtyard is going to be in the floodplain.
Okay.
yeah. So the roof acts like a bridge to connect the park and outside. It is a hyperbolic surface. So the surface is a little like a potato or a saddle, and the tree, and there is an old tree here. The tree also has communication with the gazebo and the roof. And here is my site plan. So if you stand here at the road, you can go into the park through the roof. And here is my ground floor plan. So the plan is half underground. I use a courtyard to organize all the functions. I put the 2 classrooms at this side, and including the teacher's office and equipment storage room. And this side are other functions such as building manager room, IT room, and teachers conference room. And children can go down into the courtyard and classroom from these stairs or these stairs.
Is all the light going into those rooms from the courtyard, or are there clear stories, or how do those get daylight?
You'll see perspectives in a minute.
All right, thanks.
Yeah. So here is a perspective, and there are 2 ways that lights coming down into the classroom. One way is the courtyard, and another way is 4 skylights like this.
And also from the outside edge.
You have like a clear story that runs under the potato chip.
Yes. And here are the circulation outside. For example, if you stand on top of the roof, you will see the courtyard and the gazebo like this. And if you stand under the gazebo, you'll also find that the gazebo and the courtyard has a good communication. And here is analysis of the school inside. So if you walk through the courtyard from point 1 to point 6, you will go like this. So here is the north entrance. And when you go down into the courtyard, and you will see different views. And when you, if you come out and look back, the south entrance will be like this. And here is the classroom perspective. So the skylight is like this to provide more light into the classroom. And here is a section.
Could you go back to that view? It looked like the classroom filled out the whole space, or is there a walking? I thought the plan had a walkway along the edge of the courtyard.
It does until it hits the classroom, I think. The ends widen.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah. Thank you, Michael.
We're seeing the courtyard out the left there.
Yeah.
A little blurry. Yeah. Okay, go on.
Yeah. And here is another section from another direction. So in the classroom, I use a ceiling to divide the classroom in 2 parts. One is a corridor part for people to walk, and another is a main use part.
But Rufeng, when we get to the class at the end, we don't still have a hallway, do we? Doesn't the classroom get wider?
Yeah, maybe a plan would be helpful again, real quick, to go back to the plan, because I remember it having a kind of corridor the whole way, but I can be remembering wrong. Oh yeah, the last classrooms don't. Yeah, that's right. I understand. Okay,
Yeah.
but the offices all have a corridor. Yeah.
Right.
Okay, got it. I wouldn't call it a corridor, but a breezeway of some kind. Yeah.
Yeah. So this section shows my construction strategy. For example, the roof has several components. The top is the grass, and the second layer is the soil, and the bottom one is the concrete. Due to the time limitation, I didn't spend much time on the design of the gazebo, but I want the structure still to be wood like it before.
So you rebuilt it in exactly the same way it was, is that?
No, hers is nicer. Believe it or not.
No, I make the top of the gazebo flat so more light can come into the gazebo. And the flat gazebo also has a response to the flat to the flat shape here.
Is that gazebo at a different location or than the one that was shown to us on the site?
Yeah,
the exact same place.
Yeah, the same place.
Okay.
In a few feet, I guess.
Okay. And here is the skylight detail. So the 4 skylights provide classrooms with natural light, and interior air comes out through the louvers. The shape of the ceiling also helps guide the airflow, and the louver is made of glass, so the light can come into the classroom.
Is the fan made of glass also?
Oh,
I mean, because essentially the blades of the fan are like, you might as well not have any glass.
Yeah, I haven't seen it before. I think, yeah, I need to consider it.
Drawing fans was a challenge for more than roofing.
Yeah, they're complicated.
Everyone had a problem. Like, how do you draw a fan?
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
My advice was to look at one, but anyway.
Yeah. And here is the ventilation analysis. So the cold wind outside can come into the room through the window, and the hot wind in the classroom can go up through the louvers to go outside. And this is my formal exercise in the studio to do some research about the sunshade boundaries. So I want to apply this to this project. You can see the pink space is a sunshade boundaries in a certain day, in a certain time of a day in July. And there are certain people standing at the edge of the boundaries to feel the sound and shadow. So this is my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you, Rufai.
Thanks. Say, there's one thing I particularly like about this project, but many things that I'm not convinced by. The thing I enjoy is this kind of potato chip shape. I could imagine that being a very interesting and exciting space to be on and to climb around on and be active, as you said. But it needs to be programmed. You have to design it as if it were any other kind of room. It just happens not to have a ceiling or walls. People are not just going to go to the top of a roof that's covered in grass, especially in Texas, where the grass is going to get burnt to a scorching brown color very quickly, and everyone will be extremely hot up there because there's not a lot of shade opportunity. So I think that although it's really interesting as a basic idea, the potato chip, and you walk across its tangential point, that's super exciting. I love that, but it never really kind of got to where it needed to be to actually be used as a place for exercise and movement, especially since this is a summertime kind of use. And then in the other times of year, also, it's kind of overly exposed. The handrails are important, how you design them. Just putting a handrail around it makes it look like some kind of, a place where you might have sheep or domestic livestock, being penned in up there and you can use goats to clip the grass. So that would be intriguing during certain times of year. But I'm afraid the grass, you can see here, even in this rendering, the grass in the foreground is brown, and the grass on your building is a beautiful shade of light green, which so the two the two are not going to be that different from one another. Otherwise you have to water it a lot, and then even that, watering it, if you water it the wrong time of the day, can hurt the grass too. So you know, I think it was a really interesting idea that just never kind of came to be. What I have more significant problems with are, and again, I'm talking primarily technical or functional things. Burying the building into the ground is not going to increase airflow and movement of air, in my opinion, through the structure to make it comfortable. And as we know, and many people have said on other projects, there are insects and mosquitoes and things that you need to keep out sometimes. And just having windows that open, you know, you're going to have screens and all kinds of things to make it at least reasonably comfortable. But I don't think you're going to get airflow. And I don't know how you came up with that diagram, but I don't think it was tested technically in any way. So I'm not convinced that burying a building is helping you ventilate the structure. In fact, it probably will do the opposite, which is why often cellars, even in Texas, are built to keep the you know, the temperature gradient kind of and the flow of air more or less contained. It does definitely provide cooler spaces when you build into the ground, so that's a good side of it. You get the ambient temperature of the earth coming through, but you have to think about that and design for it. So all of those things, I think, and including even the skylights and the you know, and the wind use thing, those just don't work. They're the ones that are on the downward side of the slope. The water's just going to pour in there, and they're actually going to be in a heavy rain kind of challenge. So I'm worried about your moving sort of into worlds that you don't have complete control of. I recommend very strongly that you move a little more slowly, take the time, step back, understand what the problems are, and see, once you understand those problems, if they can make really interesting design proposals for you. And then the last thing I'm going to say before I shut up is that gazebo is just like, wow, kind of crazy to me. It's like, on one level, I kind of like it because it's just so freaky. I mean, really, it's like new, and there's this amazing potato chip over there, and we've got, you know, it's almost like if you're going to rebuild it, can we rebuild it in a way that feels complementary to the setting? And right now, it feels kind of almost like two architects came, or one architect was being forced by some historical society to build the gazebo in one way, and another architect built this kind of amazing space age thing over there. And I just think that I'm okay with one or the other, just so long as I feel that you understood it. And I'm not sure that in your presentation, since you so often avoid the question of why, we don't know why. So a lot of your presentation was just a description of things. There's this wall, there's that, and, you know, and there's this, and light comes in here, and these are there, and this is this shape. We don't know why you did any of this, because it wasn't a kind of core principle of your presentation. So it leaves us a little outside of the proposal. Even though there are things that I love about the potato chip, is just a really brilliant idea. A great starting point.
Yeah, and Rufeng, you probably, I mean, she probably doesn't want us to refer to it as a potato chip, but maybe that's what we'll end up calling it.
What else can we call it? A French chip, maybe?
But I guess I'd like to say, first of all, I mean, Rufeng, I know that you think very seriously, and you know, I know you thought about the different parts, and what I think what we're saying, or what we want to say, is that you need, I think, more consideration about the relationships between those parts. And so for me, I think I would guess, if I were to guess, that you really saw this as being a sort of giant sculpture in the park, you know, almost I don't know, like yeah, like I'm just trying to think, like, you know, some sort of giant toy sculpture, you know, in the park.
I mean, what is Tashima? Is Tashima the one I'm thinking of, the Japanese project? You know what I'm talking about?
Yes, yeah. I mean, he's yeah, and he worked for Brancusi.
Oh wow, Brancusi.
I'm anyway. Yeah, I mean, and gosh, I can't believe it's just slipping my mind.
Sorry. I'll look it up.
that's what happens these days, right? It's just like I could look at my own brother and not remember his name. But anyway,
you and me both.
We'll come back.
Yeah.
Come back to that. But what I'm saying is that is an idea I think is very, very, powerful. It's like in the park, anyway, what I want to say is that actually when I first saw this, I thought that it was that it actually had a surface on it like a tennis court that was green, and that it would be this sort of thing that would be used as as a skateboard park kind of thing on top of it.
Yeah.
And that it housed something underneath. I mean, it's still a question about how you marry those two together. I think the shape that you have underneath, to me, is somehow derivative of the contours of the creek, and those sort of wonderful spaces where the creek narrows and then it widens, and then there's places that you cross between those expansion and compression, very, very sort of linear path, which is what you presented here. And that the idea is that at the center is a place that one becomes a place of repose, but rather the plan, when I go into it, it seems as though when I go off of it into these other spaces, I really don't want to see a bunch of doorways. And I see, a lot of the doorways right off that center space. If I remember right, one was to a janitor, and one's a storage. I mean, it's just, you really want to maintain that feeling of it being this sort of abstract sculpture, and that you would then slip behind, basically opaque walls somehow that would then go in these other spaces. And there's those kinds of examples when I think you go to different, different zoos around the world, when, they have these sort of, these sort of very playful structures that do it's usually like when you're going into the to go see the snakes and the other, other amphibians, those kinds of aspects. So anyway, I would just look more along those lines. And the last thing that I guess I'd say is, I mean, I understand that you want to embrace, really one of the most special places on the site, as with the last one. And I don't mean this, I don't mean this in a mean way, but I do want to be direct about it, which it does feel to me as though it's an assault on that gazebo. And I really wonder, it's sort of like we crush the things that we love. I mean, it's just really, I would just really be very, very careful about that. For me, what's clear is that in the very top of this diagram, you've got this sort of that simple sort of saddle shape, and then you have the elliptical shape that's related to it, and I see that relationship. And of course, then that's in dialogue, or you're trying to establish a dialogue rather with the gazebo. And then there's the weird sort of rectangle that's sort of left over. So you're right in the sense that it is those major elements that are looking for that kind of relationship. I think, though, I would look more closely at the kinds of things that the creek is doing and the kinds of relationships that those are developing, because it seems to me as though, the pieces that when I'm looking at the contours here, again, you're sort of pushing into the contours and not really having a dance with them. And I think it might be more successful if you actually were to register those contours in relationship to those very simple elements that you're looking to generate. But I think your initial idea is very strong.
Rasa?
Yes, roofing. Am I right? Hello,
Roofing.
Roofing.
Rasa.
Roofing.
Roofing. Hello. Yeah, there was nice comments and nice point out, but maybe I have a bit a bit different point of perspective, finding very interesting some aspects you have presented. like I enjoy to see an opposite, like I'm talking like object and having like a reversion of object in your presentation. So I enjoy to see it through the studio work, actually, like students multiple ways experimenting with ground condition, experimenting with placing in different ways of founded surprise, welcome surprise in the park. And your architecture, your idea is very surprising for me and reminds something very unique, which I would like to discover in the future more, such like not directly, but like these objects like a earth architecture founded in the desert or somewhere far away. So a little bit with that reference, like grounding in and reversing, having, instead of building a free space in the earth as a courtyard, I found it so interesting. But in terms of how sensitively you brought the relationships of the tree of visibility. So visibility shaped everything, or visibility brought you through. So I'm just speaking, the way I saw your presentation, I really enjoyed the introduction spatially to walk through and to surprise me with that courtyard you found. So which is, I really like, I understand that the critique of the ventilation, let me say, in a low-tech way could be prevented. And I like the duality of turning this as a light element, but also thinking in terms of like courtyard house, but not seeing as house, but like in this earth element, in a deep, in a sense, to have a low-tech performance of the temperature differences. And that I like it a lot, this intention, where maybe new generation be interested in high technologies, but I think this relationship and visibility, and that the way you talk, and I got an introduction that there are very different objects in the park, such as trees, forest feeling, and openness, and emptiness, and heat. So here in your temperature performance and that strategy of placing a free space as an object, it very fascinates me as a strategy. The formal aspect, maybe each of us has a different taste, but I enjoy it a lot, especially like a founded object, where I find such excursions like far away could be founded, but you as an original aspect to visit. But in your case, if those performances and relationships, like a low-tech ventilation, the school and experimentation of giving the education and experimenting with being there, and as well spatially and with light, how you interweave those layers, I found it very, very interesting. Of course, difficult aspect to make it work, but conceptually, I congratulate you of trying to embrace those aspects. If you, as a Lewis Kahn as well, saw it as an object of performance of staircase and turn it into the ventilation. And the light performances and carving of spaces for him was visibility. So I see your elements are very multiple in a very sensitive way. And that monumentality, you inverted and as a founded object, as a courtyard. For me, it's like very interesting approach, like to find such a place in the park. And how do you see it within the university, educational park object? It's something embraces me to refer of navigation, entering, founding, exploring, and not knowing what is there, and going through up and down, seeing feeling the temperature differences. If that is possible, I'm very amazed of your sensibility in your project. But otherwise, I understand also the other comment of a specific materiality or specific shape. So from my point of view, I found it very interesting, very fascinated. Thank you.
Oh,
yeah,
thank you.
Rufeng worked extremely hard. This is version number 5 at least. One of her buildings was very, very large on the landscape. And I think that night she decided, I'm going to put it underground. It's going to disappear. And now it's slowly like emerging from the ground again. But I think she bit off a lot more than she could chew geometrically. The potato chip, that roof is a very geometrically rigorous object. And I think the plan underneath looks like a normal plan that's been distorted rather than something that belongs under that roof. And we talked quite a lot about something which I think she did achieve, which is a kind of a dialogue between not the pergola, what am I trying to, the gazebo and the courtyard, like the cylinder, the square. She looked at Noguchi's playground with Louis Kahn, you know, and tried to.
That's what I was going to say. That's Noguchi. Yeah.
It's Noguchi and Kahn together did a playground.
Yeah.
Very sophisticated sense of form.
Well, I was thinking of Nishizawa.
Nishizawa.
Yeah.
And I think we're seeing Ru Feng really putting her feet on the first few steps of quite a long staircase to reach that level of sophistication. I think it's probably for her the most avant-garde piece of architecture she's attempted. And I think also, Ru Feng, we need more time, if you have the time, to spend on representation. Like we have trees along the road that never made it. There were going to be trees in the courtyard that didn't make it. I think a lot of your renderings are overexposed or underexposed and so forth. And I think you'll be surprised how much better looking your building is than you've managed to show for today. But many congratulations for like just getting into it the way you did.
Okay.
Ru Feng, we have to move on.
Yeah. Can I respond to Craig's question?
Very quickly.
Yeah, so he just said that I described the project and has no reason. I think my main reason is to have the school to function as normal, even if not in summer. So that's my main reason. Yeah. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you. And we're now going to go on to Nicole. Nicole, are you ready to go? And let's welcome Michael Rotondi, who is now on. Michael practices in Los Angeles. He was a founding member of SciArc, and he's a good friend. So, Michael, welcome.
You might be on mute, Michael, if you said anything.
Michael, are you there?
There I am. Okay. I'm always, I always forget to, and then the other thing I do is I cover my camera. Okay, there I am. Yeah. Can you see me?
No.
Now I see your finger. I can see your thumb, and now it's gone black again.
Okay. All right. Can you? Is the camera showing my face?
No, it's black again.
Okay.
Now it's there. Now we can see.
Oh, good. Okay. I got all these security devices.
Hello, Michael. By the way, I think it must be at least 30 years since we've
I know.
chatted.
I remember the first time I heard somebody say that to my father. I've known your father for, I was a little kid, and he said, I've known your father for 30 years. And I said, wow, that was just before the Big Bang.
Yeah, but it's funny. I do remember talking with you quite a bit, and it's always been good memories.
Oh, fantastic. Thank you so much. Good to see you. Good to see everybody. And I'm looking forward to this. Always good discussions on Michael's reviews.
Listen,
yeah.
I'm sorry I can't stop and give you an in-depth of the site, but I think you'll pick it up from Nicole's intro.
Yeah,
so
okay.
Nicole, go for it.
I'll try to give a smaller intro. So our site is, hello everyone, my name is Nicole. Thank you for being here. Our site is in Shoal Creek in Austin, Texas. It's part of the, Shoal Creek Greenbelt near campus, and here we have been having outside classroom areas in the stone circle, so we're very familiar and have visited the site a couple of times. So the first look at the site, I was very impressed and drawn into the meadow area, which you can see in this bottom collection of pictures. This meadow area also housed an outdoor classroom, which we used in the stone circle, and serve as a beautiful open field that can connect nature with teaching, which is our program for the site. Emerging art and science into a summer school in Austin for middle school kids to attend. So the various points in the meadow are the stone circle you can see in this middle picture, as well as the hidden forest on the left, which leads to the creek, and then the hidden hills on the right. I was also interested in the connection from the road, which is on the east side, to this meadow area, which you would have to cross the steps. This spot, the meadow spot, digs further into the landscape of Seiders Springs, leaving behind the road on Shoal Creek and adding a courtyard space through the meadow and division from the creek. This is another picture of that, of those stepping stones leading onto the meadow area, and then the meadow area as well.
Are those placed there? Or are those kind of found part of the landscape, or were they placed by humans?
Sorry, are you talking about this picture?
The stepping stones.
Oh, it's part of the, it goes.
It's been there for a very long time. I suspect they were put there by people.
Okay, thanks.
I'll show you in the map area here. So these are exactly located in this area. It's across through the creek area.
Yeah, okay.
When we went there, there was water, but not running water. It's just lightly there.
Thanks.
And, yeah. So this area here is the meadow area, which I was interested in due to the accessibility and the transition space created through these stepping stones. For some of my precedents I was looking at, I was interested in the visual quality of the wood screens found in these projects, as well as the transition areas created by these screens. These are mainly works in hills and forest landscapes, and the screens create this contrast between the greenery, privacy, and still opening and allowing for these views. So this is my site plan. This is where I located the building. So right behind this creek area, this is a view of the building. And I will go into the plans now. So for our program, we looked at merging the arts and sciences. So for science, physics and biology, and for art, sculptures and painting, and merging these two fields into one summer school program, and also including areas where the students could hang out, eat, and also trying to merge all these programs into one space. So I looked at building making the building and setting it up on stilts to allow for this meadow. And so the hills as you can see here, I'm cutting through, they're not very steep hills, but they are gradually getting higher on these two sides. So the building sits on these two hills, and this bottom area is fully under stilts. So here, looking into the plan, this would be the science classroom, the art classroom, as well as a screen porch on this area. The accessibility would be from the meadow. These would be the entrance stairs, as well as a ramp on the left side. This is the bottom floor plan, which is meant for the services, such as a mechanical closet and additional storage room for the classrooms or for maintenance of the buildings. These are some sections through the site. Here you can clearly see how the two hills interact with, how the building interacts with the two hills. Here you can closely see one of the sections. So as you can see, this part is the storage and utilities walls over here on the side as well. These would be the service retaining walls that would go down into the ground, in addition to the column supports established in a 10-foot grid. I can probably show it later in some of the other drawings. This is the other section called cutting through. So this part would be the meadow area. And you can see this hill gradually goes up, and but the middle part, right where this is cutting through, and the plant is about a 6-foot height. So maybe on the further left side, it would be like a 5 or 4-foot height, but this is how the building will be grounded. And I have also added screens on this area, as well as in the okay.
Nicole, go on to your beautiful renderings.
Sorry?
Go on to your beautiful renderings.
I'll scroll through. Were you telling me to hurry up?
A little bit.
Okay, yes. This is another view of the sites, of another view of the building. So you can clearly see this would be the screen porch area. This side would have glass windows and science and art classrooms. More detailed view of how the windows would work. I was planning on doing a vertical pivot window because this was a problem I identified actually a little late into the design, because I still wanted that view and I still wanted the screen. So how can I have a space closed off from the exterior, but still allowing for these screens and allowing for the view as well. So this would be an interior view of the window and the classroom. General construction. So I would have the structural columns, a foot by load-bearing columns in a 10-foot grid, wooden frame, additional wood shade columns, and the truss structure, as well as the rooftop layering at the top. General ventilation diagram, then perspectives. So this is actually a view from the stone circle, the stairwell, an inside view on the classrooms, another classroom. And then this would be the screen porch area, which also serves as a multi-purpose room. And that's it.
What did you discover working on this project? And the context of the question is, in a creative process, especially a project that you've never done before, it's very likely that there's a number of things that surprise you along the way that you get excited about and give you the impetus for some creative moment to express. Was there anything in this project that surprised you? Let's just say, is there anything here anything as you were working on it that surprised you about the building on the site, applying those precedents to the building?
Something that surprised me, well, it was actually a challenge for me, was somehow opening this building up to the landscape but also being able to close it in some way.
Yeah.
This was definitely a challenge because, okay, you can't have a closed building off and still think about natural ventilation on the inside and somehow working. So the play with windows was very important in this case. And also just playing with or thinking about how this building can still be open in some areas and then closed off in some. So like specifically choosing which areas could have windows, for example, which areas could have doors, and which areas could be just open to the public.
Did you ever think about putting a window to look down to the space below the building and perhaps lifting the building up a little bit higher? That's almost a free space, actually. It's a sort of non-programmed space. You lift the building up like this in order to let either water, animals, or plants move below, and perhaps all three. But it's also a free space. So that's something to consider.
On this bottom area, right?
Well,
underneath, yeah.
Yes, underneath the building. Especially the way you, the section that you showed almost feels like it's bridging two sides. And then what I immediately thought is, okay, what's happening on the two sides that are now re-engaging the land? Because maybe those are really special. They have a special relationship back to the ground, whereas the rest of it is raised up. So I think you've presented us with some opportunities here, which I think you could take further. We always pretend that, okay, now that on your student break you're going to keep working on a project, which never happens. And then one last question before I let others talk. Arts and sciences. Okay, nowadays we know that the only thing that keeps all of the different subjects separate is university infrastructure. There's no reason why it should be separate anymore. Everything, especially for your generation. I mean, it goes all the way back to 1970. There was an extraordinary project in Osaka, which was pretty much most of Osaka Expo, with the exception of this project, was really looking at archigram. But in this particular case, it was artists, scientists, and technologists coming together they came together because they wanted to work on something together and see what comes out of it. And it ended up being a pavilion sponsored by Pepsi. There still to this day, we're talking about it. 50 years later, we're talking about merging. And when we talk about merging, the way you define merging is putting arts and sciences in one building as opposed to one space. Caltech has artists and scientists working together. Well, it's not. It's not because, you told them to keep it separate?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Sorry. Well, yeah, I mean, had you been in my class, you probably would have said the hell with that, but yeah, I did.
Okay, but I think maybe you might have been testing the students' conviction about,
Yeah, that's it. Sorry.
That's what you do with me.
I have to say, I feel the same with Michael. That was a big comment that I had here. Whether or not it's in one room or not in one room is kind of a part of it, but it really is about the connection and how do you build a connection, and it's not clear here.
Hi. Sorry, niece just ran in. Good to see you.
That's a fun thing about Zoom. People's pets and their kids and grandkids. I have to say I had the same two comments that Michael had. The first one, which I've been pushing all along, all this morning on other projects that are lifted up, is the notion of habitat. We're going through in some way some kind of environmental understanding by getting rid of the air conditioning, building it out of renewable resources like wood, and then basically we destroy the habitat that we're building, the place where we're building. So all of that space under there, if we're not careful, is just wiped off the face of the earth and just becomes the underside of a building. There's a microclimate under there. There's all kinds of ways you could create interesting places for various kinds of creatures, flora and fauna alike, which I agree with Michael, it'd be fantastic to see into or walk through or be a part of. that really do create a whole other set of functions. Because when we design a building like this in a place that's so sensitive and delicate like this, there are two sets of users. One are the people that we tend to focus on and the architects tend to focus on, and the other are the creatures that live there, raccoons and deer and small mosses and acacias and redbuds and all the oaks and everything that is there, raccoons. So all of those things live there, and the more we encroach upon these riparian kind of environments, the more displaced they would become. And then insect life changes, and when insect life changes, things like bats far away, they get affected. It's just one big picture. So when we're talking about being sensitive, we also have to realize we're not the only people on the face of the earth. The only living creatures on the face of the earth, rather. We are the only people. So, you know, I think that notion of microclimates and habitat and designing through reflection of the character of these places is useful and could make some really interesting architecture, because that stuff's pretty complex. And, you know, in a way, I just another technical comment, you have the building closed off towards the south, more or less, with the blocks and the stair kind of leading up, but it's still sort of blocked in the screen sort of connector space, which theoretically is where arts and science meet somehow. That space is the wind, generally the summer breezes come from the south, so we'd want to sort of accentuate that space. And likewise, it's opening towards the north, which in the winter or in the cooler months could create a problem. I know it's mainly used in the summer, but still. Well, that was another thing I was going to say. We can talk about this later, but why does this building have to be shut off when there's not school? Why can't it be used for something else in the other months? And it would be intriguing to look at that. That was, but I definitely agree about the arts and science comment.
I mean, there's always the I guess direct connection. So when we talk about we look at modern architecture where it's on pilotis and it's lifted under, you know, it's lifted up. And then what is that big surface that you're looking at? How do you deal with it? And so for me, I think that the thing that's interesting is that, first of all, it's a very sort of simple shape. And you're pointedly symmetrical as well. And so it seems that that one can have fun with that. I mean, you've got a pretty solid understanding about how you understand the initial volume. And so for me, there's two things. One would be, it looks as though you've got the larger space that sort of punches through this thing and the stair that's there. You might be able to bring light down underneath that space. I mean, it's all very, very dark. So one is what would those spaces be, but the other one is, I think, really the quality of light and the variation of light as it punches down there, which could be an easy way to sort of activate it. The second thing would be that you've got the big stair, but again, with regard to the issues of accessibility, because we know there are a lot of people that use this landscape that, you know, aren't necessarily fit. And you've got entry, you know, off sort of into the, you know, off over in the corner, which is off of a pathway, a roadway. There's something that's there. I don't know as if I wouldn't, you know, make that more of an architectural element in the same way that the stair is. And you could potentially then have another ramp that's off the other side that's, you know, that is not symmetrically placed. Excuse me?
I'm asking Nicole to show the plan as you speak.
Yeah. Yeah. So right now it's like a pathway that just sort of hooks into that corner, whereas it could actually be something that's more, you know, architectonic in nature. And then on the other side, you could, you know, play another ramp structure off of that. But it seems that, you know, really between light and playing with the circulation, that you would have some other opportunities.
Yeah, I have to say your particular design, Nicole, because it creates such a large and singular slab over the land, and that section that you cut, which shows how radically long the floor is, and because you mentioned a few times exactly how many feet above the ground it is. It's like it's gotten people to think, well, can I get down there? What's down there? How dark is it down there? What's happening down there? And I think had we got this kind of critique in the mid-review, I probably would have asked you to have, like in the screen porch, a way to descend onto ground level so that people could look out into, and see the raccoons under the building or something, like an aquarium or a terrarium sort of thing.
Make some bat habitat. We need to help out the bats.
Yeah.
Gosh, I would have opened a whole chapter that I hadn't helped you.
But I think, Michael, I think also when part of the lesson that you have to learn at any phase of your development is you really look at what you're doing and you see what works, what doesn't work, what the opportunities are, what the liabilities are. And then you find problems to solve. You're always looking for things that don't work. And I'm putting this on Nicole. What works, what doesn't work? If you just said, okay, what's happening underneath the building? The same way you're saying what's happening all around the building, then you start to make a value judgment as to whether or not that's something that you can use or not use. So I think you have to get used to looking for things that you weren't expecting to find in a project. Each idea expressed becomes the impetus for the next problem. I think that doesn't look cool, I think that one thing that you seem to have learned about is wood construction. You know more about wood construction now than you did before because it looks like a wood building. It really does look. It seems like a wood building to me. So maybe you can talk a little bit about that. What did you learn about wood?
Yeah, we've got about 3 more minutes. So Nicole.
Let me scroll back. I was very so for the wood construction and column beam structure, I relied heavily on this president. Not about the theory behind it, but actually the construction of it. So I was, I also was talking with Michael, and we started thinking about first of all, the roof. So starting from the roof, wood construction, and exposing those beams and columns, and also like the parapet, the fascia details, and how those connections. So I actually did learn a lot about the wood construction, how to join those those columns and beams, especially having the roof structure tilted on its side, the roof structure slanting. Something I also found interesting and important was that the repetition of the beams. It's actually much more than I would have expected. It started from a 10-foot grid and developed into like a 1-foot grid per.
Yeah, I think without this project, I think you would have made it more varied. And I think this project helped to make it very rigorous and repeated. Russ, I forgot you were off my screen, and I've forgotten you're so quiet. If you could be very brief, I'd appreciate it.
Yes.
We'll give you a platform on the next one.
Hearing the discussions and seeing the presentation, having 2 equal entities at the moment, like what I saw it in the plan, and understanding it as one surface, something like one entity placing in the park. And it's a very important question, of course, how you see that relationship between art and science. So you have 2 entities, for you it's equal. If you find them separate from the park, that means that performance of knowledge is happening there, and crossing by means that I always, through the transparency, visibility, and partly involved as a weekend activity, hiking, walking through in the park and seeing that, or do you see it interactive in terms of inviting maybe Like I saw the one reference, like in Vienna, that is like museum quartier, which is for Kindermuseum, for example, where knowledge and playfulness are combined together. So if you are interested in that transparency and the openness as you speak through these rhythms, and I think you want that invitation, which you're doing in the middle. So my suggestion would be maybe to differentiate those two layers. And very nice comment to make a definition and inform it in your design steps. Should it be enclosed, separated, combined together, open to the public? And I see it start to do it. So the terracing from your references, these pathways, could be also exhibition outside space and inside space. So in terms of if you want to welcome the visitors, finding those, or would it be like free time activities for people to see the art and science in terms of exhibition, performance of workshops for people to get the knowledge there into the park, like spending free time and getting involved, maybe not scientists, not artists, but the other people to be with. So leaving the kids to play there on a weekend, and other conferences may be happening in different types. So that transparency maybe could take the place after the definition. Yes, this is my comment. Thank you for presentation.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Russ.
Everyone. Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Nicole. Good. All right. Last for this session. Juan, we're running 15 minutes late, so.
All right, I'll try to hustle.
You have your 20. No, you don't need to rush. We're all going to gobble our coffee and cookies. But you have 25 minutes, Juan.
Okay. So I think just to get started, I think what the biggest impression that I have from the site was just, that way that Shoal Creek is that this piece of nature or something that is seemingly natural embedded in the city. I think that is just kind of speaks to what's great about Austin in general, and what I think a lot of people here love about this city. And then, so just to orient you on the site, 34th Street is up here on the north end, Shoal Creek Boulevard, and then we have the Shoal Creek running straight through it. So it might be apparent from this plan, but what I found, or what left an impression when after visiting, was the way, or to the degree to which the creek bifurcates the site. The east and west banks have very different characters. And then also just the way that the pools are these discrete elements, or discrete classrooms almost contained within the rocky creek bed. And then also I thought that the site as is actually works pretty well. There's some continuity between the Bull Creek, or between the Greenbelt, and then I like that you cross the creek as a way of moving through the site. So this is these are the two halves of the site. The left is the east looking south, and the right is the west looking south. And then here you can tell, like, the east side is fertilized and cut down to within an inch of its life, and then whereas the west side is left a little bit more unkempt. Grass is a little bit taller, and it just seems a little bit more wild, for lack of a better word. And then here are some images of the pools. I thought the pools were beautiful. I had spent some time trying to fish, and I was surprised by how many fish you could actually find and pull up.
Yeah, I think that's a chichlid or something like that. I like those little fish. They're cool.
Yeah,
they actually sell them in aquarium stores.
Yeah, you can get like bluegills and bass if you go further down south. It's amazing. Anyway, just the diversity of wildlife here I found astonishing. And then there were a couple of very specific elements which were intriguing. Over here on the west bank, there on this cluster here of trees is this really shaped leaning oak tree, and then just to the southeast of that, there's the kind of this vestige of either a dam or something else that used to be there, but it's damming these two pools to give them this distinct character. And I want to integrate that into the experience of my building, which kind of drew me towards the densest part of the site. So this is what it looks like there. Though it is pretty dense, pretty wild, there are some ad hoc trails, and to be blunt, there was nothing extremely sacred about this, so I thought it was appropriate to build here.
It's what we call the jungle.
Yeah, and then so here is what my site strategy is. I want to embed my project in the densest part of the site, and then the east bank, which is relatively well groomed. I would love to see that be restored into like a restorative wetland, and then just to make that very manicured part of the site much more wild and much more and to resemble what's going on the other side. And then, but to mostly keep the trail intact, but to keep access to my building from the north off the elementary school, and then to integrate that informal access off that dam to the south. And then here is what another factor that was that I considered. It was just the flood level, or the anticipated flood level. And so I kept my building just out of that, just in case. So the overall organization is very simple, but I drew it from the discussion I just had about the pools, the way that there are these, it's kind of this discrete elements organized under one body. Similarly, I have this association of rooms that are clustered together. Each room is its own block, and then they touch at the corners to create these little thresholds to minimize corridors and to have just each room connected abruptly. And then I embedded service spaces within those clusters, kept them mostly to the south, and then tried to privilege views to the pool, and then stuck the service block over into the densest part of the woods. And then with the screen porch up to the north, then further articulated those, and then created some transition spaces between each room, and then collected those under one roof, and then embedded those with some skylights that are serving two functions. One is that they're reinforcing those thresholds between each space, and then they're anchoring each room as well. So because of the flooded, for a couple of reasons, because of the potential for flooding, and for the to promote ventilation, I wanted to have a silted building. So I have concrete footings with wood beams that sit on top of that, on top of which wood joist platforms sit on, and then those sit within this timber frame, and then the roof structure, and then everything that is within that middle level is clad in wood, and then a metal ceiling that reaches into the sky with these volumes that are penetrated. And then so this is my plan. At the very north end is the screen porch, where presumably parents would come pick up and drop off their kids beginning and end of the day. Kids would continue in. At the center of the whole complex is this administrative and reception block that bridges every other element, being the art or the science classroom, and to the north the art science classroom, art classroom to the south, and then the service block to the west. And then one thing I'd like to point out is just that, this organization also promotes these smaller interstitial spaces and courtyards because of that strategy. So this is a section cutting from north and south along the long side of the building. Here you can see the ramp that you take to get up, and the stilted nature of this, and the way that this promotes some ventilation. This is the cutting east and west. So one important feature of my building is the way that the roof mimics the gentle slope of the site itself. So the idea with that was to promote like the heat stack effect, or to take advantage of that. And then also those volumes, then this roof is also sprinkled on very hot days. And so hopefully it'll create this little waterfall effect on the low side that could be used to take advantage of evaporative cooling. And here you can see that those volumes that penetrate that roof are working very hard for me. They have a performance aspect and an experiential aspect. The performance aspect being that they can open up and promote cross ventilation to create that temperature or that pressure differential to draw the cold air up, and then the fans also can force that ventilation as well.
Is there anything coming through the floor at all, or are there any vents in the floor?
No, there are not. And then here,
not yet.
Not yet. We had spoken about it.
There could be, yeah. I mean, there's a lot of cool air under there trapped. Actually, the coolest air that you have is under there right now. And by the way, yeah, sorry. Sorry to interrupt.
No, I think that was a good point. Actually, one thing that I thought about is that, Wi-Fi basically exists prior to digital. The same thought at the same moment that Craig spoke was in my mind. And anyways, but what I was thinking, with the way to answer that one, once you're practicing, and I know Craig is exceptional at this, if the client asks, is there any ventilation on the floor? And you go, oh shit, what a good idea. You say, yes, but it isn't drawn properly yet, or something like that.
I'll keep that in my back pocket. Thank you.
but only when clients and critics say that. Yeah.
Well, I guess jump off that. Another important aspect, or another thing that I considered, was to just have a bunch of ramps at this building, just not privilege the able-bodied, right? And then so this is another section that shows what I would like to see happen with evaporative cooling when this gets sprinkled or on rainy days, and what that looks like on those balconies. So going through room by room, the screen porch is pretty much exposed, and it's freestanding and faces this courtyard, and then the creek down to the east. And here we have the reception admin block with some offices, and this squiggly line represents kind of this curtain that was intended to help the ventilation, because that's a big idea of this building, to register in space and to make that a very clear and clearly represented for the students. And then here you can see that this kind of is the heart of this building. Here is the science classroom. The furniture is round here because I thought that was more conducive to collaboration, and I find that the students could take notes and talk about the subject, versus the art classroom where they're sitting more in rows and more heads down work and can work on their tasks. And then the service block with restroom storage. And so here is the rendering of the exterior of my building, looking from the creek to the west. And I think here you kind of get a good sense of the material strategy and why I chose to do what I did. The concrete columns or footings are stained black to kind of match the loamy nature of the soil. It was like this dark loamy soil, and then the crushed rock that sits beneath the building also blends in. Above that is kind of like the level of the trees, so that's all timber structure, and then the building is clad in wood shingles, and then everything above there that touches the sky, reaches for the sky, is kind of this corrugated aluminum that is reflective and kind of helps these large volumes or just kind of go away. So this is the entry from the north, screen porch to the right, and then as we're coming up to the main building, this is the entry from off of that dam. And so this is what you would see looking to the northwest. This is the bridge with that kind of that retractable curtain conference room. And then here you can kind of get a sense of how all the different spaces bleed to each other and the monolithic nature of the ceiling. And here is the art classroom. And here you can kind of see how heavily that these light wells are working. And then one thing I forgot to mention earlier is that there are a series of these operable panels in order to give agency to the teachers and students for them to manipulate their environment, along with the sliding doors. And here's the view from the screening room on the interior. And this final image kind of is representative of the big idea I had. This is one of the few projects I've ever had where I had like a very deliberate image of what I wanted in the site. So here I wanted it to represent the synthesis of the art and science that was considered to go into this building. And then finally, we did some previous exercises where we looked at sunshade boundaries and membranes. So with that spirit, I created this video that.
I remember yours. I was looking when I went through all of those. You had a really, this video. I remember the one from the previous exercises.
Oh, okay. Oh, thank you. Yes.
I think it was a black and white one. Was really good.
Oh, thank you. Appreciate that. Yeah. So it's similar to that one. This one is just showing kind of this impossible view that you would never actually see, but it's showing each space over a 12-hour cycle that the schools would be active. So you can get a real sense of these light wells and how they're dividing up space, how they're anchoring space, and how light is just kind of bleeding into this.
Juan, if I could interrupt just for a moment. One thing going through, seeing all of these, you mentioned the floor, which is continuous, and the ceiling, or the roof, which is continuous. One of the things that you might have considered is how to use the floor and the roof to define the volume, and have that volume sometimes slide from inside to outside, because that's what you're doing in plan. In plan, what you're doing is borrowing the space in between those boxes, and setting up basically you're setting up a condition for being able to perceive a much bigger building, borrowing the space in between. One way that the roof and the floor, or the roof is that idea is interrupted by the wall bending down at the ceiling in every location. What it does is that holds the space and doesn't let it pass outside. So when you look at the sections or you look at the renders, by having the piece above the windows be solid in every situation, it basically holds the space in a very different way than if sometimes that piece had glass as well, and it lets the space pass all the way through from the site into the building, into the courtyard, back out to the site. And you may not have to do that everywhere. You do it strategically in some places and then hold the spaces in other places. But I think you're pretty close.
So, if I'm understanding, you're talking about doing kind of this gesture that I'm doing in plan, but more sectionally as well, right? Or allowing for more slippage.
Yeah, when you have this and you have this, okay? The space in between basically goes right through with a situation like that. If I bend this thing down like that, the space, the perception of the space is doing that.
I see what you mean.
And so it could be, for instance, you want to orient the space, for instance. So you can see just in a diagram like that, the space is oriented one direction but held in the other, out to the site. And, so anyway, I'm just bringing it up, not that you did something wrong, but just as another way to think about what you're doing and basically sort of taking it to the next step. Because it makes me think, all the things that you're doing and you said makes me think of these things.
Yeah, and I think Michael, they're absolutely beautiful drawings, and I love the project. It does lend itself to that kind of critique in terms of trying to understand what are the rules that you're establishing, why you're establishing them, and then why they're broken. And so there's a few places where I guess I have those same kinds of questions. So when I look at the building in section, it works. It really works quite well. I'm trying to figure out why for instance, at the roof line, why the corners are rounded, like what that's doing for you. I think also if you look at, if we can go just to, as an example, just so, because you've got, I agree with Mike. I mean, this thing is so close. If you can go to the rendering that's showing one of the corners, one of the pods, I'm trying to think. Yeah, that one. Well, no, there's one that actually has a better sort of, that doesn't have a shadow line. Yeah, that one right here. I think I can see a little bit better. For example, it's sort of, first of all, I'm wondering why you round the corners there. But the second thing is that is to think about, you've got these layers and, what directionality are they giving? And one thing is like, you've got it's not even really like you've got two layers up there. You've got the primary sort of beams running one direction. Well, no, you got the sort of girders, and then you've got beams on top of that, and then you've got purlins on top of that, going the other way. To start with, the direction you're running that corrugation, you're actually going to want that last line of purlins are actually going to reverse direction. You got them in the wrong direction to start with. But the question, but when you look at that as a detail, you'll see a lot of architects where you've got those beams that are going in a particular direction. They actually then would turn the corner and be perpendicular the other way, so that it gives a border condition to the outside. Right now, you've got that you got a sort of a beam sitting on top of a purlin.
It makes a very deep fascia along there.
Yeah, and so it's what I'm saying is that
good place for some bird nests. That's what I would put there.
Yeah. Anyway, and then the last thing that I would say along those lines is really, I'm trying to understand the language of the diagonals, you know, that I'm looking at the plan and trying to figure out what are the rules in play that sort of establish something in this corner, like it opened up that corner. And I see, I mean, I like the fact that you have it sort of so reductive, but then it asks the question of, you know, when do you privilege that condition over the other? And I think that goes back to Michael's original sort of comments. Last thing I want to say is that I look at the same thing in plan when I look at the thing that seems to be in dialogue with these curves are really the sort of ramps. And I'm looking at the ramps, I'm not quite understanding why they, you know, why they don't take up the entire space. They leave a sort of edge condition, you know, that they're rounded, they're curved. And then they leave an edge condition, and I'm just wondering why they don't use up more. I'm just wondering if there's some way in which they can become simpler. But I love your project.
Well, Sveta Fenn would have answered that by saying the useless space in between the ramp and the wall is the best part of the building.
Yeah.
So, you know, I mean, uselessness can be powerful.
No, we actually worked on that.
That's where the beer cans
The thing
go.
was much more glued together and boxy, and you know. Yeah, there's lots of slippage and gaps between solid and column and ramp and wall and so forth.
Yeah, the Hamar Museum that Fenn did is filled with all of that. And it actually, I agree that some of those spaces, the in-between things are actually some of the more fun spaces. It's like going into a church, 80% of it is useless. And that's the part that we like the best, everything up over our head that you can't actually occupy. Could I make a few quick comments?
Please.
I'm going to go back to habitat again. So here's a quick story, very interesting since it's in your neck of the woods. You know the Buffalo Bayou in Houston? There were some architects that came along and decided they were going to try and make it more accessible, put more paths and things like that. As they were doing that, they decided to try and make it naturalistic, I think is the right way of saying it. And so they had, you know, clumps of trees and everything here and there. And what happened was it was so nice for people that a lot of people started going down to the Buffalo Bayou. So from that perspective, it was really successful. The problem was all the creatures that lived down there in the Buffalo Bayou, because for the last 50 years, 60 years, everyone had ignored it. It was just a place you didn't go. You know, it was taken over by all kinds of animals. And so once the people moved in, all the animals moved out. So it actually cut the natural habitat of a lot of creatures down by the water by over 50%. So it did the opposite of what it was supposed to do. So it looked very natural, but it was not natural. And the same is sort of true with the High Line in New York City, which feels very, very natural, but it takes, you know, millions of dollars to maintain that naturalistic quality. And so I just want to raise that because I think, and it's not specific to your project, although you did touch on it a bit, which made my hair stand up a bit when you said this area is not sacred, to be perfectly frank. That's what you said. And it is sacred. It's just not sacred in the same way that other nice places are.
Picturesque.
Yeah, and the fact that nobody's going over there, that it's not picturesque, is actually probably where the animals want to be, because nobody's going over there right now. Nobody's messing with them, you know. And the only thing you can really do at this point, if you're going to occupy that space, is, you know, start to artificially feed them through trash scraps and stuff like that. So I just want to raise it. Not that architecture is built around habitat, but we have to recognize in the world we live in, where actually right now we're living through a biological hazard, COVID-19, which is essentially the consequence of our avoiding and understanding of habitat with these poor little creatures that spread their viruses around to humans because they're being encroached upon. So I think it's something that we should at least be a little more careful with. It doesn't tell you how to make the architecture, but it can make some really beautiful design components that are equally fascinating, equally complex as any human devised psychological or cognitive dissonance that we want to create. There's a wonderful character about the plan that seems almost Northern European to me, like Hermann Hertzberger or something. I'm sure that might have been, I would have guessed that Michael might have brought that up, but maybe not. Anyway, it's got this kind of interesting modularity that's not overburdening. That's just, you know, it's a relaxed kind of modular quality that feels like people could easily occupy. And that I really like.
It's a wonderful combination of room making,
yeah,
and universal spatializing.
Yeah,
it's
definitely.
Space universal, yes, it is, by virtue of the system. But is it? No, it's, you know, It's cellular, sun and shade constantly will play through here. I think the big skylights, you know, at the moments of ramps and so forth.
Yeah.
I think it's all like a piece of music, and I think.
So music, I want to throw very quick. Music is one thing on my list here. That metal roof, that gigantic metal roof, when it rains, as they say in Texas, like a cow pissing on a flat rock, that is going to create the most enormous sound. Wow. I mean, outside, it'll just be this timpani noise of everything. And inside, it'll be like, like that. You know, it's a really incredible thing to try to consider. It's one of those things that you really should consider in a cerebral kind of way with this project. Is the last thing I'm going to say really quick, because I'm going to shut up. Inside and outside, several people have brought it up. You know, let's face it, the outside is the outside, the inside is the inside. They have very different kind of needs and very different kind of qualities when they come to interaction with the environment. So what's going to happen, which can be a beautiful thing, is that the wood on the outside is going to darken, it's going to stain, it's going to react differently to the sun over time than the wood on the inside. And you're going to get this over time, and it'll be different each year. So when it first opens, it'll be a certain way. In 2 years, it'll be a different way. In 5 years, it'll be a different way. It could be interesting to look at your project and its characteristics of wood inside and outside and how they change over time as part of the metaphysical, ephemeral quality of the project. And that's all. I'll shut up now.
Well, thank you. Guys, we've got to start to close down because we're running 20 minutes late now. But I would like to hear from anybody. Rasa, anybody?
Yes, thank you, Michael, for this opportunity to look at our student projects. Congratulations to each student for having so unique approach. I have seen very interesting ideas. Something is complete, something is incomplete, but open for discussion. That was interesting to see. And I enjoyed that aspect of this picturesque, but giving the relationships to the very unique place. And I enjoy the aspect of Austin having such parks in the middle and central areas of the city. Maybe it's not that central, I understand, but it's very close in this relation, where rather the opposite inversion, what is happening in other cities when you have science or art islands, such activities as islands in the city. So I saw it as an island in the park, and it really fascinates me to have such an interesting proposal, so different ways of experimenting design research in the studio. Thank you, students. Congratulations for you for finishing a nice project.
Thank you, and Rasa, thank you for being with us. You were very, very eloquent.
And it was very nice to meet everyone.
I have to ask real quick, Rasa, do you know John Mashwika from Lithuania?
John Mashwika?
I'll send you an email. Could you, I want to exchange some information about him. He's a Lithuanian person who writes a book on.
Mean Jonas Mekas?
No, but there, maybe I'll get your email from
I'm sorry,
Michael.
maybe I did not
I'll email you.
That's
Craig and Vince,
yes.
Thank you for your session with us. If you have any closing comments for the whole session, Roto's going on to the next one with me. But Craig, you sat through two. Anything you want to say is good. Vince, anything you want to say is good.
My I guess comment, generally speaking, was that you know, when you have a sensitive site, you need to be sensitive to it in more ways than architectonic logic. It's very, and you know, this site was given partly because it's so-called utopian, but it's in fact the opposite of utopia. This is like the hardest place you want to build in. This is like evil's choice of a site. You know, utopia would have been, in my opinion, like the parking lot of a, you know, Target or something. But you know, I would strongly urge people to be more aware of their surroundings and allow that to create some really complex architecture and direction for how we occupy and habitat.
Very good point, and it was not on my top of my list, but it will be next time. But it will be next time.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's what these reviews bring out, things that we teachers don't always think about talking about, or don't even think about. But I think two things that came up, and I think Craig brought them up a number of times, was, and this is the students should, in any project, especially one like this, is look at the entire ecosystem of creatures. How do they inhabit the site? Even if, Michael, even if you don't ask them to do that, I think that's basically top on the agenda right now. And so you're going from the big stuff all the way down to microbial. And then with that, you're looking at time structures. Those have so many ideas already built into them that no matter what your particular interests are as an architect, it takes your projects in a direction that you may not have thought about. So, anyways.
Michael, stick around. Vince, we'll come back.
I mean, there's not a whole lot I can add except a couple things, which is that I think the contours, the reading of the land is extremely important, and in some of the projects, I'm not sure that maybe there's a registration of where the swales are and where the ridges are, and those are their own architecture. And if you're going to leave those, untouched, they do need to be in dialogue with whatever it is that you're building. And I think a lot of that is sort of friction that sort of rub up against it. The second thing I would say is that, especially wherever there's been clarity in the drawings that allow us to understand exactly what it is you propose, that's the only way I believe that you can really move forward with the projects. We have a lot of projects in that not in this case, but we have a lot of projects in the school which are ideas about ideas about ideas. And it's nice to basically have an idea about what the building is. And I appreciate that very, very much. I know that's something that Michael's very concerned about. And so that also, I think, helps us understand or have the dialogue that we can to see its relationship to nature. And the last thing I just want to point out is that just because Craig brought it up, which is that it really depends on how you detail the corrugated roof, that it can, if you're going to leave it exposed like that outside, it will make noise. The inside, though, depending on how you detail it, you can make it be very quiet.
But in that, then you're working against it. And in his drawings, he didn't show any of that. So.
That's right. But I just don't, what I'm saying is that I just don't want students hear certain things, which I just don't want them to walk away and go like, yeah, a metal building will just
I kind of liked it myself. I'd love to be in there while it was going like that. That'd be my favorite time.
Well, you're always going to have clients that are going to say, oh, but how can we do that? I don't want.
Oh, right. Yeah. I see what you're saying.
He's going to have insulation and ceilings.
But
he wouldn't have passed my studio without ceiling and insulation.
It was a nice project. Very nice.
But it's been great to see everybody. Nice to see you, Craig and Raza, and both Michaels as usual. So it's been a pleasure. I really enjoyed this afternoon.
Thanks, Vince. If you have time, feel free to come back. Also, Raza, feel free. Craig, unless you're designing something fantastic this afternoon, you should come back.
I don't think I have an invite for that last one. Could you have someone mail it to me? Just in case it's the same one? Okay, then if it's the same one, then I'll if I get time, I'll try and jump in. Thanks a lot.
I noticed on my mail out, I got the times completely effed up. They go 2:25, 2:30, 2:40. I can't possibly be. So I am emailing out another schedule. All right, guys, we can start again at 3.
Blessings and good fortune, good health to everyone. Bye-bye.
All right.
Okay, goodbye. Craig, Vince.
Nice to meet you.
Bye.
Goodbye.
Be back at 3.
Hey, Daniel. I just got an email from you. I think I'm not on your review tomorrow. It's like you just sent me an email having me in the third session, and just double check because you need to send it to the right guy.
Yeah, that was you. But I saw like Tommy took you out again.
Yeah, I don't know why. I think I'm on Dean Almy with Juan Miro. There's just the two of us. I'd love to be on your review, but you need to double check because I think she's got some. Let me double check and see what I've got on my calendar.
But it doesn't. Don't mind. Like.
But
yeah,
don't you have a?
It's everything.
I just want to make. But don't you have a third person?
I think so. Like, we have always like quite a lot of guests. So.
Yeah. You have Edwards.
Like in the afternoon becomes quite late for Europeans. So.
No, it wasn't so much that. It's just that the email that you sent. I don't know if you made sure to send it to all the people that you're going to have in that third session. You've got three there. There's Rasa and Marcin, and who's the third?
Aaron Edwards, I think.
Yeah, did you write them all?
Yeah, it should be included in the email for sure.
Just checking because I didn't see it spelled out that way. It was written out a different way.
Hey, David. Michael. Hi, Daniel.
Hello.
Michael, how you doing, bud?
Good, man. It's been a long day.
I hear you.
But now I'm looking forward to sitting on other people's reviews tomorrow.
And you and Martin were fabulous yesterday. That was so much pleasure. It was really
really.
Yeah. You guys were great.
Well, yeah, I don't know what was going on in the morning because I thought the work was good that I saw. I would have.
It was like being on a funeral. Honestly, it felt like all the reviews that I was on just in the morning, they just felt like funeral wakes. It was like the strangest sensation. It was like I don't know. I think we've reached the Zoom limit. Basically, what it boils down to.
Yeah. Well, listen, we're going to have some good work to see this afternoon. And, we're being joined by Max Levy.
Yeah, I know Max.
I think he told me he might be a little bit late because I think he has to use his wife's computer or something. There's something else. But, yeah, you'll find my guys are sort of into construction and I don't know. We'll see. I tried to keep it conceptual. But we actually really got into the buildingness of everything.
I tried to keep it constructive, and they got conceptual. You can't. It's like hurting Jello. It's like
it is. I see. Roto, are you there, Michael? Craig Diker said he might come back. Nice. For both sessions. He's a barrel of fun. But I guess I'm obliged to wait a few minutes here.
Well, if Michael and Max might be late, so I mean, but if Michael obviously knows the project, and
but he never got the site invitation, the site. Because he couldn't get in for a while. So I'm going to do a quick overview of the site. So I'm kind of, Roto.
Yeah, take your time. Take your time. I know where the site is.
Yeah. Someone's cutting wood somewhere.
Yeah, at my house, they just cut a tree down in the yard, and the sound canceling headphones are not strong enough to actually cancel out that sound. I mean,
hey, Samir, are you up and ready to go?
Yes, sir. I am. Yeah, I'm here.
It'll take me 5 or 10 minutes to intro. As long as you're ready. Yeah. When in my classes, I always ask them to leave their microphones on. So we often have a kind of a group acoustic of what's going on everywhere.
Clash.
Oh,
Yeah,
wow.
normally my Clash, I used an iPad for a drawing pad, and the mic on that thing, for some reason, it starts interfering with the mic on this and the mic on the computer that this is reading into, and
Yeah, right.
Yeah. So I'll mute myself while they cut this tree down.
Where is he? All right, you know what? We're just going to launch in. So I'm going to just set up the first slide and do screen share. So Daniel, you probably are getting to know Austin pretty well by now. Excuse me. So this is our and you looked at the program material, I hope, just a little? Okay. So here we are at the bottom of the picture, UT. Our site is about 1.5 miles north. Pretty easy you could walk it, but it's easy to bicycle. The studio is hybrid. It was like 90% online, but every 3 weeks we would meet on the site. And that's helped us sort of, see each other and feel like we were real people. And also because we met on site, which is a park, it was easy to stay outdoors and to visualize our buildings. And one of the funnest times we had was walking around saying, with their drawings, early drawings of their buildings, and trying to hold them up and say, oh, my building's going to go there, and that's the stone I'm going to use, and that's the tree I'm going to be next to. So they were able to actually like project their buildings into the land. So here it is. It's called Seiders Springs Greenbelt. There is in fact a fresh spring at the bottom of our drawing here. But it's surrounded now by houses, and between two schools, St. Andrew's Episcopal School, which is a very expensive private high school, and Briker Woods Elementary School, which is a public elementary school. This slightly bad oval you're seeing in the middle of the site of the drawing is a hockey field. It belongs to elementary school. And there's a little trail that runs down from it with a locked gate at the top. I don't know whenever that the elementary school allowed kids to come down. There's also a hike and bike trail which runs under the bridge and also from the street. And that goes all the way down to downtown, actually, in a continuous hike and bike trail. A closer up version of the site. We got to call various parts of the site names that we've stuck to. Shoal Creek, obviously, Shoal Creek. The gazebo, you can see it just hiding under the word gazebo. A kind of an old, somewhat rundown, square wooden bandstand gazebo type of thing. Students could keep it or replace it, but we're all sort of feeling a little sentimental about it. Especially the way it nestles in the trees here. And when you come up from the river, from the crossing, which is a stone weir, really, which people cross from one side to the other. Something called the stone circle. You can just begin to see above the E and quotation mark, a little scattering of stones. You'll see them later, but they form a beautiful arc and made a classroom. And then it's sort of a more or less open field above it called the meadow. So when kids start saying, I decided to build my school in the meadow, you'll know what that means. Some views of the site. This is looking at the arrow. We've just come traveling north on the hike and bike trail. We come up a hill and look to our right, and we see that. You can see the hike and bike trail moving along the left of the picture, the gazebo in the middle, the beautiful old oak trees next to it. if we get up to those oak trees, this is what we see. The land is, the low wall is excellent for sitting on, expanding out from whatever party was happening in the gazebo. The tree is a beautiful, I think, complement to the gazebo. It makes a very satisfying place. We're going to now go down a little slope across the river. So these are the stones that we see crossing. They're obviously bigger than could have been put there by hand, but it is artificial. And, people skip across them, carry their bikes across them. They're a little bit dangerous, but just enough to be fun. Kids sometimes go wading in the water. And then if you look on the top right of the picture, you can see it opens into the meadow or the field. So the next picture will be, imagine we've crossed the river, we've taken a slight left, and now we're looking towards the little group of stones. And this is what that looks like, sort of like a natural classroom in a way. One is reminded of Kahn's picture of the first classroom was a man standing under a tree talking to people. This seems to be a kind of an echo of that. The meadow that we talk about is to the right. You can see it's sort of kept somewhat, and then it turns to long grass and bracken and eventually into trees. Quite a few projects are located on that boundary. So this is where we met every 2 weeks, and also at the gazebo, which was, a way to keep our class together during COVID. Some precedents that we looked at. Students also looked at their own precedent. We were interested in relationality into clusters and groups, not very much in sort of universal space solutions, but literally dialogical solutions, buildings that seem to speak to each other or touch each other, or know that the other building is there or that the other room is there. We also had a component which you might have read about, which never really materialized or dematerialized, which was to create an online version of the school that picked up on some of the logic of the architecture. I had some very old examples of sort of data structures that had been turned into sort of being spatialized in some way. But the fact is we never got very far with that. It would take a semester, I think, devoted to online architecture to make that transition. My inspiration through everything, of course, is this guy, especially his understanding of rooms. Schools begin with a woman under a tree who didn't know she was a teacher, discussing her realizations with a few others who did not know they were students. So that was something of a sort of an inspiration for us. Okay, so I'm very happy that you got the chance to read the program and all the other stuff. And we're going to turn, we have four people we're looking at. We're doing about 25 minutes each. And we're going to start with Samir.
Michael Rotundi just dropped in. Hey, Michael.
You're silenced, Rota, which is good.
Oh, yeah. Hello.
If he didn't say it, I would have said it.
Michael, meet Daniel Kohler, please.
Hey,
Daniel has joined us a few years ago, a wonderful teacher and a theorist and a contributor to boot. All right, Samir.
Awesome. Can you guys see my screen all right?
I can.
You can't?
I can.
Oh, you can. Okay, great. Well, thank you all very much for joining us today. We're very thankful for you guys taking your time. And I look forward to hearing the feedback. And thank you to Michael for that great introduction to the site. It's going to make my introduction a lot easier here. So just to reiterate Michael's introduction, our site was kind of nestled along the hike and bike trail of Shoal Creek, kind of fronted by, or kind of nestled between, you know, Mopac and 35th Street here. So just zooming in a little bit further, this swath of land was kind of given to us for free choice of where to place our building. The, I guess, immediate context, just to reiterate again, just the St. Edward's School kind of right across the street. The access from 34th Street would be the Shoal Creek Boulevard, and that's where we would typically park our cars when we would meet there. And then you can kind of jump right down onto the trail from that road. And so just a little 3D perspective, this is kind of where I decided to place my project in what Michael called the meadows. I have a bit of a different nomenclature for kind of what I called the meadow, being more so the long grass area that he showed. And then kind of where the grass is more kept, I would call that more of the plains. So I'll go more into detail about that later. And so just my initial, these were just my initial notes that I took about the site and about kind of the potential sites that we had, as well as some conceptual precedents that I applied to each site. So again, what I'm calling the meadows is this long grassy area. It's kind of kept up in the back of the plains. It's very unkept, and that's kind of what intrigued a lot of us to it, was the fact that it was this blank kind of canvas, that was kind of looking for a building to be placed upon it, in my eyes at least. And when I first looked at it, I thought that a building that kind of acted as more of a sculpture within the meadow kind of worked more in its favor here, due to the fact that it's kind of nestled within the trees, kind of behind it, and kind of along the trail as you walk by it. It's kind of this, again, this blank canvas. And so the conceptual precedent that I kind of placed with the meadows is this Peach Hut Community Center in China. It's the sculptural kind of stereotomic form, very small in terms of square footage, but it really intrigued me the way that it sat in the site, and this is something that I hoped to achieve with my project. And then the other option for the site, again, this is my initial notes of the other location that was a potential site of being the forest. And along with the forest came different conditions and different limitations. Mostly the fact that you'd kind of, due to the fact that the trees create this area of privacy, it almost lends the building to be raised on pilotis and to act as though it is one of the trees itself. And so again, one of my conceptual or formal precedents is the treehouse in Belgium, really pulling away the fact, or these pilotis, in the way that it sits within the canopy of the trees here. And then my final kind of conceptual formal precedent is this ribbon chapel in Japan. And you'll see why, mostly because my project one of the biggest design features is a ramping feature that goes throughout the project. And although these are not ramps, they're kind of very shallow stairs. I thought it was done quite sculpturally and beautifully here. And so with I was kind of torn between the meadows and the forest, kind of trying to decide what was the better option. Was it better to do something sculptural on this blank canvas, or was it better to do something that was raised and within the forest, kind of nestled and more private? And ultimately I decided, hell, why don't I do both? So because there's the forest kind of nestled behind the meadows here, I decided, yeah, I could go ahead and do both options and utilize both spaces. And so this is kind of how I broke up my program initially, from the meadows to the forest. So I wanted to create a dialogue between the two classrooms, one that was purely in the meadow and one that was purely in the forest. And within kind of the structure that connected them would be the way that the students and the visitors would interact between the two classrooms in the two different, quite different parts of the site. And then lastly, these kind of bubbles that are hanging on their own here are kind of those utilitarian programs that I ended up nestling underneath my project on the ground floor because a lot of my project is raised on pilotis. So just really quickly, this is just a quick social logic diagram showing the connection of the spaces in my project. And so again, you can really start to see how that ramp connects all the way through to the top portion classroom. But then at the entry, you also have that access to those utilitarian programs as well. And so here's my site plan. Again, this is where these are the two classrooms on either side, and one of them sitting right on the meadow, and then the other one kind of nestled into that forest. And then this bigger box here is kind of the screen that wraps around both of them and connects them, but also protects the ramp that goes through between both of the classrooms. And so you can kind of see, this is the view when you first enter the field or the plane. So back here is what I've been calling the meadow, and then more so the forest kind of back there. You can kind of see just a little bit of the other classroom. And then of course the screened porch, that kind of—
the stone circle that
yes.
we showed earlier.
Yes, and then this is the stone circle that Michael showed earlier as well. And so I was going to say this later, but I guess something that this is kind of displaying is my ramp. I wanted it to have a dialogue with the stone circle, so that's why it kind of points outward towards it, so that the visitors and the students feel as though it belongs, the stone circle belongs to the building. I'm almost appropriating it into my project as well. And so my floor plans, a little confusing because of the ramping situation. They're not cut quite accurately. This one, you could say I did kind of a combined floor plan just for the sake of showing all the spaces in one plan. But this, the ground floor plan, again, this is where you'll have the break rooms, the offices, IT offices, and then also the bathrooms for the students. And these are programs that were necessary to be grounded, was unable to raise them for the project.
Hey, Samir, quick question. So the part that's nestled in the forest, it just shows that you're cutting down a bunch of trees. How does that get nestled in there?
Yeah, so I am cutting down quite a few trees for the sake of kind of nestling it in.
Nestling by chainsaw.
Yeah. Quite like what they're doing to your house right now.
That's like telling somebody you love them and you hit them in the head, you know.
That's how I do it.
You're rough.
Samir, also, we're definitely in Zoom time, and there's these. You gotta like speed the presentation up just a little bit if you could. Just try to try to move it along, buddy. I really
I appreciate that.
I'm worried, but we're gonna run out of time for you here.
Samir's luxuriating in the attention.
So so here you'll see the ramp that connects all the spaces here, and then kind of hugging them together, you'll see that screened wall that is kind of in between the ramp and as well as the platform. The screened porch here acts as a platform. There's no walls or roofs, and there's only a singular roof that covers this entire square here. And then this area has its own roof as well. And so my longitudinal section is cutting through the first classroom and then the kind of main ramp here. You can start to see how the shading structure, or sorry, the screen structure starts to really hug the programs together, as well as the ramp being that main element of the project. And then this one being the transverse section cutting through the other classroom, and as well as the auxiliary program on the bottom floor. Starts to show again how the screen structure kind of encompasses the ramp, as well as allows for open space below. And then just a quick
welcome, Max.
And then just a quick axon to show the kit of parts here. So the shade structure here would be grounded here, but here you can more easily see the ramp structure here and how they connect between the two classrooms. And so I'll just fly through these quick renders. So this is the entry going right up. This is a view of one of the classrooms. This is the classroom on the in the meadow. And then the ramp returning back into the main circulation. This would be the what I'm calling the screened porch, kind of the lunch area, if you will. And then again, back up the ramp and just kind of quick overview. And that's what I have. And I have a quick video. It's pretty rough and cut and dry, but I just wanted to try and do a quick procession. Oh, I should full screen this. Just kind of a walk through the ramp, kind of what that feeling would be like. And the sun is moving slightly here. It's not too dramatic. So again, this is the main feature of the project would be the ramp. And that's why they're so wide, because I would allow for students to kind of mingle there, as well as just kind of gather outside of their classroom. So,
all right, Samir, you did a great job of describing the background of it, and these are some beautiful renderings. So let's have the critics offer their ideas. David, do you want to start? And let's welcome Max Levy. Max, thanks for joining us.
Oh, hi. Sorry I'm late.
All right. Sorry I couldn't give you a site orientation, but I'm sure you will be able to pick up how it goes.
I enjoyed poring over the material you sent me, and I am familiar with the site anyway, so it's okay.
Okay.
Max, good to see you. Hey, so let me just start really quickly. You lost me at the start because the whole idea that the meadow or the forest is a blank canvas. I mean, it's a blank canvas. Really, only that concept of these kind of greenswards being blank canvases is an essentially modernist kind of notion of divesting a site of all value so that a stronger thing can arrive, right? And honestly, I got to say that whole conception of site has been pretty much tossed. You know, like as opposed to kind of reading this thing as an ecosystem or as reading it for various other kind of ways that you can read it. And so then I look at the project and I already have to say I have trouble with it at this kind of starting point. You say, well, I'm gonna using it as this kind of blank place, and then you kind of bring it back by saying, but I'm gonna go ahead and respect the meadow and I'm gonna go ahead and respect the forest. And then the things that you put in the meadow and the forest, you cut the forest down with a chainsaw in order to make the thing that goes in the forest, and you uproot the meadow in order to put, even to the point of like the peyote, right? There's a kind of straight up market strategy where you deal with the meadow by prefabricating the frame and you put it down and you never touch, you make Merkit has a spec, it's a great spec. The contractors, they prefabricate the frame and they're allowed to touch the ground twice a day. When they arrive and when they leave, they put a porta-john on top of the frame. They're not ever allowed to touch the fucking ground. So there's this whole kind of, it seems to be like they're implicit in what you're doing. There's really intriguing possibilities that you've kind of backed away from in order to kind of make this kind of composition, which is mostly about movement, which is a separate question about whether how important movement is to a school as opposed to the part I like that I think is clearly has tremendous potential, and you want to erase the other parts out of the drawing. This is this beautiful screen porch. I mean, I think that the kind of notion of this kind of marvelous porch that you build and that you think through kind of structurally, how do you begin, how do you construe it? There's a long, very beautiful history of screen porch construction. In Texas, it includes O'Neill Ford, and it goes off into weird tangents. It includes Max Levy down there, and people like Lake Plato and so forth. It's a very intriguing kind of a history in and of its own right. And if you look at the project with the ramp moving through it, which brings up really interesting questions, then I think that's just in terms of my kind of 5-second reaction to the project. That's for me where I would go, but it really has a larger thing for me has to do with a kind of mindset about thinking of a site as this kind of passive place at which sculpture arrives, which I want to beg you to let go of that definition of site and
I have to say, David, when Samir first trotted out that note, he just fell deeply in love with that sculptural object in the field, and that went on for weeks and weeks of being criticized for it. But he stuck to his guns, so that's all I can tell you.
No worries. I'm just saying, Samir, like if you're getting hammered on it here, just wait till you get out in the real world.
But actually, I don't think, but Samir, I don't think you just did a sculpture in a garden. I happen to think that you've done some pretty interesting land work relative to the building. But hey, I'm not your critic here. We'll let Daniel or Max, do you want to say contribute?
Well, again, sorry to come in late, but I think first impressions still are valuable, because I could just be a person strolling through the park and I'll tell you what I see and what I like. To me, the strongest thing about your scheme is the screen box on the right. In fact, the idea of a generous screen box with a series of forms inside it is strong enough to be your scheme. You don't need anything else in that still life, or rather, although you do have other things in that still life, I think it detracts from the strength of the partie that I just described. another thing that I like about the screen box is that it is so sympathetic with nature. It just allows nature to flow through it. And,
except for mosquitoes.
Excuse me?
Except for mosquitoes, hopefully.
Yes, that's right. That's the whole idea. I have to tell y'all that on almost every residential project, well, actually, not even just residential project, on almost every project I've done, I try to convince my clients to include a sizable screen porch. And they always resist it. And almost without exception, several years later, they all tell me it's their favorite thing about the project. And I think that's because in Texas, if you can just get rid of the bugs and get a little breeze going, it expands the amount of time you can enjoy outside in Texas. So that, to me, that screen box with forms, almost freestanding forms inside it, should be the scheme, Samir.
Okay.
Michael, would you like to?
Yeah, actually, as I was listening to actually everybody, I think sculpture in the park is, although that might be your intention, it's not really what you're doing, unless you have a way of defining this simple geometry. Usually sculpture and organic sort of go hand in hand. And I think they're really misunderstood. When somebody says organic, it's a wavy line. And when they say sculpture, it's a curving line, which is, I think, too simplistic, especially for someone that's in school. But that aside, no, that's not aside. That's, I just said it. In any case, what Max just said, I would agree. I think a screen porch or a screen building that is covering all these other spaces is really a beautiful. It's so simple, but yet lets you. There's a set of experiences that would really be exceptional in there, and I think it would affect the mindset of the students that are there. I can see the possibility of having the building in this image to the left. Instead of as, I guess, a relational piece, is it possible for it to be the standalone piece and seem as if it's one more, it's another version of what was inside coming to the outside. And so there's a way of sort of extruding it out some way and not just keeping it as a separate piece with a bridge. I think as is, I like this particular image. I think is really quite strong. If I put my hand over the so-called sculptural piece, I don't notice that anything is missing because that box is so strong. And so how do you incorporate it in a way that you can't put your hand over it and not notice that it's gone, that it looks like it's like a missing piece. But I think I really like the directness and the simplicity of it, but done in a way that's really elegant. I think that the project is really quite elegant.
So,
there's a bit too much ramp. I think the ramp still looks like a ramp, even though you say it's wider. I think you could have reinvented ramp, because you're thinking, which I think is a pretty cool thing, because this is where the young people are going to want to hang out. So how do you make that into what amenities does it need in order for people to hang out there comfortably? You know, bigger ledges, a wall, basically a thicker wall, so you can sit not only on it but in it. You can put things on it or in it. You know, so I think just keep going with how do you turn a ramp into a building?
Feet up, yeah.
That's brilliant.
Hey, can I just ask a quick question? How did you decide on the height of your screen porch?
I placed it at the height so that let me see if I don't know if I have a.
Because I feel like we're too close to the ceiling at the top.
So you can't really see it on the metal one. I don't have a view of it, but I basically placed it right below the clerestory windows.
No, but the higher part of the roof.
This one, it's the same
Yeah,
thing. This one sits right below the clerestory.
Because I feel like from the perspectives, it feels too low to me, and that's. I'll just say that and then stop.
Is there do you have a view on the inside where you can? I didn't even notice the space in between that lower roof and the upper roof.
I'm sorry?
Do they touch each other? Is that what you're saying?
It's to get under the windows of the second classroom.
Mm-hmm.
He really wanted that clerestory, so he tucked the roof under it. But I think if you just show the interior,
it feels pretty tight.
Yeah, I just feel like it's looming. I mean, small point. It's still good. Daniel, you've been quiet so far.
Hey, it's congrats. It's a very nice, well situated project, and it's interesting when you explain it. It's very binary. It's summer and school. It's arts and science, and you take the forest or the trees and the meadow, and you're looking to the third space in a way, like kind of like with some completely different notion now with the swamp and so on. And I'm looking now in a project like what everything in a way programmatically also now spatial like happens, which is completely going out of this kind of determined like definition which you have in first. I mean, like it's very polemic. I see this project how you, for example, render a classroom. It's fun teaching. I mean, like as a student, I don't want to enter ever. I mean, imagine you have front teaching and you say, I'm teaching art. I'm teaching art. And then, I mean, like it's so polemic in a first. I'm poking now a bit. It's really the spaces are beautiful, but I just mean like it's very very classically how you render a proposition now. Hey, what is teaching? What is studying? Which it doesn't work. You look at us, no? It's so, or like look at the conditions. So, and now you have this third kind of in between, which is much more looks already as a learning center. So I'm interested in what additional kind of like, for teams, grouping, what kind of different areas. And there's one aspect of a project which you completely don't use. When you begin to speak, you speak about, with a reference about like the canopy, and that in a way you're between the trunks you walk. So you lift up this whole kind of like in between area, but what you don't yet use actually is that space under. So Mike is speaking about like, hey, when I'm now crossing by, so can I actually go under the building? Can this turn really into a program, which is a leftover, but exactly like what you tell, like it's not one, not other, like you begin really to open it up in a way, but it's a way like can be used, but it's not really used, So I think there's a very nice opening with your project.
Thanks.
We have a few more minutes left.
Something I wanted to add was the screened porch area was something that I envisioned as being open to the public in the kind of the 9 months of the year that the summer school would be closed. And that's kind of what led it to becoming kind of the central piece of the building, because these classrooms could be closed down and the storage could all be locked up. However, people that are strolling through the park on, say, February should still be able to walk up the ramp and enjoy a lunch with whoever they're with. So it's something.
There's this thing about the ramp that drives me nuts. I keep thinking about the value of the construction of this thing. I mean, Michael was mentioning about the construction, and I keep thinking of the amount of damage that's going to happen to the site as a consequence of the amount of concrete the way you're going to work it and so forth. I do really wish. I mean, Daniel was already onto it. I was trying to draw it a little while ago earlier that somehow the classrooms that don't take any net advantage of their location right now. That they neither differ nor, and I don't think they need to. I think Daniel's closer onto it, that somehow the kind of severity of this space that you theoretically make set against just these two boxes is enough of a scheme. If it's not what Max said, you go, it's just all one box, with a classroom at one end and a classroom at the other end, and then this thing. And I think because then you begin to look at things like all the small kind of troubles that begin to actually question the way you begin to detail this. I mean, and you see that the renderings from here are a little Toy Story-esque, like you're not quite sure how the edge beam between two beams going across is going to, where you're going to staple off the screen. I'm like Max. I'm a big screen porch builder in houses, and they're complicated structures. They're really lovely, kind of charming, difficult, enigmatic. They have all kinds of details that like how you wash them out, and the details of the ground. But the question of how you enclose a screen, like in your drawings, the thing that makes me nuttiest is the idea of this wall somehow touching the ground, and it's this thing where you really want it to somehow. I would argue that an interesting proposal would be that you actually imagine your screen, your concrete construction coming out, and actually being like literally. Like you ramp up onto it, and it is a kind of thing that's above the floodplain somehow, and then the screen porch actually begins from it, so that you have a hard level line that's a kind of datum in the landscape. Water's below it.
At least a footing wall.
I wouldn't even do a footing wall, because trust me, like stepping, it's like with screen porch structures, like if you step the footing, then you have to double the screen frame. Right, and then you have to reveal between it, and then you have to figure out how the reveal tracks against the foot. I mean, I know this stuff intimately, and the end solution is to try to have the baseline of the. I mean, Max may know this differently, but it's to have the bottom line of the screen porch be as hard a straight flat line as you possibly can. Like if you begin to negotiate against topography, then you have to begin to double the frame, which is like. Gets tough in its own peculiar way. It's just a kind of a thing about the way the form is derived. The form here is derived as I have an idea about form, and then I'm going to pursue the materials against it. I actually literally think it's a more interesting idea if you really, really thought this thing through strictly from the kind of way about how you would build this thing there, how you would build a screen porch there, which I just back to the kind of first point, I think the screen porch is the thing, and making it is such an intriguing problem.
And Samir has assured me he's not going to graduate until he's done that detail, right?
Sounds good.
I misunderstood. When I was listening to Max, what I was envisioning, because I zoned out, I guess, the screen porch was covering the classrooms.
Right.
And then the classrooms in the right time of the year could open on these edges into the screen porch in order to use that space. And then this would also be the place where people could hang out when the classrooms are closed. But the screen porch, I don't know, I think it'd just be really quite elegant to just cover the classrooms with the screen porch.
Fully cover them though. I mean, have you guys ever seen the house that Ian Pei built for himself, the screen porch house? It's the most beautiful project Pei ever built. It's a floating screen porch. It's on its own property. There's no door into the screen porch. You come in below, and then you enter up, and then you're in a room, and all the rooms are in. The entire house is inside the screen porch.
Could even do that.
So beautiful.
Send that to me. I've never seen that.
It's just look up. It's on his own property. It's his summer house, and it's a screen porch lifted up on a concrete plinth. It's a T-shaped plinth, and then you enter up through a little stairwell, and then you come out into a series of rooms that open out in all directions that are contained within this porch. It's so beautiful. I mean, it's just like But it's essentially what Michael, what you're talking about, right? Then you go. The screen porch actually is bigger. The screen porch contains the entire school, and then it allows you to have actually another breakout space on the backside, including in the middle. The other option is that you go. Is that you go. There's the screen porch, and then there are these tragically enclosed concrete volumes where you go to be educated. which I think is this other thing that Daniel was proposing is actually quite intriguing, right? This is the one where you go, this is the non-humanistic version. This is the one where, I think they're both really, really intriguing options. You know, that you're in the screen porch and then you go in the concrete box with a skylight and there's no woods, there's no meadow, there's just art, or there's just science and study, damn it. You know, I mean, there's like that as a kind of student project has its own kind of like immediate charm. You know, it's an immediate kind of. I think right now the project is closer to the humanist version, where there's two things inside a box, and then this kind of lovely ramp that breaks down the scale of that space somehow.
Guys, this has to be the last comment. We have to go on. Samir, good job. Congratulations. It's his last project. Except he, as I say, he's volunteered to figure out that screen porch better.
Well, I think, Samir, though, let me say one thing, is that you're being pretty gutsy with such a beautiful screen porch. The question you should ask is, what if, and then you explore an alternative model, which is what David and Max are proposing. And then you could do it or not do it. You know, just go full tilt on the screen porch is everything, because I think you're really close.
Well, thanks, Al. I really appreciate the comments.
All right, guys. Thank you, Samir. And Maddie, you're on.
Perfect. All right. Let me share my screen. Can y'all see it?
Yes.
The title seems awesome. Thank you all for being here. My name is Maddie. So kind of jumping into site context again, I think Samir hit it off really well. But here's our general site. We got 34th up here in the Shoal Creek. And just some photos that I kind of gravitated towards while we were visiting the site. This one where you're looking from the trail, looking over the creek. Number two being that stone circle that we visited a lot for class when we would occasionally meet, and looking towards the taller grass in the background. Number three, kind of zooming in on that taller grass and just how that meadow goes from being kind of well kept in a way to this taller grass that kind of isn't as inviting. For also looking at that site, which is where I placed my building, but sitting in that manicured area, looking back towards that taller grass. And then some other views. There's a trail coming down from Bryker Woods Elementary. And then number 6 is actually kind of where looking from the brush kind of back towards that stone circle in a way. And that's where I envision my entry of my building being. Going back to some precedents, I kind of looked at like vernacular like dog trots, going back to like the climatic strategy of how I would approach this building since it's passive cooling. Also looked at Curie Architects, their school in Africa, and just how they have these dog trots to help increase that airflow going through there, cool those masses, but also lifting that roof to help encourage that airflow and get that hot air out. And then this precedent, I really was drawn to these screen mechanisms that they've used and their materiality. And I thought these screens are a nice way to allow people using the space to have some kind of control over their environment. Looking at those screens again. So here's my site plan. And I imagine people entering the space off the trail, coming to, I wanted to preserve that meadow that we all seem to hold dear. And so instead of having people traipse through it, I kind of wanted them to hug these contours and enter on the side back where that photo was taken on the previous slides. And also having access to that Bryker Woods Elementary through that already created like ad hoc little trail. Some party, just my organizational strategy, I kind of started with this large volume and started breaking it apart in various ways to help increase airflow, but also differentiate between like different programs and areas. And then I kind of, at number 5, you can kind of see, I I was kind of drawn to this idea of nesting. And you can see these two squares that kind of pull apart, but also allow for some interstitial kind of area that could be occupied. And then also going to nesting sectionally, how I can have these kind of volumes kind of tucked into one another under this larger roof. And so these two main concepts that I kind of focused on were like perching, because I wanted to have a very light impact ecologically, but also visually from that meadow, and just having it kind of tucked in that taller grass. But also the idea of nesting, going back to that sectional diagram, and then having these programmatic volumes up here being, I guess, the perching area, and then the services more of nesting into this little slightly sloped area. So zooming in a little more, you got the art classroom over here, which also has some storage and office space also connected to it, kind of nested again. And then that duality of, on the other side, you got that science, and then screen porch in the middle, and then these services like bathrooms, IT managers, offices, and then like a teacher conference and teacher locker room for the teachers to come and shower or whatever if they bike to the school. And then 9, a big collection water tank that I will show in my section. A large section through the front of the building. Zooming in a little bit, on that left, that's that art classroom with that nested volume right here, which would be where that storage and that office space is. And then occupying that like inversion of that volume would be just some circulation space. Screen porch in the middle. And then over here, just that mirroring of the program in a way, which is the science and storage and stuff. And this right here, this ramp over onto the right is that main entrance from this side. Some more sections. Section B kind of showing that storage tank, but also there's a data mall right here that kind of connects that circulation of the 2 ramps on the sides, but also hides this overflow tank. And then just a section looking.
Maddie, that overflow tank, it overflows to the site, right? It just overflows out onto the ground.
It can. I have some strategies going a little further, but I'm using that water to help kind of like passively cool. And it'll pump to these radiating fans and kind of blow through the space, which I have a diagram I'll show. And then this is just a section looking through the classroom. You can kind of see those operable screens, see that data mall that kind of runs along and then turns into going underneath the building, popping out the other side. Quick render of that entry. Here's the art classroom block, kind of showing that nesting quality with this focal wall kind of drawing attention to the teacher there. And then a render of what that classroom would look like inside. And then the science classroom on the other side of the building, same idea. And then here's that classroom. And so in terms of like water collection, I have these big 5 gable roofs, which there's these large gutters that help catch that rain, and then they overflow into a green roof on top of that services, which has scuppers to help get that overflow water into this collection tank, and then also main gutters leading to this collection tank. And then that rainwater is pumped and filtered for evaporative cooling of the building, which I show here. I have these behind the operable screens. There's awnings and casement, or not casements, sliding to allow for some personalized like of the space to help with airflow. Just and that I imagine. Sorry.
Just quickly, how's the water being? We should talk about this because it's a question about whether this works or not. But how's the water introduced there at the fan itself?
Pumped.
It's
pumped
into
the fan.
It's pumped to the fan.
Into a yeah. She knows that.
Some aerator or some kind of.
Yeah, that's the idea. It'll pump over kind of like like a car radiator, and the fan on the other end would be blowing the opposite way to help pull that air through.
Like a swamp cooler, just pulls it through the metal veins.
But it's not actually putting it into the air. It's just literally making a kind of radiator with it, with somehow.
No. It pulls through the water.
I'm sorry to distract from this, because this is it's this kind of question I was struggling with in my studio. We were trying to figure out these kind of hot, humid systems, and I'm assuming that the water is just running through a kind of series of like tubes that are being kept cool, but the water's actually not being aerated
No,
to make
it is.
mist.
It is. The water literally just clings by surface tension to some like ribbon metal, and the air rushing past is humidified.
These are just they're swamp coolers.
Yeah, it's like a swamp cooler.
Yeah.
Just the only kind of point I want to make is that generally speaking, swamp coolers don't work in Austin. It's just become too humid.
They work perfectly, David. I used them all summer. I built a screen porch with 2 swamp coolers.
All right, cool. All right, sweet.
And then here's just some more renders. This is actually looking at that,
I like
science classroom.
Maddie, David and Michael, they bicker like that, like an old couple for years and years. And years.
We are a bickering old couple.
And it's so nice. I mean, they're nice to each other. They're really gracious, but they'll differ, and it's really fun to watch, actually.
Well, I respect him.
I know, that's the thing. Yeah. How do you tolerate differences? And I think they're a good example of that.
All right, thank you.
Okay, sorry, Maddie.
No, you're good. Yeah, here's just a render of that exterior with those operable screens. Getting into kind of the construction aspect, it's kind of sitting on these concrete piers or piloties, floor structure, and then my series. The main driving force of this was like these series of 5 glulam frames that are repeated at a interval of 5 feet throughout the project. And then there's some girders on top, roof joists, purlins in those gutters, and then the metal seam roof. Just I really wanted to focus on that hierarchy of structure in the roof to kind of help create that boundary to help kind of with the heat of Austin, I guess. Construction details showing those screens and how that roof works. And then these awning down low to that swivel at the same degree as these operable screens so that they don't fight with each other. Sliding windows as well. And just some more renders of the space. Here's that screen porch. Other side of the art classroom. Here's a view from that stone circle. And in conclusion, I have a few videos to show. Can you still see my screen?
Yes.
Okay. So this first video is just a walkthrough. So it's kind of long. It's like 1.5 minutes, but you're walking through the space. So you're coming up this ramp.
It's a kind of a stumble through.
Yes. Yeah, so you enter on the side. Services on the right. Entering the science classroom.
Teaching science.
I had to dodge her. A few of the renders she got kind of cut through. But,
So she leaves the science classroom.
Coming through the screen porch now. You can see the water tank in the back right there to the right. There's that idea of that nested kind of program within these big glulam frames. Now entering the art classroom. And then coming back down that on the other side with that datum wall that you can kind of see that it kind of jogs a little bit and then runs under the whole building itself. And then just kind of ending back at that stone circle. And then next, I have another video just kind of showing Can y'all see it? It's black and white.
Yeah.
Okay, just kind of looking at sunshade boundaries and how these operable screens can kind of influence the shade that's happening in these rooms and stuff. And that is it.
On a small detail, on those shades that are moving, you keep a small gap rather than a bigger gap in between the wood, right? So you have about, I don't know, 25% opening as opposed to, say, a 50% opening. Is that calculated, or is that just like first draft of those screens? Because they're closer to being solid than they are otherwise.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm wondering if you intended the screen porch to work even when they're closed.
Yes. So you can kind of see this plan detail here. They're about like 2 inches, about an inch apart. They're about 2x4s, and that formulate this operable screen. And yeah, the idea was to allow for a porosity even when they're closed, but also still provide that shade if needed in the space. I don't know if that answers the question.
Well, there's trade-offs, nothing ever works. Yeah, there's trade-offs. So I think, anyway, that's something to consider. And I think I think with reference to that, it's nice I think it's really good the way you've considered all of the different, say, all the different lumber sizes in the building. And, there are bigger ones and there are smaller ones. And I'm thinking you could have finessed that even more, where you're beginning to scale the elements based on the amount of gravitational force that's moving through them that you have to resolve. So in that itself, that could be, the building itself could be used as a textbook example of not only how something like this is made, but how it works structurally, and then it's an intro into gravity. The same way a child looking at, or anybody looking at a spider web becomes really fascinated, not first by the web itself, and then that opens up a whole discussion into the whole everything from biology to physics. So how does this building become an instrument for teaching, which I think is one of the possibilities. And I think the amount of thought that went into, even in this one section here, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, you got like 6 layers right there. And I can see somebody just staring at that and wondering what all those layers were about. And so anyways, I think that would just be the next level of refinement to your project, is to look at the actual scaling of all of the different structural elements, from the size of the beams to, and then also I think the size of the members and the character and quality of the space also comes into that. Like the size of your beams they're really heavy beams. My just intuition would be you'd want to push the space up higher so it doesn't feel like that weight is coming down. Yeah. Like, how do you make what is tall enough and not too tall? What is short but not too short? What's that in between space that it almost makes anybody that's in there feel a bit weightless. Anyways, that's my thoughts.
Do you also feel that the ceiling is a little low?
Yes.
The roof is a little low. Yeah.
Yeah.
A foot or two. Yeah.
Actually, it's an interesting question. This whole construction is so elaborate. I mean, and so then you wonder a little bit about why it's elaborate. I think Michael Roeder, you were leading to that. And I'm interested in it. There's a couple of projects you might look into. One is that kind of that kind of one. I forget the architect's name always. The kind of most interesting house at Seaside, where basically there's a kind of a box inside a box, and this is used to get air to move through, right? And then so one of the kind of, for me, when I was looking at this drawing in terms of detailing, the real question was, why was this insulated? I mean, this isn't insulated, right? The window is theoretically insulated. So as opposed to, so one option would be to say, I'm going to try to keep this whole box as cool as possible, and I'm gonna keep this whole thing acts as a thing to keep heat off that box. So I'm gonna insulate this. I'm gonna insulate this. And then what I would be doing is I would be using your rainwater to run rainwater over the surface and out, right? Just to continuously cool this box by evaporation. So then you don't have the swamp coolers here. You have the swamp coolers here to cool this whole box off. I mean, the other option is that you're just saying, well, I'm using these kind of multiple layers to allow air to move through. Then I need chimneys here, and then this shouldn't be insulated, right? That should be opened, and then you should have gaps here and screen, and then air. You're asking air to rise up through. I mean, right now it's kind of a weird combination of neither nor. I mean, I like this project line. There's a lot of accomplishment here. I just wanted to kind of point out how interesting this section was, and how if you wanted to move it to become environmentally performative, first of all, you have to take it through the ridge, because you have to ask yourself what the ridge is doing. But it really is, what's the programmatic purpose of each of these layers? Right now, the programmatic purpose is just structural, to make shade, to kind of get projections out as far as you can. But I think you could get that to perform more. I mean, I think the same question was being asked about this action, and tracking it with regard to sun, I think would be really, really good. But I'm particularly intrigued because I really like the normalcy of your building from the park. I mean, that as you walk through the park, it's kind of like, I mean, I agree with Rodo about the kind of the sizes of the glue lamp frame seems a little strong, you know. But for me, the real question has to do with how do you get that thing to perform, and then that section to perform environmentally.
I think with some analysis you could do it, because what you're pointing out, David, is you basically put the waterproof membrane down here, and then you let the air go through, and then you find ways to let the air from here to get passed through that membrane, and then it's carried out of the building. And anyway, I think there's enough here where I think with some analysis it could be solved. So yeah, could you go back to the something we can see the whole building?
Do you want like a?
Yeah, like that. It's.
I think from the stone circle was nice.
Oh, yeah, the render.
Nice.
Yeah, I think just the rhythm of the whole thing is really quite nice.
Yeah, except aren't you guys having some, like, this thing drives me nuts, that these horizontals and these verticals, like that transition is something that like, and it has to do with the fact that this goes back to the swamp cooler. I hate that swamp cooler, Michael. but it's the fineness of this versus the largeness of that versus the kind of flat out banal ordinariness of this. Doesn't quite, it's a thing, Madison, I'm sure you could just study it and go through iteration after iteration, and you'd hit it at some point in time. Like, you get the quietness of the whole thing working really well.
I think that, Madison, what David is talking about is the horizontal across there.
Yeah.
Is that the one you're talking about? Yeah, because I think what it does is it breaks the rhythm of that right there, you know, and yeah. So, but those are iterations you take it through. You just keep on asking yourself, what if, and then you try something else. And I mean, this is the level of detail, which is nice to be talking about.
The structure, to my mind, needs to be a little lighter and a little taller, and the swamp coolers need to be bigger, David.
Yeah, they could be. They could be like they could be like those, they could be like giant things. I wouldn't.
Yeah, like jet
cyclopic eyes.
Yeah.
No, like
while we're on this elevation, the other part of this project, which I have to say, I wish that this weren't service, right? Like, you see this a lot right now in school design, right? Like the smaller space, and then that space is somehow used to recognize children. And in yours, you use it as a kind of throwaway to kind of to bury services, and as opposed to an entrance or and I find like that one for me was just kind of like a lost moment, that you have this kind of smaller gesture and you don't use it to begin to address. You just use it as a kind of formal device to solve a service problem. I mean, you know, probably what Murray Legg's the elementary school he just finished, which has that same beautiful detail, which is used as a way to step down to child scale as you enter this larger classroom. It's quite beautifully done.
Yeah, but she has offices and storage in them. I think it's good.
Where,
hey, Max.
Yeah. There's some really lovely things about this scheme. First of all, I agree with everything that Michael and David has been saying about the heaviness of the structure. You know, if I were a person who walked down the trail or jogged every day in this park or visited on the weekends and had a great affection for the place, and all of a sudden a building was built in that place, you know, I'd want the building to sort of apologize for its imposition, want it to somehow compensate the loss of what was there, or I guess put it another way, I'd want the building to just be like a big dragonfly that just lighted lightly in the woods. Your building has the possibility of being that, but all the elements are just too heavy. But it could easily be as light as a dragonfly. I think also there's a little bit of a problem with the vertical plane. Again, in the woods, you want the building to let you see through it. You want it to be, you want there to be as little design as possible. It can still be elegant and beautiful, but it needs to be quieter, I think. I could go back to your diagram. I think it was a nesting drawing.
Oh, yes.
Yeah, go back to that.
Sorry, it was kind of towards the top.
Okay.
Oh, here it is. Oh, wait.
Stick with the plan.
Yes.
Are you still on the plan?
Yeah, that and the structure diagram. This drawing and the structure diagram, for me, could almost be the scheme. I mean, the openness, the potential openness of this elevation. I mean, I know it's diagrammatic, but instead of all of the articulation you have in the vertical plane, if it was as almost as simple as this, with the horizontal plane of the base just hovering above the ground, being able to see through this, I just think it would be a much more gentle presence and welcome presence in the woods.
You know, Max, it's rare to hear an architect say that, first of all, you should do a building that is apologizing for anything, because we're all taught and convinced that we're supposed to be making things that are basically you got to see it in a second and a half, or it's it's not good architecture. But what you're saying is so incredibly poetic. Just to start with that instead of a physical diagram, to say that you're designing basically something that is akin to the wing of a dragonfly covering the site, and that you're able to see, because of its thinness, you're seeing past it almost.
Yeah.
You know, and then it has a transparency not only in the wing itself but through the building. Is just an extraordinary target to try to hit. You know, but it really clarifies the weight, the thickness, the penetration of light, its positioning, orientation to the sun, so that it basically opens up all of the problems that you now have to try and solve aesthetically in order to and whether or not, you know, it becomes program becomes secondary to just that experience of what it would be like coming onto a site to see something like that, and then wanting to go inside of it, to be under that wing. You know, that's just a beautiful metaphor.
Well, it would have a very
okay. This has to be. We've got to start closing down, gentlemen and lady. No, just
I've got to say one more thing, Michael.
Go ahead.
Can I say one more thing?
Sure.
About rain. I love the beginnings of what you did with rain. The way, I mean, once you establish all these gables, you have all these valleys, and the valleys are so important. They're all collecting rain. My only disappointment is that you haven't allowed the inhabitants to enjoy what's happening with the rainwater. What you're doing with the rainwater is sort of in the back, but you know, the rain could issue from scuppers from both ends of these valleys, and you could see it and enjoy it and do things with it. In addition to making it utilitarian, it could be, well, it could be what, you know, one of my favorite architects, Thomas Jefferson, called poetic utility. You take a utilitarian thing, but you do something poetic with it. So that's the only thing I think. If you're going to do something with rainfall, enjoy it visually.
Okay, yeah, definitely.
Well, we worked on that in Madison, and we got as close as we could in the time available. I think you're getting the message that it's a beautiful building. I think you're getting the message it's a little bit on the heavy side, but you know, there you go. That's a good critique. I think I would say in terms of front and back, Max, is what's interesting about the building is she thinks of the most trafficked part of the building is that corridor at the back.
Can we just quickly go to the plan, just the next drawing? Yeah.
So she brings people around the back. That's where the life of the building is along that. And the front is actually pretty clipped off as a presentation of itself to the landscape. The actual human traffic is around the back.
Michael, can I ask you a question? Michael, I want to ask you. It's not a tough question. I just want to know how you would handle that. You know, what is life? No, not that one. I hear when students always say, "I got a simple question." Yeah, but it takes a.
Yeah,
anyway,
what is life?
When you have whatever it is, in case this is a zigzag and it just continues, how does it end, or not? Where do you enter? Where do you enter it? Do you enter from the side? You enter from the end? And I think those are conceptual choices that are those conceptual questions that are raised in a project that has a repetition in it.
Yeah,
Did
I
you
think
discuss
it's
that with
brave of her not to enter from the front, past the screen, the screen, and so forth. Yeah, I don't have a good answer for that.
Okay.
There is a kind of that crazy thing. I mean, Michael, you were talking about it. It has to do with what Max was saying, and it's a really perverse idea, which is the idea that the more you start cutting this angle against that rake, the lower the rake becomes in the landscape. And at some point in time, you reach a line that is, it goes to Max's point. I mean, about whether it's a dragonfly wing or whether, you know, how you get it to apologize. And this whole other issue about cutting against this rake at an angle to lower that pitch to a point where it becomes almost a reading of an undulation. It's a really interesting, it's a great plan. I like the plan. Me personally, I would have probably argued against these spaces and just argued for making that whole middle part a screen porch, and you just pass by the school and I mean, I think the thing about this thing coming down on the green roof, it's another thing that's hard to make work in Austin, the green roof, and it just has to do with the inconsistency of rain here, as opposed to just kind of opening this whole thing up. I mean, and allowing the event of rain to kind of, this is what Max was talking about the fact that basically you're getting that backside to work. But it's a nice project. It's one of those ones you could draw again and again and again, use to kind of continue to explore thoughts about detailing, about critical detailing, about systematic detailing. It's really nice.
And Madison, you really took it to the end for yourself, and I appreciate it.
Thank you.
All right, listen, we're going to go on to Grayson, and then finally Patricia. So Grayson.
Thank you, guys.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
All right.
Hey Max, I put in the chat room a screenshot of that Pay house. It's in Katona. It's its own family house. There's more articles on it in Spanish and Italian online. There's none in English. It's just the.
That's okay. That's okay. I look forward to seeing it. Thanks, Dave.
All right. Hi, everyone. I'm Grayson. So first off, I'm just kind of going to show you some of the places on the site that I was interested in. So the first one on the lower right-hand side is the existing pavilion. Like Michael introduced, this is just a really well sited building, even if it's not very well designed. It has a great interaction with the swells of the landscape and like the existing historic trees. And then on north of that, there is kind of this path that leads up to the elementary school to the north, which was kind of interesting to me. So here are some pictures of that. Just to kind of get a feel for what they looked like. And then the other two places I was interested in were kind of these, this place right next to the stone crossing. Oh yeah. And then this place directly south west of the pavilion. And this kind of frames this little area where a lot of like water is ponding and pooling against this rock fault. So here is kind of looking both directions and kind of this nice enclosure. When we visited the site, this was a really peaceful spot that a lot of us ended up just kind of like naturally drawing ourselves to at the end of our site visit. While I was on the site, I kind of had inspiration for some of these little moments across the site. I was really interested in the idea of like exploration and using the site to its full capacity, like all the different parts of the site I was interested in, creating a space for something to happen in that amazing part of the site. So this first one is just like a bridge crossing over the creek. The second one is a kind of like staircase up to the elementary school, an amphitheater carved into the ground up against the creek, and then a tower up in the trees. And these are kind of some of the moments that I was exploring. I made some models. These are some early process models of towers and bridges. And then here are my, this this arrangement on the left is my final site plan. So in the space of the pavilion, I have well. In the place up by the path, I have a tower, and then I have two bridges that act as the classrooms that cross the creek at those areas. And then here are plans of the well and the tower. Those are pretty simple. And then I have just kind of like a diagram showing kind of the structural system for my bridges, which are just a kind of standard framing, timber framing. And then that's kind of what it looks like together. And then here's the plan of the science classroom.
Grayson, your audio is a little weird.
From this direction. Oh. Hello, is it better?
Yeah, I think it was when your head was turned, it was like turning you into a robot.
Oh, sorry. I'll hold this in front of my mouth now. So this, if you didn't hear me before, is the science classroom. It's kind of a simple plan. It's got storage at the back and entrance at the front, and then the central space, which is glazed on both sides. You can look down either side of the creek, which is the main classroom area. And then the art classroom is similar, but it has this pulled off exterior walkway so you can cross across the creek. And then here are some site sections that are kind of zoomed out, showing kind of the relationships between the different structures and the land. The blue rectangle is where like the water table is kind of. And then here's just some close up. This is the art classroom and the science classroom. And then this is transverse section through the art classroom. And here are some just like perspective renderings of various structures. Are you guys caught up on the screen?
Yeah, your voice is still sort of, but the pictures are good.
Okay. So here's the well. Kind of just like this outdoor pavilion that serves as kind of like the outdoor classroom. I decided not to screen it in because it had too many like openings. It was just already so open. And then the tower off in the distance, which kind of just serves as like an observation tower that can be used to teach about, you know, like tree canopies and birds, and just kind of contrasting the well as the well digs down and is kind of this area of communion where people gather, like a watering hole. The tower is kind of isolated, kind of like a self-reflective, introspective space. And then here is the entrance to the art room, kind of showing that pulled apart structure to create the pathway across. And then here is an interior view of one of the classrooms. This is the science classroom, but kind of seeing what the experience is like inside. And then this is the view of the science classroom from that nice ponded area. That's all.
Okay. Nice. From concept to perspective. Very good. This one really looks like it's there.
Taking the building program and just diffusing it into the site instead of it all being congregated into one building. Yeah, I think the potential of just being so much lighter on the site. There's a paradox, though, when I look at your renderings, the walkways and so forth look like heavy cast in place monumental things, and in plan it all looks so delicate and referring to the site.
Yeah, I agree. I didn't know if there was a better material to use, because a lot of the concrete walkways and like the abutments underneath the bridges are actually like retaining structures. So I didn't know if they could be other materials. I didn't quite get that far.
They could be concrete, but they don't have to project out of the ground so much, quite frankly.
Okay.
Really similar to what we were saying about the last project. You could accomplish everything you're doing with much lighter touch. Buildings could just be, you know, screened in bridges and the rafters and stuff like that. All be much lighter. Is that corrugated metal infill? Corrugated metal.
Yeah.
Yeah. See, I think
yes.
So fitting for this site. I think it's potentially really lovely.
Thank you.
I suspect because of the way your project is sort of diffused into the site, that it probably has disturbed less of the woods than any other scheme.
I think so.
I think also it touches the imagination of children. I mean, to be straddling the creek is such a wonderful imaginative thing.
What did you imagine in between these pavilions, if you will? Would there be anything you would do to mediate the site and the experience?
You mean between the pavilions?
Yeah, because it's like the entire site now. The entire site now.
River.
Yeah, the entire site now becomes a classroom of sorts. You know.
Yeah.
And so I think it's one of the problems is like when you look at the history of landscape, where you have to look twice in order to see once that the hand of the Japanese gardener was even present, you know, because you discover things in nature in a more succinct and sometimes intense way, and then you realize that nature had a helping hand, and that was the Japanese gardener when you're in Kyoto, you know, as opposed to an American would usually want to make sure that everybody knew he was there. They want to put their stink on everything, you know. And speaking as an American, I'm thinking in terms of not wanting to do things that make you have to apologize for having done it, you know, as Max would pointed out. But you could also see there's some areas that are, you know, this isn't like this is not wilderness. It's not first landscape. This is probably third or fourth landscape. And so how do you remediate that? How do you take it back a few notches and make it evident that you have it makes the site a teaching landscape. It becomes a teaching landscape, you know. And then the building is where you go inside like a homeroom to basically talk about what's conjured in your mind as you walked the site, you know. And so science and art do come together, you know. The science students are looking for bugs and rocks, and the art students are trying to figure out, you know, how do you take the color from the bug and the shape of the rock and turn that into something. And then the science student says, oh my goodness, I had no idea you can think about that, you know, with these things, you know. So I think your initial strategy of dispersing these things opens up just a whole lot of other possible strategies of dealing with the entire site.
So are the critics feeling like the bridge buildings are more or less successful in the tower?
Yeah, I was going to jump in on that, because I actually also I don't disagree that stretching the projects out over the site is a really smart idea, just in terms of reducing this kind of footprints and then maximizing possibility. But then, so the part about this project, Grayson, I'm just going to like be a little critical here, because I actually think so. The weird thing about this project has always been there's this kind of public park, and you know, in school we need a site, and so we're going to use this kind of public site to insert a program. And then the idea of kind of using it to kind of you know, explore or explicate aspects of the site, I think it's okay. It doesn't have a problem. But the minute it goes over the river, then it kind of brings back this whole kind of question about siting and why. I mean, there's this really famous essay from the 1960s about falling water, which is like, if you really love a place, why the hell would you put a building on it? You know, like it's this really, you know, so for me, especially now thinking of this as a park, and kind of looking at what you've done, building this thing across the river. I don't disagree with the kind of comments that have been made about the lightness and so forth, but I wonder about it. Like the truth of the matter is, like the part of it that's most interesting to me is the you know, like if it's going to be this kind of rude takeover in a sense of the public realm, like where it really is like, okay, this is the kind of the piece of it that's this is where we chose to sit. It was nice and charming, and now there's a building there. You know, there's two things about it that are slightly odd. I mean, one is, I mean, for me, the one is that this walkway, right, this kind of public walkway, or like really is the thing the thing that's theoretically most interesting about it, right? The one that like over the Arno, right, where this is actually a kind of public moment that has chosen to kind of take over this and just say it's not that anymore, it's something new, you know. And so for me, like I think it shies away by like these banal windows and the use of the kind of metal. I mean, it sort of shies away from the responsibility it has once it's kind of taken over this kind of park space and become this kind of thing that's there and that's rude and that's present. And actually, I think that the direction to go is not really in the direction of lightness so much, but really in the direction of iconography. Like what iconographically could this bridge building be? You know, and as weird as it sounds, this is where the late work of John Haydock is really something to begin to kind of invest yourself in, like going away from like these kind of strange structural, gymnastics and much more towards the iconographic presence of this thing, which instead of, it doesn't apologize, Max, in this case, right? Because it can't, right? It's essentially, it's a kind of Freudian takeover of the fundamental piece of the public realm. Like you're going, if we're off to the side, that's one thing, but right across the stream, that's a whole, right across the creek, it's really I mean, partly it has to do with the fact that these walkways and the whole history of these waterways in Texas and it's highly contentious, right? The waterways are public, they're public ways of transport. And it's this kind of complex thing on the one hand, but on the other hand, it's also, I mean, this is aside from the fact that the whole question about whether the classroom itself over the water takes advantage of the water, it takes advantage of being in the water, or if you have to just leave it to go down here to take advantage of the water and the view. So, I mean, for me, the project is, I don't mind it. I don't mind claiming this site, but I kind of mind that you've been tame about it. That having said that the building is going to come and the building is going to change the landscape in the most fundamental way, that you then don't kind of tackle that on. I think the tower does it better. I actually like the tower very much. It reminds me of one of my favorite buildings in the U.S., which is the tower that Bruce Goff built, which is it's like the most dangerous place on the planet. Every child wants to play there, right? It's this crazy. Do you know that building? It's like it's just brilliant. I mean, it's this cable stayed tower that is literally the most dangerous looking thing that you could remotely imagine, and it's designed for children because and it has that kind of pleasure, like that you come upon it in the public realm, and that instead of pretending to go away, it very much foregrounds its kind of iconographic presence on the one hand, and then all the aspects of desire as well. So it chooses to not apologize. It chooses to go to having.
I mean, I think that's been a disturbing part of this project all along, and Grace and I kept talking about it, is that it's sort of turned this Greenbelt Park into sort of a theme park. Like you go from one attraction to another. Like there should be slides and rappel ropes and so on. Or it
I don't object to that. I just think that it's one of those things you own it.
Like this is on private land, and this guy wanted to fish from an air-conditioned room, and that's what he did. An FU. It's like it's his stream, it's his land or hers, and that's what he's going to do. He's going to put a building right across there.
But there's a history. There's a long ancient history of building bridges and then accepting the idea that they're fundamentally iconographic in the way you measure, read the city, read the landscape. I mean, Devil's Bridges, the Ponte Vecchio, you name it, right? I mean, like, so the idea of actually kind of like claiming owning and taking pleasure in that is really my point.
So you think this display of structural knowledge here is like just,
well, yeah, there's some questions about whether it's actually displaying structural knowledge there, Grayson, like that little kick end rafter coming out, it's chopped into that beam, and then these things, I guess in tension they're doing all right. No, actually, Michael, yeah, I think the structure here that gets you nowhere. It really, I mean, unless you pursue it to a kind of absurd logic. And the only person
using the structure iconographically, this is what bridges look like. They have these things. They have these diagonals. That's how I know it's a bridge.
Is it like full year used, the space?
I beg your pardon?
Months, huh? Is it not a summer school?
Yes.
Yeah, the school is only operational during the summer, and then
what's happening
actually,
after
since there's
9 months? It's just dusting, or
since there's no doors, it just would become like a public, like kind of just like a relic in the site.
but
like all the furniture would be moved
I mean,
off.
the whole idea of this is like a infrastructure thing if possible. So actually, I would completely render the represented actually during winter time. Like not as a classroom, because I had these classrooms are ordinary. Like this is just like high school. I don't know. Like it's there's nothing in design or programmatic to it, and you have this kind of beautiful place, and maybe it's really during another season when it's Well, how does it actually open now? How like these kind of solid materials, has it something to do with this? Like, is it then still something close to moving? So like there's something moving?
You know, when I dreamt up the project and then thought I'm going to do a building, asked my students to do a building that's closed for 9 months of the year, you know, I thought, oh, that's not good. Like, you know, first of all, no one would ever do such a thing, but even if they did, but then I sort of remembered the charm in a way of shuttered buildings, seasonal buildings, vacation homes that are boarded up, pleasure parks that are not being used right now. You know, the seasonality and the closing up and the sort of reopening of buildings just struck me, and maybe just strikes the romantic side of me. But I just sort of love the idea of closing and opening, of shuttering and unshuttering and sweeping out the year and bringing something back to life. So I was fairly romantic about it. And this, you know, we haven't spoken much about that.
But then
with Ali's shutters closing, I like that a lot. And this seems to me to be not to be closable very easily or poetically.
I mean, if it's so prominent, then you should never close it. Then you would try to rent it. It's just a question of time that someone comes and wants to rent it. Perfect wedding place.
Yeah.
Like a bridge.
Sure.
But here's the potential, and also what happens now. Okay, during the class time, so in the summer, so what are you doing actually under the bridge? You have this kind of, you're rendering already the stairs, this kind of for sitting and so on. Like, and I mean, it has great potential actually. This kind of negative of the, like there's so little projects. Okay, Pont de Vecchio already was coming. So like this, the oldest thing ever, like a bridge was always like more house than something for crossing. It just was, or historically, it's just too expensive actually. Huh? But like historically, there's so little projects which use the space under the bridge. Just for,
that was a big theme in the second session. Guys, I'm going to ask for anyone who wants to make one more comment, and we're going to go on to the final project.
I just want to say one other thing. I think at least all the projects I've seen, I haven't seen too many, but I just think a kid coming upon this would be thrilled. And the thought of then changing classes and running down the trail through the woods to another one that has a different prospect over the water, it has the potential of being places of joy.
Yeah, I would agree. I would agree.
And that's what
Grayson put her heart and soul into this, and she didn't change it much from the original concept. Thank you, Grayson.
Thanks, Grayson.
Thank you, reviewers.
Thank you, guys.
Patricio.
Hello. All right, I'm Patricio. Thanks again, y'all, for reviewing us. So, share. I like Madison and Samir. I'm actually also nested up in the back of that meadows. So I'll go ahead and show. Okay, so here's a picture of that meadows, right, with that really tall grass space. Okay, there. This is the view from the stone circles. Again, looking at that tall grass and the space back there. There's also this really thick brush that I saw. This is a very densely wooded area. And a little south of that field is Balcones Fall. It's actually exposed here, so there's like this big rock cliff. And something I noticed is actually this moment where this tree, I mean, I'm sure you've noticed this everywhere, but this tree like sort of growing out from the rock and sort of fracturing it. So it's actually my formal inspiration for my project. Here's an overall view of the project as it is. I chose to nest my the school within this field, sort of sitting between these trees and then like sitting above this grass. So as you'll see in the section, here's where that sort of formal idea is. I began with this idea of this rectangle that fracture, like that tree was fracturing that stone, and they begin to each classroom begins to drift out into the site. So the science classroom began to drift out towards the woods, sort of the biology of that area, and towards the Balcones fault line, sort of like the geology of it. the shared classroom, which is a sort of public space, very flexible, large space, as you can see, that began to drift out towards that the stone circle that you heard about. It's sort of that public gathering space that is existing, and the art classroom began to drift out towards that, the openness of the meadow and sort of the light in that, the light. So actually, like Madison, I was also looking at career architecture at the primary school. So from this, I lifted the idea of that roof sort of capturing the wind, and all my classrooms, all the spaces have these vents, these large fans, as Heyman loves, and that's pulling the air into the classrooms and sort of circulating that gets carried away later by that wind, that hot air.
I like them like this.
Okay, great. So I began to consider water. It sort of gets carried out and then passes over these gutters that sort of waterfall out over the classrooms. In terms of construction, I originally started this project with sort of a large truss, and it just began, and I think it's okay. I sort of took inspiration from traditional Japanese architecture and sort of the construction to lift the roof up. And so here is a section of that science classroom. You can start to see like how the construction works, and that's sort of the profile of that roof, and how this is, so the classrooms become like the tree in the situation that the rock in the tree, where it begins to jut out of these anchors, which are these heavier masonry blocks, which become the service spaces, and those were grounds the building into the site. So this is the shared space, again, sort of that floating classroom anchored into the ground, and then the art classroom as well. I do have a video I want to show y'all. So here's the approach to the project. Sort of cross that creek, right? Those stones. And you begin to see, I'm proposing letting that meadow right now, it's very manicured. I'm proposing just letting the grass grow out and sort of dominate the field, sort of allow that building to sit within that. Part of my reasons for also putting the project back here was because this is a public space, and this was a space that was not being utilized by people at the moment. So I didn't want to dominate the site too much. So I wanted to keep sort of the program as tight as possible for that reason too. There you can get a view of those fans up there, and how the project is, as Michael was saying, it can be open and closed. And so I have like two layers, one with glazing and then a second with screens, just so that you can choose to open either or. So you can keep bugs out, or you can open it up and sort of access that exterior space. And that's my presentation.
Geez, Patricio, you just raced through that.
I know, I want to get as much conversation. I could go back to drawings if you want to take a closer look.
What is the roof?
I think maybe just stabilize it right here, and then we'll just start talking, and then you can take us back to drawings we want to see. Right, stop right there.
What is the roof material?
So that will be metallic sheets.
Would be what?
Michael and I talked about how we'd have these metallic sheets running straight across. So if you look at like the Korea architecture, for example, you see how it's like these steel.
Yeah. So it's metal.
Yeah.
It looked translucent.
Well, he painted the roofs blue.
Yeah. So if you see in.
But what Max is referring to is that some of the drawings that shows like that section down the hallway that there's light coming through.
Right. So I'd have
highlights in the middle.
Right.
Skylights.
Yeah, right where the water goes.
There you go. Yeah, I'm aware of the issues there. It's absolutely the least resolved portion of my project.
You don't need much skylight. I mean, literally, there's a great Lake Flato project here. It's very early. It's a Lake Flato. It's a studio for Melu Flato. It's a 30-foot high ceiling. It's got a 2-foot high clerestory window, and the thing is flooded with light. I mean, you just need very, very little in the way of light up there.
That was a concern of mine. I didn't want this interior space to be super dark, but perhaps I went too far the other direction. I know Michael and I talked about the fact that it might just get too hot too if there's just too much glazing in the roof.
Could you go to the section?
Yep.
So I
polycarbonate. The glazing, when you talk about glaze, it cannot be glass. No? Like, what is it, like a polycarbonate or like what do you use then?
It could be polycarbonate. To be honest, I have not reached that level of development in the skylights.
I mean, it's quite nice when you think it actually with slur, or like I mean, it gets dirty, definitely, for sure. And there's something which we didn't see yet, or like in this panel, like actually that of course there's an aging to its buildings, or like you put this in the middle of a park, and what is actually the dialogue of a park, which is beyond like this kind of modernistic, kind of like folly thing. No, you just put the building down. Like what is then what is really happens over like, or like Michael talked like nicely about, hey, what is with this kind of closing the building and all, like already this resting in nature, and it could be a nice opening. There's a transparency, so to say like it's too much transparent, but if you take under consideration like aging or like simply like leaves and all that stuff, then over the shape itself, like this can actually be quite nice that you in a way you begin to slur it, or like, yeah, like what is like with the element of aging.
Yeah, I want to know where your trusses are. Suddenly I'm looking at Japanese roof construction here.
Yeah, I moved away from the truss. I didn't like just how heavy they began to feel.
Oh, okay. I was going by the trusses.
I mean, I have a couple of reactions to this section. I mean, I have a lot of different ideas. But I just technically, I mean, I have one question, which is why these things, once you generate shade, why do you move? Why do these things, quote unquote, drift? Which is like one of those words that just drives me crazy when architects use it, because it's implying that somehow there's a natural process that the building's undergoing, as opposed to a design process that's very willful. I mean, really, you're trying to make this kind of picturesque composition, which is somehow, like, you know, and so, but it has this counterintuitive effect, which, having made this kind of shade roof that theoretically is trying to carry heat off, it just brings these things back out into the problem again. So it's kind of first kind of criticism. I think this roof has all kinds of interesting technical dilemmas. I like the idea that you have a desire to relate it iconographically to some larger issue of language. There's a big dilemma here, which is the wind is moving up and down this valley, right? It's a river valley, and the wind is moving up and down it, and you have to draw it off somehow. And I wonder about the shape of this, the fact that this opening is larger than that one. Probably a problem, because you're trying to draw wind, which is theoretically moving through the open space over the water over here, over and out this way, which I think you could collaborate with that. But I think this roof is going to take a different. I mean, you know, this is one of those things where you're just in a realm of architectural speculation. But so that's the kind of first thing. I think the roof as a starting point, and then the kind of really weird thing about the light coming in these kind of boxes that are cut through it. It would be awesome if you could find a way to make that out of the same system. But generally speaking, I think that there's two actions I find kind of like that you wonder more about. One is the kind of getting air to move through this and up and through this whole ceiling, and then getting this thing to do more for you. And I think gradually exploring that, just like literally speculating on it as an actual problem of a fluid air motion I think would alter and begin to evolve the form a little bit in a way that might, I think, help you evolve your own language. I mean, it was kind of funny. Michael was on my review yesterday, and this language in Japan, it developed exactly to deal with heat and humidity, right? It developed because in Japan, the summers in Japan are so effing miserable in terms of heat and humidity that they will huddle under robes and coats around charcoal that will burn their buildings down in the 14 and 1300s, just because the heat and the humidity was so terrible, right? So the idea of somehow a language arising from hot, humid air, I think is really, I mean, I do think there's another thing we discovered in our studio, which these various architects are using, which is using these masonry walls actually as sources for bringing cool up, like we were talking to Michael Manfredi and Marion Weiss for this building they're doing in New Delhi, where they're taking geothermal and running it through the walls and making the walls kind of radiator fins, so that you actually, you're actually moving air across these things, so it's cooler before it comes into this space, and that you draw it through. I think is a kind of, again, would I think help liberate the section from style as a kind of a noun first, and first as a kind of verb, and then bring it back to you as a noun that you could then begin to pursue other things. Last comment I have is, I think the weirdest thing about this building is that it's so front-ended to favor this view as opposed to this one, and I think that's a kind of a habitual loss. You see it in Western architectures, where you backload the program, the services, and then you load the view spaces, and you never carve out a kind of moment where you really enjoy this space back here. And again, the section, to a certain degree, adds to that fact. You see the line here with regard to the way you're considering the relationship to the ground, the lowering of this profile, the kind of expansion outward. That part, just I would say, could go through another kind of reconceive. But that's my comments.
I will say that there was actually this shared space here. You can see in this section better. Sort of gathering space for the students to sort of open against up. And the reason I sort of closed off more towards that backspace is because of that denseness of the brush. I don't know if you remember seeing that in my initial site photos. It's just like a wall of grass, essentially.
Yeah, right. So it's precisely that thing, right? Which is, it's precisely that when you go to a Japanese building, these Japanese temples, right? Like there's a view, and then there's a series of gardens that actually focus on what become these, actually over time, much more intriguing views. Like over time, this actually becomes, like, these are views about consuming landscape, right? And these views, they become really beautiful because over the year, what happens to this small patch of plant work becomes the thing that in the end becomes 10 times more fascinating than this consumptive view. Right. There's a famous thing about like people who build their houses on lakes, and they all want the lake view. And then 6 months later, they sell the house because it's just the lake view, and they never have this other small local view. So it's not a big deal, but it is a big deal really with regard to the conception of this device having opening up multivariously once it establishes a kind of condition of comfort underneath here. It's really a different way of thinking about what the building does. Right? This building establishes comfort in your mind as a series of ownerships of landscape that are in front of me, as opposed to a series of conditions of humidity and air moving, and then establishing relationships with different landscapes, which is why I would argue for pulling that back, lifting this up, working this out, cutting it both ways, and getting this whole condition of air to move to be the thing that makes it comfortable. Sorry to be hogging time here, guys.
We talked at length about this section. I want to just address something about the infill or the vertical plane. And this really applies to just about all the projects we've seen today. After shelter, I think one of the most elementary acts of architecture is the framing of a view. And it seems to me the program for this little school, the framing of views, is very important, because I'm sure everybody on this jury remembers that daydreaming and looking out the window when you were in school was one of your most valuable activities. You learn more gazing out the window, perhaps, than you learn from the teacher. So here it's really a lovely setting. However, in contrast with what I've just said, almost all of the infill or vertical planes of these projects are very busy. They're not really picture frames. It's almost as like your imagination, your spirit wants to go out into that view. But in most of these schemes, the forehead of your spirit's going to hit a transom, or the shins of your spirit's going to hit low windows. You just want it to just be open, floor to ceiling. Maybe just vertical mullions. Stop with all the horizontal stuff. Simplify it. The framing of the view, I think, it involves a lot of editing, and editing involves a lot of experience. I realize it takes a long time to learn how to edit, but editing is very worthwhile, and it allows a building to speak very clearly.
Roto, would you like to contribute?
Yeah, I'm just thinking about what, so picking up on Max, and then the precedent for this. I don't know. Did you say it was Chinese or Japanese?
Korea architecture. That's an African architecture.
Why don't you go back to that?
That thing works totally. That thing works totally differently. The K Ray Francis K Ray building.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I thought I was. If you go forward a couple of images.
Oh, the structural.
Yeah,
that one.
Yeah. What you see on the right and a little bit on the left, but on the right image is what's called a veranda, and we would call it a porch here. But the veranda is the in-between space, in between inside and outside. And in Japanese temple architecture in the gardens, it's considered the zone of creativity or creation, that you're in between where things come together, and then they're mediated through either experience or mind. And I think and then you're always, whether you're inside or whether you're sitting on the veranda, you're staring out at the landscape, and the landscape is really what sort of triggers the mind to begin to think about things that are immediately in front of you, to beyond, to the far distance. So it has to do with the sort of spatial structure, but then also when you think about spatial structure, it has to do with the time structure, of how long it takes things to grow, and in the most immediate way, but then it also has to do with the time of the year, etc. So like the in-between, for instance, can be, let's say at late summer on your site, if you're starting to experience the turn of the leaves. I don't know if this would just hit the front end of fall or what. But anyways, I think the idea of landscape is being really a part of the project is really critical. And so how do you make it as unobstructed as possible, unobstructed a view as possible?
Yeah, I have to say I'm going to defend Patricio here. I think he's made a beautiful building, and I think there's plenty of view of the landscape. And I think the turning everything into framed views and windows of walls of glass is just not what the studio was interested in at all. So
no, I don't think it has to be every place you turn is a framed view. I think even that is strategic,
But Patricia, show some of your interiors. Can't we see outside from them?
Yeah.
Back there. I mean, you flew through them, and some of them are very tiny.
And zoom in.
I mean, I can see little. There are things I would critique about this.
This is what I think. That's what Max was driving Max crazy. That complication.
Mm-hmm. Max, I love you, but I think this is beautiful. I don't much like the black brackets or the heavy beams thing, but I have no problem with the layering or the amount of wood or the blinds. Doesn't bother me at all.
No, I think for this view, it's fine. But like I'm seeing the posts. Oh, okay. The posts are right up against the wall, or they're pulled back.
Yeah, they're slightly pulled back.
Yeah, I'm just thinking that the next iteration of this would be: is it possible that you push the wall out further or pull the post back further in order to create that in between space? Even with the frames that you have there, you can imagine somebody just pulling up a chair in that in between space in order to just view the landscape. Because what ends up being art isn't really art. It's like people are giving art projects. You put nails on a board and you put string around it and you got macrame. you know. I think the one thing that I would say that none of you really question the nature of making art now, you know. So
No,
or being in the classroom now, you know. I mean, the decentralization that we see happening with unmediated data and information is working its way all the way down to institutional structures as well. The slowest moving in those kinds of changes are basically schools. And there's a difference between learning and education. This is education, it's not learning. And I would think that in summer, you'd want it to be less formal so that the spaces, what's nice about the juxtaposition of all of the pieces in here is that even though there's a formality of the structure, it's informal in terms of how you see it from this particular angle, you know, which I think, but then the desks are very rigid, you know. Anyways, I think you need to question program what on any project that you're working on, as well as the art, doing the it is part of the architecture, you know. But I would agree with you, Michael. This is really this is a beautiful view, and I don't think it's an either or. I think you can still have selective framed views in a space like this. But then you begin to think about where is the body positioned in space in order to do that. Yeah.
Yeah, I agree. You know, Patricia, you really flew through your interiors, many of which I think are worth looking at a lot.
Do you have other interiors we could see?
Yeah. Here's that shared classroom space. Sort of more flexible one. It's very open. This one will be open to the public year round. It's behind the locking doors.
You know, it's not what you're beginning to look at here, which I think you could even sort of test it to a greater degree, is using the landscape as basically the set for the dance. You know, and so you'd say, okay, maybe those two big solid walls on the outside. Well, I mean, you could even say that's a proscenium. You know, and so
as long as those screens, exactly, as long as many of the doors slide, and the screens themselves need to fold or slide and fold.
Those are screens. Yeah, I think. Yeah. I mean, it'd be pretty wonderful for when in a performance, those screens are out of the way, and the landscape behind really becomes basically the backdrop for the performance.
Man, my immediate response to this room needs to be twice as high. I mean, just heat wise, I hate to be the HVAC guy, the MEP guy, because it's just not. But I keep thinking of this thing and its performance, and then in terms of these kinds of spaces. And I mean, I have to say, I have to agree with Max. I think the complication of the space, I think the complication is strange. I mean, I was looking at that Japanese section, which I just think is like mind-bending, and trying to figure out what some of those pieces of wood do, right? And like no Westerner can figure this out. Like this kind of whole horizontal emphasis in this building. I don't know. I keep thinking that the problem of this building is vertical. There's a tube that you've made, a kind of vertical tube, and you've asked. Right now, we're looking at one of the things that have fled the tube and gotten no advantage of fleeing the tube. You know, I mean, you have a straightforward. It's a Glenn Murcutt strategy, right? Murcutt does it for a reason, right? You develop a section. The section responds precisely to the conditions of the wind and the air and the temperature and so forth moving across the site, and then the variations within it work within that sectional condition, as opposed to escaping from the sectional condition and then setting up a whole new set of problems like proscenium and so forth. Like you're like, like as opposed to kind of going, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I'm not complaining. I agree with Michael and Patricia. The presentation is beautiful. The building's reached a certain level of sophistication, but for me, the sophistication. I mean, this is the way I was talking about this I mean, I just feel like here I'm 60. Roto's older than me. Max is my age or older. Michael's my age or older. We're the fucking dinosaurs in this regard. I mean, and you have to look at our generation about, and we talk on and on about form, and form being the mechanism by which you judge the value of a building. And I think you have to ask I think any student today operating in the world today has got to ask, you know, I mean, even poetically, Roto and Max are asking you at the very least to drive form to at least be considerate back of a larger question of landscape and nature, right? But I think you have to be, I mean, there's this whole kind of the whole kind of notion that we're entering the post-form era, and the way you evaluate a building has to do with kinds of performances that on the one hand, I think it's fair to say that architects can't talk about. I mean, they have to do with things that you have to have engineers and other people in the room to talk about. But I do think you can talk about your desire for them. You know, and what's kind of funny, and what I really like about your section is that embedded in it is a desire to have the building begin to act a certain way. But then when you come back to then explaining how the interiors are, all of that kind of falls away. Right, I agree with Roto entirely. It's not just that the Japanese building is set up to operate with regard to the perception of a landscape, but it's set up with regard to your perception of comfort against the sense of a landscape, and then what is or is not shown to you about the way the building operates. You know, so what's really intriguing about that Japanese section is that every element that is structural or performative in a conventional sense is left as it is, and every structure and element that is not, that is established to somehow set up a flavoring of that, is essentially treated as decoration, right? So there are highly painted panels, or there are wallpapered surfaces, or that are set against elements which are directly constructional, right? So then you look at this and you ask, where and how is an ethic engaging itself in decisions like this bracket, or the way these glue lamps are working together, or what that material is, or, you know, this structural / non-structural, decorative / non-decorative, you know? So I think that for me, like I mean, and this may have to do, I mean, you're looking at 3 or 4 architects here who are deeply in love with Japanese architecture, right? And also, and I'm guessing that they, like me, went to the Katsura Villa and stood there and said, there is no way in my entire life I will make a building this good, ever. It's so much and so beyond. At the same time, it's aspirational quality with regard to the environment, the landscape, decoration, material, and so forth. I think that's where I would argue for the building to push back into in your trajectory with it. I'm not saying that this is I'm looking at it going, where are you as an architect? Where are you with regard to the advice you're getting? You know, and I would just say it drives me nuts. You know, if I were a young architect today, I would be using the possibilities that the open question of what a sustainable architecture might be, which is, I don't mean it in a material sense, I mean in an experiential sense, to be battling back against my generation of architects. You know, no apologies there. I mean, or I'm offering my apologies to Roto and Max here, because I'm including them in this world that I'm asking students today to insult. But I just, like, I love the promise of this project, and I hate that we're looking at the drawings of it where it's least somehow, not interesting is the wrong word, but where it falls back to conventionalness somehow. I don't know. I apologize for the ramble. I just
David, I don't think it's even a criticism of us, one or many. I think each generation, there's a phrase that I often that I used to think about a lot, the conflict of generations. And the conflict of generations isn't throwing Molotov cocktails. It's the resistance that a younger generation puts up to the older generation in order to question what was done, so that they can have a deeper understanding of it, in order to realize that their responsibility is to, and the evolutionary imperative is to take it to the next place. Take it to the next place. What do you do with the information that you're handed? So I think it's important that it's essential. Our survival is contingent upon us, that each generation questions and doesn't merely accept it and say, oh, I'm fine with inheriting a life. You shouldn't be. Your responsibility, especially as a creative person, is to invent a life. And then the next generation after you uses you as a role model to do the same, you know? So I think there's quite a bit here that's really it's really wonderful. So,
yeah, sorry.
No, go on. I'm finished.
I'm going to say, Max, what do you feel generationally speaking? Do you feel like this generation has got to move on in some fundamental way that you and I cannot?
Well, what will be has always been. I think there are eternal values in architecture, and I think those values just speak for themselves when you enter a work of architecture and you're just stopped in your tracks occasionally. Even after all these years of entering the Kimball Art Museum, I still feel a sense of relief when I'm in there. And I'm pretty sure that any generation feels that there's something spiritual.
Right. Well, David, when you ask for absolute architecture, I've heard you talk about it. Is that what you're talking about? Like an architecture that incontrovertibly out of its time, timeless is a corny word, but you just want to go, here's a building that's a great building, no matter its use and no matter the culture.
I'll tell you the way I feel about it. I mean, we were laughing about this yesterday. When you study architecture history, right, you get to the generation right before modernism, right, and you just feel for those bastards, right? They didn't quite get it, and then all of a sudden there's this kind of first generation that gets it, and you feel like I feel personally like the possibilities that arise as a consequence of oncoming technologies is just this thing that is going to leave one set of discussions in the dust. You know what I'm saying? It just is, and especially the ones about form qua form, as opposed to form qua a set of other considerations, or how we understand form. And so I feel like that's so. When I look at this building, just like looking at this drawing, right, like for me, the possibility of all this and how you experience that, as opposed to all these other moves, which really to me come from they come from our generation, right? Collage, superimposition, transposition, that they're all things that we were trained to use to make forms sophisticated. And I believe that we were trained to make forms sophisticated because in actual fact, we believed that in so doing, the individual experience would be valued over other kinds of experiences. I don't object to it. But what interests me, when I look at them now, what I see in each one of these moves is now you've made the building more programmatically specific. Now you've meant that this is always going to be a certain kind of space. And the long-term flexibility of this otherwise systematic conception has essentially been undercut by a move that favors a kind of formal thing that will make our generation happy. That's what I mean by it, right? So what I mean, like, what interests me about absolute architectures, where you get, you basically get a plan that looks like, square, square, square. This could be a classroom, it could be a thing, it could be another, that all of these intelligences get subsumed within the way this thing begins to perform, I think is actually just with regard to how it pursues itself out with my relationship with students, is just a kind of a staging point for thinking about the building, asking students to think about the building in non-formal ways, or in ways that don't actually engage formal moves as ones that necessarily give any value. For me, honestly, Patricia, for me, every one of these moves, every time you rotate out, I would be like, okay, your project just went from A to A minus, and from A minus to B, and from B minus to C. You know what I'm saying? Like, because
luckily, Patricio, I'll be giving you the grade.
No, I understand. You know what I'm saying? It's just one of I'm going on and on and on about this. I don't mean to belabor the point.
Well, listen, let me Daniel, you're in the generation between. Are you happy to be beyond form? When I look at your work, I see form on amphetamines, quite frankly.
Oh, I don't think, Michael, I don't think we're talking about beyond form, going beyond form.
No.
I think it's like, our generation, or let's say me, I was raised to think that architecture gives form to life. I reach a certain age and things change, value systems, consciousness, everything else. And then I began to wonder, how does life give form to architecture? Not just in terms of function, but how do all of the things that one considers life to be, and the sort of the mysteries of it as well as the fact of it, how does that begin to inform the architecture? And there's no precedent for that. There's no precedent for that. So you start with a precedent, but then where do you go beyond that? And I think that's what that's my point for all of this. Okay, so
look,
let Daniel.
It's a very modernist discussion when you say like architecture without form. That's exactly what Bauhaus said. Like beyond composition and so on. So like this, every generation has this like, hey, that the form.
Daniel, you're limiting the definition of form.
You know what? Yeah, let me speak. Like this is what I'm saying. It next that there's a different definition or different dimensionality to form, and it will goes on. So we have just to find as the same as like we went beyond, or Renaissance went or invented representation or certain form of drawing, same as modernists invented certain form of drawing. So does it now like machine learning or machine vision, and moves up into a different plateau. And like, yeah, how you deal now with big data, how you now really consider the whole building in its environment. That's an interesting question. And that's certainly there's a different form of a building. Like this has nothing to do with a contour, nothing to do with territory, nothing to do with a solid vs void and all that kind of like humanistic thing. I mean, when David speaks about the absolute, then he draws squares, and the squares like this is Ungas, this is like the human, the Vitruvian man. This is like the absolute of a humanist architecture. And it's clear that we go beyond this. So there will be no squares, but there will be a different form of absolute.
Well, Daniel, let's look at Patricio's plan here.
Yeah.
I think, David, if I speak to you, feel pretty sure that every little minor adjustment, twist,
the whole plan
and move is a formal one to make it engaging or interesting or emphasize an entrance and so forth. And he would rather the building be more rigorous and flexible to future uses. What's your approach? Would you say these little inflections are just mannerist nonsense, or would you say they are more like a tree that bends or twists because of where the sun is or something like that?
Of course, let it jiggle. I mean, like if you say you want to have something more oriented, something more functional, and if even every brick can be functional, it's hyper-functional, as you have with what everything happens with all kind of assets, or like where capitalism moves on. So that there will be an environment which you don't understand at all anymore as a human, where everything in a way turns into a second nature. But the same as like nature, like everything orients to something. And this is like your brief, what you have written. Everything in a way like is relational, but to something.
Right. So for me, when I look at this plan, and I was there when these rooms started to twist, and I remember thinking, is that because we wanted to be more interesting? Basically,
What you needed to think was, David's going to be on my final review, and he's going to hate this.
I should have, yeah. But I think there is a kind of a sense of simulated complexity here. That is, when a tree grows crooked because it senses where there's more light in the sky due to other trees, and then the tree starts like taking off on its own, sometimes having random things happen to it. And when we see a tree that's not straight and symmetrical, we go, well, there's a reason it's not straight and symmetrical. It's striving for something. It's striving to get more sunlight, or there's something about, there's a boulder in the roots and the root structure is preventing it from growing in that direction, or something like this. So I think we love that sort of crookedness or happenstance that comes from forces we don't understand. And we sort of simulate it. We simulate it now. So it's like, one of the thoughts that occurred to me was,
we assume that we read the same thing out of a building as we do of a tree. I gotta say, I disagree with you fundamentally. So imagine now that here in front of this thing is this remarkably crooked tree. And now this thing has simply insulted that. I mean, you know.
No, Michael, no.
I was about to make it. Make it worse before I make it better. I was going to say, what if he were at great expense? Shit, I'm trying to draw here. What if he were at great expense to put a big boulder right here?
Here?
Right where I drew it.
That keeps you from straightening out the building?
Yeah. And then we look at that boulder and we go, that's why that room is turned. Couldn't fucking build there because of that boulder. So now I've set up a relationship, but I'm being very, very Japanese gardener about it. That is, you are permitted, in fact, to artificially create reasons and forces that apparently account for irregularities.
But
well, you know, it's interesting.
Never happened in the building.
What's curious here is that all of our discussion is happening by looking at something in plan. A twist you would never see in the space. You're basically going to see a change of angle, but we're talking about a conceptual device, which is plan, which you never see the plan when you don't experience the plan in the same way you see it when you're looking at it like this. I know. You're talking to somebody who tweaked and twisted for years until we finally said no more tweak and twisting, you know. And it was because we thought it made it more interesting. And then when you discover that unless you basically rotate something more than 15 degrees, you don't even perceive it. If it's a certain size space, you do it if it was like a 10 by 10 room, perhaps, and you chamfer the corner like this. But I think here the conversation goes from conception to perception. What is the quality of the experience that you're trying to get at? Not just the quality of the form that you're trying to get at. And so you're shaping light and space rather than shaping matter. And I think
that's
why there's this jog here, and Patricia.
Yeah, and we're already totally off the topic. We're totally back into art. I'm sorry, this is just dinosaur talk, guys. We're totally we're like, here's the issue. The issue was he made a shade structure. That's why he began to make a straight structure, and then a floor and a series of rooms to which air would move. And now we're talking about how you perceive perceptually as a consequence of this thing. And we're already off the topic. We've already moved from performance to form again. It's like this. It's like a disease. It's a goddamn disease among architects.
It's necessary again.
It's serious. It's a serious disease among architects. Among architects of generation.
No, you need also a building for humans too. So like when you really have a hyper performative environmentally or to whatever thing, like it starts to get evil. Like this things is not nice, or like you cannot navigate anymore as a human. So
what does that mean? What does that mean? What do you mean you can't navigate as a human being if this thing gets straightened out and it gets under the roof? Of course you can navigate. Just make the building a little bit longer.
I'm now going to officially say, Patricia, great work, and everything said hereafter is about the whole afternoon. So
all right,
back you go. You can talk about anyone's project.
Well, wait a second. Well, let's ask Patricio what he thinks about all that we said.
Yeah, what do you think, you young dinosaur? You?
No, I don't think it's not whether you like it or don't like it, but use it as a trampoline. Everything that we're talking about, use it as a trampoline. What's conjured in your mind, or any of the students for that matter?
Okay, go.
It's lots absorbent. Perhaps it's sort of my ego. I don't want to just create performative buildings. It just, again, maybe it's single. Maybe that's the way we need to go in the future, to be completely conscious of everything. But I mean, I've sort of like bought into Michael's idea. Maybe it's a dinosaur way of thinking, sort of more formally. But I don't know. I want a future with architecture. I want a future with art. I don't want everything to be scientific.
You know who the artist Mark Rothko is?
No.
Okay. The paintings that he was famous for were very flat, more or less big squares of color that were all pretty close to black, and I went and saw a retrospective many years ago. I was surprised that the things that he first started painting were the French Impressionists. The reason he was painting the French Impressionists wasn't because he wanted to make flowers and bridges and lakes and such. He was trying to figure out how they drew light. He wanted to know, how do they draw light? You go from Cézanne all the way moving forward. And you can see what remains throughout his work is painting light. And then slowly, the literalness of light bouncing off of objects disappears. And the object becomes the canvas itself. And you don't see it. It doesn't exist until you stand in front of it and see it. And it has to be, anyways, variations on a theme is an old way to learn, but it's a very extraordinary way to learn. If you want to know how Beethoven did what Beethoven did, you basically try to, you start off with one of his pieces and you use it as not just a precedent where you listen to it, you actually try to construct music like that. And as you're constructing it, you start to see it in a deeper way and begin to transform it in your own way. Because what you're always trying to do is to interject your own thoughts and your own values into it and see where it goes from there. Eventually, 10 years after school, you start to develop your own aesthetic. That's really what it takes. It's cathartic. So what you're learning from Michael right now, or from David for that matter, or by listening to Max or Daniel or whomever else was speaking, is things that have been thought about for a long time and employed for a long time in a variety of ways. You're basically setting your own predilections aside for the moment in order to try to understand that system in a more deep way. And then eventually, if you get, the deeper you go, the closer you get to your own reality, I think. So I think this isn't well, you know, dinosaurs are still popular, you know?
Yeah, kids love them.
Yeah. I think there's a...
They love them frozen in stone. Look,
All right,
I'll tell you,
guys,
I'll tell you with regard to that.
Anyways, good discussion. Very good discussion.
I got to add to that though. This thing about what Patricia, what you just said about, I just don't want a world without form. It's not that you don't. It's not the whole notion of post form. The whole discussion around the post form era doesn't mean that form goes away. It means that you think about it in other terms of sophistication. The best thing, the most radical thing I heard all semester long. We were talking to an architect in India who'd been educated here in the States, and he moved back to India. His first building, he's meeting with this really radical, best structural engineer in India. And the first thing this engineer says, "Why do you have these cantilevered balconies?" And they said, "Because we love balcony, we love cantilevers." And the guy goes, "Yeah, but it wastes steel." Like he's looking at it, he's looking at form with a different lens of how we value form. So what I'm saying about these twisted things and about perception, it's like, for me, that's like selfie world. It's sophisticated, formal world that's more interesting as opposed to other ways to interpret. The next thing he said is, the buildings you're making in concrete, why don't you make it out of brick? And they go, "Why should we make it out of brick?" He goes, "Because you make it out of brick, you make 1,000 jobs in the neighborhood." Right? And again, these don't have to be terms that you accept. Right, but it does mean that there are alternative ways to talking about form than just heightening my personal fucking experience, you know, and that whole issue. If you're not on it, then I got to say you're not on the mammal side of the line. Or if you're not thinking about it, it's not resolved. It's not resolved. It's not even remotely. It's just opening up as a set of questions that is going to be answered by a new generation of architects. And you don't have to take part in it. Just like at the start of the Renaissance, you didn't have to take part in linear perspective. Oh, that linear perspective, it's just a fad. You know, it'll pass. You know, I just think that these are issues that if you're not thinking it through and adding it into your discourse about form, then the discussion about value and complexity falls away in terms of how you assess it. But that's all. That's why. But just to finish this off, I think in your building there's this incredible promise about the middle portion and that whole thing that, if developed, would allow you to move into a different discourse about value in your building. I want to edit my discourse that way.
So, David, I think that was beautifully said, and I think you said very, very serious and true things. In our semester, well, first of all, you need to know that Patricio is about to graduate with an engineering degree and an architecture degree. Yeah, he was a dual degree product, and that I actually probed him a little bit on this, like, what's going to win, if he tells everyone he's an engineer, he's going to make more money than if he tells everyone he's an architect. And Patricio said, I'm going to tell people I'm an architect because that's what I want to be. And that's part of what you heard him say when he said, I don't want to live in a world without, art or without some joy in construction or joy in building and so forth. So that's very true. This semester, these guys all had to buy my book. It was a way for me to make $45 right there.
All right.
They all had to buy my book, and they read chapters from my book. And they didn't learn as much as I thought they should from it, because my book contains many, many ideas that I think are, by your definition, post-form and absolute and blah, blah, blah. They didn't have to do with employing people to use bricks. They didn't have to do with saving the world from steel overproduction. But they're still humanistic, and they don't fall into Bauhaus arguments and so forth. But that actually didn't come across. And part of the reason a lot of it didn't, some of it did, but a lot of it didn't, was because of the duty I felt along the lines that Roto talked about, which is to transmit the discipline of architecture, the discipline of gutters and beams, the discipline of windows and foundations, and the discipline of squares and rectangles. I mean, that's the bulk of what I have to tell them. And I couldn't construct a semester that was all about, like, theoretical points beyond that.
So
I
want to throw one more thing in. Aside from the fact you and I actually teach a studio together. So Patricio, one of the other people we talked to this semester was this guy, Tim Christ, who's a partner at Buro Happold, which is probably the most interesting, innovative engineering firm worldwide in terms of like performance. And they work with all the architects that right? And they go, yeah, we don't hire engineers. We hire architects to become our engineers. We actually hire people who understand design fundamentally in the way that Michael's describing, because we can't deal with just people who come to us from engineering, right? So I wouldn't despair too much about that being a dichotomous decision at all. I congratulate you on getting both those degrees.
I think he gets that. I'm sure Patricia, from our former conversation. Well, listen, guys, I'm going to say thank you. I'm going to say thank you to everybody. Max, thank you for joining us. Rota, thanks for doing sterling duty again. David, you're always a pleasure and the best person to have on a review ever. And Daniel, thank you so much for bringing your insights to here. Class, if you wouldn't mind sticking around just another 15 minutes or so, I bid my reviewers adieu.
Okay, thank you, everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Okay, guys. I thought that was a really terrific day of reviewing. I thought the work was really extraordinary, and I was proud of you. It's amazing. When I think that this was basically a Zoom studio, and the way we did this, remotely, I'm just amazed. And it's more than just the fact that we didn't build models. I think if we would done a regular studio, there would have been a lot more physical models. And there would have been a lot more of me miming architectural conditions. I tend when I teach to make a fool of myself with my body, as I try to demonstrate what things do. I felt very constrained to like a talking head thing. I couldn't bend, I couldn't dance, I couldn't point. I couldn't, mess with models. But even given that, I think you guys are a really credit to the school, because you brought everything you learned in more normal times, and you just, brought it to bear. You just brought it to bear into this completely like mental space in which we made these buildings. So thank you very much. for your effort in this. I truly, truly appreciate it as a teacher. What I'd like to ask, I guess, is whether there are two things we could do. We could try to meet one more time as like a group, as a class, or I could, sometimes students want to talk to me one-on-one about themselves, about their work or their future, or to show me updates of their work or anything like that. So I'd like to make myself available for that. I think that'll be a little more useful than reconvening as a class. But I'm reviewing all day tomorrow. How about I do a kind of a doodle poll for next week? This is not compulsory. You have better things to do than talk to me yet again about yourself and design. That's fine. Do you have any feedback for me from the semester? Things I shouldn't ever do again? Things I should do again? Anything you want to tell me? This is a good time.
The way you handled the way I think that the most, like, a super successful part of the studio was actually the intermingling of students as reviewers and reviewees. I was talking to a friend of mine who's in another studio where it was only teacher to student contact. And I think that the way ideas flourish organically in a studio is actually when you see other people's work, because that cross communication is really vital. So I think increasing that work maybe every week.
Did the partner system work?
Yeah, that worked. And then even like when you just randomized who was reviewer and reviewee, that was super successful because we were always encouraged to tune in and view each other's work. And I think when you're working, and I can speak from experience from last studios, when you're working kind of this vacuum where you've only seen your work and perhaps only one other student's work, it's actually beneficial.
Okay. Well, good, because that was very intentional on my part. I mean, a studio is like a super brain. And, you know, I know because I went to a terrible architecture school. My teachers were just terrible. And most of what I learned was from the library. Like, I would just read and look at magazines, honestly. And from my friends. I happened to go to school with really amazing friends of mine, you know. And we would talk. We would teach each other. We would find, hey, did you see this? Did you see that? I mean, we were very excited and would share with each other. It got to the point where what the teacher thought was like, whatever. It was what we thought that really mattered. And you saw David, I think, trying to provoke you all into a similar condition by naming himself the dinosaur and all the rest of it. You know, many of your teachers are looking for you guys to begin to show us what's next. You know, and it takes a certain, I don't know where that comes from, certain anger, or maybe it takes a more hopeless professional outlook. I think right now architects are still hiring, people are still building, and God willing that goes on for a long time. But the environment that I graduated into was just like pure disaster. Like no one could get work. You know, we had to reinvent architecture or die. You know, like there was no place to just step on the plane and, you know, be flown off into financial success. We had to reinvent what we were doing because like it just wasn't viable otherwise. We had to make work where there was none. So, you know, I'm actually glad for you guys not to do that, not to need to do that probably. But there may come a time in your lifetimes when that becomes real again, and the work dries up. And you have to sort of rethink how to do this and what to do and how to generate business. and what to design and what construction techniques to use and so forth. It can get very competitive. And you can remember your school years with great fondness. Like, what was that basic stuff we did? Because once you get into the office, you know, the basic stuff goes out the window. It's like, do. This is how we do it. Do. Yeah. Anything else about the semester itself?
I think the stone circle is awesome.
Beg your pardon?
The stone circle is a great
Yeah.
place to have tea time. Even if we're
Yeah.
in the studio, you know, it'd be cool to get a break from life and go hang out in the park.
Yeah. Hopefully after spring, I won't need to do it anymore. Or we can do it anyway.
I think it could be cool, even if you do it, you know, just for fun, even if life goes
Yeah.
back to normal.
Even with normal studio. Yeah.
Mhm.
Feng, you want to say something?
Yeah, I want to say, I want to thank you to you that I think I find a new way to design. For example, in the past, I would design from a concept or a form. But now in this project, you told us to feel the site and to think about the relationship between the site and building. So I feel like this method is freer, and I think I don't need to use a certain concept or form to plug it into the site, but I can really to feel the site and to think about the relationship. So I think
Yeah, I got it. That's wonderful. I got it chills a few times today. Yeah, with Samir's ramp pointing us to the stone circle. You know, what an easy gesture it was. I remember how we talked about it. And it just took this big building and it just went like, yeah, and here's the stone circle, you know. Or when the two buildings facing each other at an angle with the screen porch behind, alleys, you know, it had all kinds of weirdnesses about the building, but I was totally convinced you'd made a great sort of interactive, like the space of the between. I thought that came out beautifully. So, you know, I was always looking for relationality, Jacobs, like embranes and shadow planes and the excessive roof corners and so forth. Juan's just brilliant, I think, sort of mingling of sort of universal space and local rooms. So there are lots of things, you know, which gave me like a reward that something about the book had come through to you guys, or something about something I said had come through. You know, I would love for you all to go back and actually read the book if you haven't, or pick up on other chapters. It's hard. My peers sort of don't do that. My peers are very worried. They don't want to relearn the stuff they know, or they think they know. I wrote that book for you guys. I wrote that book for your generation.
Michael, do you have any more books planned? I'm curious. Do you have any future books planned?
I do. It's a book that I like the title so much. I'll tell people the title because I have to live up to it. The title is going to be called The Speed of Shadows. So it's actually like maybe 20 or 30 very short chapters that try to sort of combine art and science, math and beauty. Just two-page chapters with diagrams and, believe it or not, equations. Very dangerous. I'm going to give it a try. Some of it's phenomenology, like the speed of shadows, you know, like how fast do shadows move? They go slowly in the middle of the day, they speed up in the afternoons. Just things like the transparency of trees, how many trees does it take until you can't see through them? What's the density of shade of different kinds of tree? Just millions of little like geek facts about architecture into a little sort of a portable encyclopedia of these things.
That's great. I'm excited.
Does that sound interesting to you guys or not?
Yeah, I think that sounds great.
You're going to be the readers, maybe.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, I'm going to do a doodle poll. You all know what a doodle poll is?
No.
Yeah, it's a doodle's a system for like, I'll set out time slots.
Mm-hmm.
You click into it and then you take it. That means no one else can take it. And then we'll do one-on-one Zooms. But I'll set it up for next week. What are y'all's next week like? Do you have exams?
Mine is pretty free.
Yeah. Anyone just not going to be available? Okay. Anyone like to say anything else about the semester?
Yeah, I think, Michael, I think I'd like to commend you on letting us kind of just sitting back and letting us work and kind of being a little bit more laissez-faire when you needed to, and then just grilling us when we did need a little bit of kick in the butt. I've been in other studios where the deliverables are very prescriptive from week to week, if not from class to class. And I thought I appreciated the opportunity just to explore at my own pace.
Yeah. Well, my model of education is, I don't know do you remember how you learned to ride a bicycle? Right? Your dad or your big brother or whatever holds the saddle, right? And you pedal and they've got the saddle, right? So you're not going to fall over. And you go faster and faster. And but then your dad lets go of the saddle and you keep pedaling. And it's like, I'm feeling, wow, Dad, you're not holding the seat anymore. And then you fall over. Or you keep pedaling. So I do like to let go of the saddle. I like to hold it. I like to say, this is how you do it. This is how you do it. No. Steer left, steer right, steer left, steer right. And then I just stop saying that. And you're supposed to remember how to do it. Yeah, but thank you, Juan. I appreciate that.
I also want to say I always felt that you were encouraging because you were always excited about what we had to show you. And I've had some professors that express a lot of disappointment when you're not exactly where they think you should be. So I really appreciate constantly feeling encouraged. And I feel like it helped me turn out a lot better work in the end. And I didn't go through a lot of ups and downs with it. It's just a steady. Yeah. So thank you.
Good. No, that's good. That's good.
Yeah, and something I agree with all those points. And something I wanted to add is that this is my last studio, which I'm taking in grad school, which I'm excited about and also sad about, and then still processing all of that because I'm graduating. But I feel like the studio was really all-encompassing, or at least that's kind of what I took away, is some studios really focus on one thing or another thing. What I felt reading your book and also through the studio was I don't know, I got this feeling that I can go out and make architecture that is maybe whole or holistic and competent, and I can focus on things that are involve people and that involve beauty and involve concepts that are not so easily explained. And yeah, I don't know. I don't quite know how to verbalize all of that, but I think the studio was very all-encompassing. That might be the best word for it, which I appreciate. So
yeah,
I appreciate that for my last studio especially.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I do try to do that. Yeah, even though there was a sort of a theme, part of it is that I can't force people to do stuff. It's just against my nature. So, I can show you things but eventually the students get to decide what's interesting. And I watch and I listen. Like why did they find this interesting but not that? Because I think it's the other way around.
Mhm.
And you know, we're all different generationally. I'm like 2 generations away from you, I think. Don't you think I'm about your grandparents' age?
Maybe.
Yeah, it's kind of, that sort of weirds me out because I spend so much time with people your age. I just sometimes wake up in the morning feeling like I'm, you know, 25 or something. I have to keep reminding myself I'm not. All right, guys. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. And you'll get a doodle poll in the next day or so.
Sounds great. Good work, everybody.
Thank you.
Congratulations, those of you who are going on to practice. See you soon.
Michael.
Everyone.
Everyone.
Bye.
Bye, everyone.